We were burning so much the music was flying around. Thank you everybody for watching my video, and if you enjoyed it, please subscribe and also turn on notifications. And if you really love my video, please support me by joining my Patreon and become a patron. That way you can get some cool lessons, some live lessons as well, cool perks, and you're going to have a great time in watching my videos as well. So please support me there, and I hope to see you on Patreon. camera and stuff. You know, this takes a little maneuvering. You know, I know it's the middle of the day for some people, and I'm gonna actually try to do best I can to make myself look decent in this thing with this phone. So let me see. And I'm gonna go to my other computer and make sure that, you know, oh yeah, I'm live right now here. So I just want to make sure that people, you know, that I can see all the comments that are coming in and get going here. So, you know, I'm actually transmitting to YouTube as well, everybody. So we're going to be talking about playing melodies correctly today. And so please ask questions about that. Because people always asking me other questions all the time. Show me how to play a chord or whatever, you know. So I'm like, you know, why don't you just, let's try to stick to the subject today if we can about playing melodies. I'm trying to get all my little banners up here and stuff. So I'm just setting up. I'm going to be going live on Instagram too at Ron Jackson Music. And thank you everybody for, you know, following me and being a subscriber here on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. You know, it's just been my YouTube has just suddenly started taking off in the last you know, few well, actually since December when I really started posting more on YouTube, and it's actually been working out pretty good. So thank you very much, everybody. It's been really fun being on here, and I try to do lives every few days, just to you know, teach people some new stuff. So let me see. Oh, we're trying to fix the background here. So let me do that. At the same time, I'm gonna actually get my guitar and set up.
This is too wide.
So let me see. Oh my God. Let me see. Let me see. So let me go to I'm gonna go to my YouTube, my Instagram channel in a minute, everybody, and get this here. How do you construct a melody over a chord progression? Well, I'm not. You know what? I'm talking about just being able to play melodies that people know, like jazz standards. So we'll get into that in a minute. Let me set up my Instagram channel too right now, and so I'm going to do that real quick because I wanted to go on YouTube first to make sure that the camera looks good. Then I'm going to set up my Instagram right now because I'm going live on there too. So hold on, let me do that really quick, everybody. And you know, everything's a little complicated here when you're running two things at once. So let me do that. How's everybody doing otherwise? That's good. Send me your thoughts and everything, and I'll answer the questions as best I can. So let me go on Instagram right now and go live there too. So I promised to go live there. So let me do that right now. I'm going live. So let me turn that on first. And then, you know, it's a little different on Instagram because of the format. So I have to change the camera a little bit. I'm going live right now on Instagram. Let me move the camera back a little bit. I'm now live on Instagram. So let me put something on Instagram real quick. And hold on. Okay. And then let me do something here. So hey everybody, Instagram. I'm also doing a chord melody workshop here. So everybody, I'm going to play in a second, and I'll answer questions. Okay, and just to let you know on Instagram, so you know, I just started. There's a new thing on Instagram that I'm doing with Instagram itself. And if you're enjoying the show, I have this thing. This is backwards for you guys. Sorry, guys. This is I accept badges if you like my show. So just take a look at this. If you want to buy a badge and you're enjoying what you're learning, you could just buy 1 or 2 or 3 badges for 99 cents, $1.99, $4.99. Okay, to help support my channel. And thank you everybody for my 25,000 followers on Instagram. So let me get my guitar out and get started here and stop talking. So I was setting up. I'm sorry, guys, on YouTube. So the background's a little weird on Instagram, but it's okay. Let me see. Let me just put it down a little bit. So, one of the most important things to me is playing the melody correctly. And I'm like a real stickler, and to playing a melody, okay. And so, especially with me playing the melody is the hardest thing to play. Actually, I think in a tune. So when I'm playing, it's really important, for me to play the melody. And does anybody know why? Because the melody is the most important part of the song that people listen to. Okay, and if you mess up the melody, the person that doesn't know anything about music at all, they'll be singing like Brown Eyed Girl or something. And if you're playing the melody and you mess that up, the worst musician, someone who's not a musician, I'm not even saying worst musician, the person who's not even a musician at all will know you messed that up. You can be the best musician in the world. And if you mess up that melody, they're going to know it. So I'm telling you guys, the melody is the most important thing in a song, actually. So when I'm playing, if I mess up the melody, I'm the most conscious about this thing. So it's a funny thing. Like, everybody's worried about playing all these solos and fancy things on the guitar or any instrument, fancy improvisations. But you'd be surprised, guys who could play all that stuff and can't play the melody correctly. So that's really important, and that's really important to me, because when I mess up a melody, I'm like, it really messes me up. Like, 'cause I've been, I've been working on melodies for years, and sometimes you still can't play those melodies right. And you can play all the changes and everything, but it's really important. Yeah, someone's asking questions right now. Carrie, someone on YouTube is asking about sweep picking. Go to my article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine, January, February issue, Carrie. And there's an article, I did a whole article about sweep picking, okay? So go to the January, February issue of Acoustic Guitar Magazine. I might even have the issue here. Do I have it? Yeah, it's this issue. In this issue of Acoustic Guitar Magazine, Carrie, my sweep picking, that's my sweep picking article. Okay, there's George Benson on the cover. So I use sweep picking all the time. So go there and look at that article and read about it on Acoustic Guitar Magazine. You can actually go to their website and check it out, actually. Okay. So we're talking about melodies today and playing correct melodies. My student Yumir is up here, and he talked about the song called Misty. And Misty is a great song, and he didn't know there was lyrics to it. He says, I didn't know Misty had lyrics. Listening to the lyrics helped the phrasing of the melody of the guitar in general, but I don't go out of my way to listen to jazz singers. I should start. Yeah, it's very, very important if you're going to be playing a melody, everybody. I'm going to play in a second. Is to listen to singers sing the melody. But sometimes the problem is with singers, they start interpreting the melody their way and they start embellishing the melody. I'm like, uh-oh, what are they doing? Because sometimes you don't even know what they're, if they're singing the melody, the way the melody is supposed to be, like really like, like, I don't want to say the real book, because the old real book had melodies wrong. So just in case you guys use real books, get one that's really written correctly. And even those ones that are written correctly, like the ones that have like the publishing, like I have this book right here. It's one of these, these real books that are like, the ones you have to pay for, where they pay the royalties to the publishers. So they try to make sure the melody's accurate. And, listen to like the great singers. One of the best people to listen to for straight melodies is Frank Sinatra. He sang the crap out of all those standards, man. And he was like perfect intonation. I mean, just a great singer. So listen to people like that for melodies. So let's get into this a little bit. So let's say you're playing let's take a song like Misty. Like, I've been working on that melody for years. Okay, and now this is like a much more complicated melody than a typical standard melody where they has half notes and whole notes, quarter notes. So a lot of standards have and bebop melodies have a lot more notes because in bebop they have more rhythms, like eighth notes, 16th notes, 16-note triplets, things like that. See those kind of melodies? So those melodies are tricky too. You have to have the right fingering. So if you're playing a standard melody, I think the standard melodies are even harder because they're simple. It's hard to play simple, actually. Play a simple melody and play it correctly. So, I mean, melodies come in all different types of forms, of course, Like one of the melodies I was working on recently with my students, and I actually put an arrangement up. It's the song Autumn Leaves. Now, a lot of melodies have like a pattern. They go like let's say, Love Walked In. Now, that song, for example, Love Walked In, these are just basically arpeggios. So, I'm going to turn the bass up a little bit here. It's a little low. I hit the button by accident. So, it should sound like this. So, that's an arpeggio. So, those are arpeggios. But some melodies do these type of things, like Misty. Misty is like a real complicated band. A lot of arpeggios. So that's a tricky melody too. All these melodies are a little tricky. The most important thing is to play the melody correctly, and memorize it correctly. Now the guitar is really hard for this kind of stuff because what happens is if you're playing a melody, you can play it so many different ways. Like I can play Love Walked In goes like this. Now watch how many ways I can play that. Ocular. See how many ways I can play that thing? See, I have to figure out the melody playing it that way. So that's really hard on the guitar, because if you're playing melodies like different ways, I mean, there's so many ways to play the guitar melodies on the guitar that you can mess that melody up very easily because you're just trying to find the notes correctly. So I usually try to memorize a melody on the guitar, just one way, for example, so I know I play it correctly. Now, when you start transposing keys, that's a whole different story. So you got to be able to transpose these melodies into different keys, and it's very important to start working on these kind of things, everybody. So you play the melody correctly. Remember, it's not all about your solos. So let's take a song like Autumn Leaves. That's like a scale pattern. So I try to find these things in melodies like that. See that? That's a scale pattern. Okay. Yeah, you know what I mean? So that's a scale pattern. Look at this. You can go the beginning of it. So I try to find these things in the melody. See what I did? It's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird scale pattern. You go up the scale. Then you do a fourth. And then, that's not a typical melody. It sounds really cool though, doesn't it? Everybody knows that melody. See how I can play that scale pattern in different ways down the neck? That part is weird. That's the augmented chord there. because it goes on the B. So you start, the thing is to find these kind of melodies and you know, and find the scale pattern. Like if I did an octave lower. And also, see how the melody works against the chord if you're a guitar player. So like when I'm playing the melody, I know that's on the A minor chord here. So that melody note is the C note against the A minor chord, which we call the flat third. So when you want to do chord melody, you're going to have to know how the chord, well, the note is in relationship to the chord. So we'll go like this. I'm playing my 7-string guitar, so that's a little more confusing too, everybody. So that's the third here on the G major 7. And then becomes the major 7 of the C major 7. Becomes the flat 3 of the F minor 7, flat 5, F sharp minor 7, flat 5. Now on the B7, now E minor 7, the flat 3 of the E minor 7. Now putting it on top of the chord. So what I did was I just did chord melody with the melody, but you should know how to play, always know how to play the melody separately, everybody. It's very important to do that. The Autumn Leaves melody, oh yeah, it sounds like that a little bit, Ymir. A little bit like that. If you have any questions, let me know. Someone asked about sweeping. I already answered that question. So I use sweeping a lot, actually, when I'm playing, just in case, Carrie. So yes, I do. And it's very, you know, it's really important to be able to play, to use sweeping if you want to go fast. So but we're not talking about that today. We're talking about playing melodies. So let's say you're learning a melody. So you got to find different ways of playing the melody, and you got to see what the melody is against the, you know, against the chord. And you know, if you want to do chord melody on guitar, but the most important thing is like, there's different kinds of melodies you should learn. Like for example, if I'm learning like a really like a ballad or a song that I want to learn, let's say Have You Met Miss Jones. I'm just picking up any song right now. So for example, you have to learn the melody straight and try to find the most accurate version of the melody written out. And if you can't read, you know, you should learn. And you know, I think guitar players are too dependent on tabs these days to learn. So I don't want to put guitar players down, but you know, the joke that if you put music in front of a guitar player, you know, they'll stop is true most of the time. So you know, it's really important to try to, you know, learn notation, look at melodies from books like the real book like this. I'm just getting Have You Met Miss Jones out because I haven't played it in a while. And you know what? If I haven't played a melody in a while, I'm scared to play the melody. I'll play it a solo, no problem. But the melody is the most important part of the song, always the most important part of the song. Then the improvisation, you know. And a lot of the old school cats, if you mess up the melody, they'll be like, "Oh my God, you messed up the melody? Get out of here," you know. So you should be able to play the melody. Oh, let me see. Hello, all. Yeah. So look at this. So let's say that you're playing this song called Have You Met Miss Jones. So I would look at the melody and just look at it and just look, you know, just try to memorize how it sounds. See, I do it different there. My ear. I'm just reading this. Just reading it. So I'm reading the melody straight right now. I did it in time at the bridge. So it's very, very important to know how to play the melody straight, exactly as written. Because a lot of musicians, you know, when you're actually playing a jazz standard for everybody, you know, you don't play it like the book. You don't play like the book like this. You sound real stiff there. He looks stiff too. You see? You're gonna play the melody like this. You're gonna interpret the melody. Once you know the melody really well, you're gonna go swing it. See what I did? I just changed it up a little bit and interpreted it my way. So I like, that's what you have to do when you learn a melody. So look at that. I played it right here. So I'm playing it like in this register, but how many ways can I play it on the guitar? That's the problem with the guitar. You can play the melody so many different ways. Yeah, Humir says his worst nightmare, getting fired from the band. From your own band. So look at this. I can do it this way too. I'm going to read it this way. See what I did? I just played it like a different position and fingering on the guitar. So that's the hard part of the guitar. You can play these melodies so many different ways that, it can be, you can just get lost by just playing the melody correctly. And you'd be surprised how many, like I told everybody before, there's a lot of great players that they don't know the melodies as well as they should, and I've been guilty of that myself. And I just want to let you know, like years ago, I used to hang out with Buddy Montgomery, Wes Montgomery's brother. He used to be my roommate in New York back in the days when I really needed a roommate because I was so broke. And what happened was he had a lot of great stories about Wes, but he I used to go sit in with him in New York. He used to play at the Parker Meridian Hotel, the Parker Meridian was on 57th Street, like near Carnegie Hall. And he used to have a solo piano gig there, and he played his butt off, this guy. And I would just sit in, and then I would mess up the melodies. Hey, Dario, I got your recording. Sounds good, man. I think you got my email back. So Dario sent me some, him playing. He sounds good. So I told him that. And so, yes, Dario's saying you have to train your ears for intervals. Yes, you have to train your ear for intervals. You have to be able to hear the intervals, but if you're playing in the key of F, for example, like Heavy Memphis Jones, I forgot to mention about key in the beginning. So you should know what key you're in, obviously, when you're playing the melody. Like I'm playing in the key of F right now, so there's one flat. So I know that a lot of the scale tones in Have You Met Miss Jones is just walking up the scale. See what I did? See what I did? So you got to be able to play that and know your intervals. But if you're going up the scale, it's all second, minor seconds and major seconds. Which is like on the guitar, one fret in between or two frets in between. Up the scale, you should be able to go up the scale on the same note. I'm in the key of F right now. You should be able to play your scales up and down the neck and across. And that's so many ways you can play actually all those scales, everybody, up and down the neck, and play your intervals through the changes and everything. Let me see. What's a good intro to reharmonizing a melody? Will that throw out people when you jam? Oh, if you're going to jam session, Umir, someone's asking Umir, my student actually. Umir, he's a great guitar player. He said a good intro to reharmonizing a melody. Well, there's all kinds of things I don't know if we want to get into reharmonizing a melody right now, but there's so many things you could do to reharmonize a melody. But if you're in a band situation, it's really hard to reharmonize a melody when you're in a band because they don't know what you're doing. So, and I guess you could do things like you could do different types of things that are simpler, like maybe put a fourth under there, or different. mean, you could do simple reharmonizations like doing just like second intervals, thirds. Actually, I'm doing 6. Sorry about that. I'm doing 6 right now. 6 are easy to play on the guitar. So that kind of stuff is easy, or fourths like that. You know, simple things like that you can do with a band. Now, when you get to melody reharmonization, I don't want to get to that yet because we want to make sure in this like you know, impromptu live workshop here, or lesson, whatever you call it, question and answer, that you know how to play the melody without all that other stuff, because that's hard enough to play the melody correctly. Okay. Yeah. The fourths sound really cool. They, you know, fourths are a good sound. The seconds sound really cool too, like this. Or things like, wow, that's a little too easy. You could do all kinds of weird things on the guitar. 7. I'm doing 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I could do 7. 7 something really weird stuff. So that's a really weird sound too, isn't it, everybody? So I'm doing, you know, I'm just trying to do. Oh, sorry, Anthony. Anthony has to run. Anthony's out in Ireland, and he's running around in Ireland somewhere. So I have to get to Ireland one of these days. So let me look at some of these questions up here on Instagram, because I don't want to leave everybody out and wave some people here. Hold on, everybody. Let me wave to some people on Instagram. And everybody, just to remind you, let me make a few announcements if I can. Let me see. I have some announcements here. So, you know, what was I going to say? If you're enjoying this, everybody, especially on YouTube, you know, you could join my Patreon. The last live stream I had someone join my Patreon. You can learn a lot of cool stuff from me on my Patreon. You can just join it at patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And I offer lessons there from $3 and up. And if you just want to be a supporter, you could just, you know, just be a supporter for $1 a month and just support what I do in general. So, you know, thanks. I have a bunch of patrons now. I appreciate you guys. And on Instagram, I'll have to show you that in a minute. On Instagram, I have, what's the word? I'll have a backwards one for you so you can look at it. And also, if you're enjoying what I'm doing on my live right now, everybody, you know, you can donate. It's actually on my description, but if you want to donate $1 or more, you can just go to PayPal and Venmo and Cash App. That's all Ron Jackson Music, okay? Just like all my channels, everything's Ron Jackson Music everywhere. So you can donate as well on Ron Jackson Music everywhere. And also my Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, which is my email as well, if you want to contact me and ask me any questions, okay? So Dario actually sent me a question. He plays some really nice flamenco stuff on guitar. And now remember, you know, jazz, you could be a great guitar player, but you have to really learn the language of jazz. Jazz is not like, it doesn't, you know, you don't have to have great technique to play jazz. There's some, you know, great examples. Like one of my favorite guitar players ever in jazz was Grant Green. And he never played with real fast chops or anything, but he had such a swing feel, you know, and such a great feel for the music that he didn't need to have chops. So, you know, that he's a great example of someone like that. So we're talking about, oh, thank you, Michael. You know, it's kind of weird. There's a little distortion coming out of my guitar, but Michael says I have a beautiful tone on the guitar thing. Okay, so let me see. I'm going to continue with learning melodies here. So another important thing is to learn, you know, when you're working on melodies, is to learn the melody correctly and make sure you play it accurately, because Who's going to know you mess up the melody? Can anybody guess? The audience. If you play a melody wrong, like, you know, like, it's my life, it's now or where to lie. You know, you play a song like that, any kind of crazy song. If you play a Bon Jovi song, you mess up the words and all kinds of stuff. Who's going to know? The people watching you. And there could be like not a musician at all. There could be like a lawyer, you know, walking in from work and he's like, man, he messed that song up, man. It don't care how good you are, you messed up the song, so they look at you badly already. So so it's important to know your melody, everybody. And you know, learn these songs correctly and you know, and practice them correctly. So I mean, I work on songs all the time and I'm still trying to get this stuff together. Unbelievable voice. Thank you. Thank you, Howdy Dalty. I have an incredible voice. Thank you. You know, I need to practice my singing, so that's another thing I need to practice. So let's talk about learning bebop melodies now. So that's another hard thing about the guitar, is learning bebop melodies. So we'll get into that just a little bit. So for example, you know, I work on bebop melodies all the time, and then I forget them, and then I have to relearn them. So the hard thing about bebop melodies is that they're fast. There's a lot of notes. You know, you got to find the right fingerings. So, you know, I've been working, like, during the pandemic, some melodies that I've always wanted to learn. Like, let's say, here's one of the songs I've been working in the pandemic is like Moose to Mooch. So, you know, that's a really great melody. You know, and there's this one part of that melody I always go, wow, this is kind of weird. This one. I'm always trying to play that correctly. Now, you know, this melody I've always wanted to work on. Now I had time. And even though I have time now, I still don't have enough time to practice. I'm always doing the social media stuff. But the thing is, you have to really work out these fingerings and practice these over and over and over until you get them. Because when you get on the gig and start to play them, it's a whole different story than when you're sitting home and practicing. So, you know, I practice these slow and fast. And I had to figure out the fingering for this. Because you can play this, I'm playing it up an octave. You can do it there or there. That's the hard part about the guitar. You see that? I could do it there. See, I could do it right there, that melody. And it's a whole different fingering here. I could do it there. That's the hard part of the guitar, playing a bebop melody. You see that? Or here. Oh. See, I could do it right there too. So you see how many ways you can play that on the guitar? That's the hard part of the guitar, especially playing bebop melodies. I need water. Let me get my water. So let me go. Let me get my water. I'm talking too much. So, you know, that's the hard part of the guitar, playing these melodies in different ways, playing them all over the neck. And you know what? I guess you should be able to be free enough to be able to switch the melody. And do it here. You should know the melody, the guitar that well, actually, to be able to transpose those melodies just like that on the fly. And when you're on a gig, it's kind of hard to do that when you're like, you have to play the melody correctly or you're on a recording. You have to just find one fingering in my case at least, and play it correctly. See what I did? And I'm trying to find those notes there. See, that's all complicated when you start switching it all around. So think about it, everybody. When you're learning melodies, I'm sure you're thinking the same thing. Wow, which way is the best way to play these melodies? So I think it's all about your experience and your technique and your skill, and where you're most comfortable playing them. You know, I always tell my students, because when you're on a gig, you should play wherever it's the easiest, so you can just get to it without messing it up. Because, you know, when you mess it up, there's going to be a lot of people watching going, oh my God, you messed that up. You know what I mean? So thank everybody who's watching on Instagram. You know, there's a few of you guys there, but I don't usually go live on Instagram this time of day. Yeah, so let me see. Unbelievable Boys. Thank you, Dario. Dario, that's in the key of B flat. So if you have any questions, please send them to me. You know, and thanks for watching, everybody. I'm just you know, going live to let people know how to perform a melody correctly. So when you're doing a bebop melody, you know, try to find the right fingerings, okay, when you're actually performing these melodies. And, you know, before you learn chord melody, everybody, let's say you play chord melody. I got to close the door here. And say you're playing chord melody, and you want a chord melody, a song. Before you do a chord melody, you should always... Oh, wow. Matt says, hi, y'all, from Southwest Colorado, 4 years in the jazz band high school. Now 35 now. Lots of luck. You know what? I have a student out there, Matt, who's studying at University of Colorado, I think at Boulder, where they had the shooting. I think that's where the shooting was recently. I helped him get into the University of Denver College, you know, playing bass. So he's one of my students. He plays bass and guitar. A great guy named Chris. He might be watching, but he might be in school, might be sleeping right now. So before you learn how to do chord melody on a song, for example, one of the most important things about chord melody and playing melodies correctly is know how to play the melody without the chords first, and the chords without the melody. Then put them together, okay? You know, and, you know, so, like, if I'm playing a melody like, let's say we did Love Walked In. Before I play that melody with chords under it, I have to make sure I know how to play it without the chords. So now I have to find how you play the chords under that melody. So this melody is basically just a bunch of, it's just a bunch of arpeggios. So this is like an F major arpeggio, starting on the third, then going from the fifth to the third, then to the fifth, to the root, third, to the fifth again, then I'm going to the G7, which is a third here, to the root of the C7. So now I can do my chord melody. I can kind of do like thirds. So first I learn the melody correctly, then I try to put the chords under each melody note if you can. Some people do that. So that's a great technique to be able to harmonize every note of the melody with a chord under it. So all I did was just arpeggios. See what I did? So I just did the arpeggio. See what I did? So now I'm harmonizing the melody like that. So, but the most important thing that students need to learn, or anybody you know, doing chord melodies, you have to know how to play the melody separately first, and play the crap out of that first, and play that well, interpret it well, then do the chord melody after that. So let's say. So that's There Will Never Be Another You. I've been playing this for a long time. So now that I know the melody, you can go. So what I did was I have my own chord arrangement for that, but I've been working on that for years. And so you have to know how to play that melody separately first and then put it together. There's some questions here. I'm currently drilling, John's asking, I'm currently drilling triads, chord, tones, and practicing improvisation, but it hardly sounds musical at all. Is this something that all students deal with at the beginning of learning music theory? Yes, John. You know what? So when you're learning how to do these chord melodies and all, and you're learning all these drills with triads, you should actually try to put it in an arrangement. Actually, that's probably the best thing for you to do. So I would suggest like taking a melody, like let's say like There Will Never Be Another You, and using those techniques to play and do an arrangement, because that's how you actually make these things sound musical. To get that together. I know it's frustrating, but you have to actually start employing, I call it deploying, like deploying a missile. Deploying your technique and putting it right into a musical context. So just put it like, let's say you're working on thirds. I'm just doing thirds right now, trying to do simples. See what I do, John? So when you're doing this kind of technique to everybody, like I'm doing all thirds right now, you got to be conscious of every chord that you're playing on, because your third, your note's going to change depending on the chord you're doing. So I went like this. Now I'm on D7, D flat dominant 7. So I know that takes a Lydian dominant scale. See what I did? So I just did all thirds. Now if you took a melody and did that, John, it would sound great. I was just messing around trying to find the right notes. But if you deploy that kind of thinking in your playing and make it and put it into your music, it will really help. Okay, let me see. Ymir had a question. How do you play a chord melody while including the 7th low A string? So I'm using my 7-string guitar here. So that's a great question. Ymir is one of my students for a long time. If you want to study with me, everybody, please contact me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. It's all, you can contact me on my website, no problem. And I just want to let everybody know that. And also, let me see if I can find this thing for you. You might not be able to see this correctly. But if you go to my website, I sell my lessons, about these kind of techniques at www.ronjacksonmusic.com. So if I'm doing a chord melody with a 7th string, it's kind of weird to do it that way, Ymir, but you can go. So I can go. Like I use the 7th string all the time. Oh, uh-oh. So what I did was, you know, I never did anything with that 7-string like that before. Everybody, with the with my student Yumir asked me how I would play the chord melody with the 7-string on There Will Never Be Another You, and I actually have to write some more chord arrangements because I need to put them on my Patreon account, because I have some people who want to study Patreon on Patreon, and also for my students like Yumir, and also put them on my website because I have a bunch of I have about 5 arrangements right now for 6-string guitar, but I need to put more 7-string guitar arrangements. So that's a great idea, Yumir, to be able to take the 7th string and do a chord melody like this. See how I throw that 7th string in there? It's a lot of work. I have to think about it. So there's a lot of work that goes into trying to play a chord melody with a 7th string like that. But it's a really great question. Let me see. How many standards will you have to say you know? Thank you. So Shiva is asking you how many standards you should know. Oh man, learn every standard you possibly can. I mean, I know a lot of songs actually, but the thing is to keep up with all these songs, to memorize them. Not only jazz, but I pop and rock and all kinds of different things, you know. So the most important thing is learn as many songs as you can, but make sure you learn them well and you know them well, each one of those songs, okay, Shiva? Oh, yeah, thank you, Yumir. It sounds good with the 7th string on the bottom. I'm going to write, actually, you know, more arrangements for you guys, you know, to put on my website for, you know, I sell my arrangements for like $5.99, you know, on my website. So if you want to get some arrangements like this, I already have a bunch like Autumn Leaves and a bunch of other ones up there. I'm going to be putting a couple of originals too up there. So, yeah, it adds so much depth to the sound with the 7th string. Of course, the 7th string is like a really low sound. So if I'm doing a song like... I'm going to write this out. 7th string. It's one of my arrangements. 7th string arrangement. So those are one of my arrangements. I'm going to actually write this one out for the 7th string and put it on my website. I have a bunch of things to do that are still behind on everything, you know, because I'm always posting all the time and doing these lives. But that's a really good arrangement I have. And also, you know, so I'm showing you on 6th string, but I have a version on 7th string, excuse me. But I have a version of that on 6th string. So it's basically the same arrangement. Let me get my D'Angelico. Thank you, D'Angelico, for my new XL1. Josh at D'Angelico, New York. I'm a D'Angelico artist now too, everybody, so you know. So if you like my guitar, D'Angelico guitar, you can go to my. I'm going to show you more stuff, guys, for everybody who's watching. Oh, too many things here. Anyway, here. If you want to go to my Amazon store, everybody, you can pick up a D'Angelico guitar on my Amazon store there. And on Instagram, it's Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and for YouTube, it's that, okay? And you can pick up one of these XL ones there. I don't think it's this color up there. I have like a blue one on my store. Grab it quick because one of my students wants to get one. So if I'm doing a song like Time After Time on 6-string guitar with that arrangement, so we're talking about melodies and chord arrangements and melodies, how to play them correctly. So make sure you know how to play the melody. Sorry. So now I have a chord arrangement for that. So this is different now. I have to adjust my fingering now. It's not 7-string. So what I did was I just played a 6-string version of the arrangement. So in my case, since I'm a 7-string player, I have to have an arrangement for 6 and 7-string now. So I have to do twice as much work. And sometimes when I'm playing the 6-string, I have this thing called missing strings syndrome, where I'm playing the 6-string and I think there's a 7-string, so I start trying to hit a low note and it's not there. So I miss because I'm thinking, oh man, I have to adjust. So it takes me a while. I can still play 6-string. But, you know, and I have to because a lot of my students don't play 7-string. But I have to adjust my playing just to be able to play the 6-string again. Because I'm so used to playing the 7-string and the extra string. And, you know, what's really hard is playing melodies correctly on each instrument now. Because the skipping is different. You know, you're used to playing a certain, width of the neck. So it took me a while actually to learn how to read on both instruments. I'm a pretty good reader, notation reader. So when I started playing the 7-string, excuse me, it was hard for me to read on this thing, to like read melody notes. But I've been playing since about 2012, about 9 years now, 8-9 years. I've been playing 7-string. So one of the best things that happened to me is like in 2000, I started playing in 2012, and I got a guitar. And what happened was I actually was subbing on a Broadway show. And what happened was they asked me to play acoustic guitar, electric guitar, classical, steel string, but I didn't have a 6-string solid body guitar, so I had a 7-string solid body guitar. So I had to bring that guitar in because the guy would take his guitar out when he left the show to play his electric guitar another gig. So I had to bring like a 7-strings solid body in, and then I had to play these acoustic guitars on 6-string. So it was good for me to learn how to read and switch between the two. play the 7-string guitar. But when I was playing the 7-string guitar, I didn't play the 7th string. I had to play this first 6th string because it was a 6-string guitar part. So what's good about 7-string is you can play 6-string guitar parts, no problem. But you guys can't play 7-string guitar parts because you don't have the 7th string. So that's the advantage about the 7-string. It's really cool. So there's some questions here. Message restricted. Okay, someone's saying restricted messages. So it adds some depth to sound. The B-flat major scale sounds third flexible. Yeah, appreciate your work. Thank you. So let me see, everybody. There's a bunch of people on Instagram too. I'm sorry, I don't want to ignore everybody. So if there's any questions on Instagram, let me know, and I'll answer them. I'm going to be finishing up soon. Someone wants to go live with me here. Who's that? Oh yeah, thank you everybody. So thank you everybody for watching on Instagram. And I just want to let you guys know, lovely guitar, thank you. Thank you everybody, gorgeous sound, thank you. You have to be really good to memorize all these notes and tune, and it's not a general arrangement. Yeah. So when you know what, there's so much stuff involved with playing jazz, everybody, that there's a lot of stuff to memorize. Someone just mentioned that, London Fender Giza said that. So thank you. And I want to let you guys know on Instagram, if you're watching and you're enjoying the show, and also on here on YouTube, if you're enjoying the show, please donate $1 or more to Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, okay? And on Instagram, I have these things called badges. You can buy a badge if you're enjoying the show right on my Instagram page, and Instagram tells me to tell you guys that so you can help support my page. And it's 99 cents to buy 1 badge or 2 badges for $2 and 3 badges for $5 if you want to help support my channel. Thank you. What's up, Amaris? He's my brother. I didn't know you were my brother. Let me see. Pleased to meet you. Yeah, so you can join my Patreon, everybody, as well at Ron Jackson Music. It's www.patreon.com at Ron Jackson Music. And also, guys, I sell these Henriksen amps. So people are wanting to know about what amp I use. So let me take this off for a second so I can show you. Before I finish up, I have a few announcements. So I have this Henriksen amp, everybody. And everybody loves this amp. It's a small amp. It's like a great amp for gigging. It has mic and guitar input, full volume, 2 channels with reverb and everything. And I'm a Henriksen influencer. And, I have my own coupon code. So if you want to use that, go to henriksenamps.com. Uh-oh. Some of you guys can't read this correctly. Okay, go to henriksenamps, everybody, .com, and you can use the code Ron Jackson on Instagram as well. Okay, use my code Ron Jackson, and you could actually save 5% on the amps, okay, like this. And they're great amps. They only weigh 13 pounds, and they're 9 by 9 inches. And, and they only, and it has 120 watts. This has 120 watts. It's loud, man. And if I'm struggling to get on the subway, I just take this on there. I can put a vocalist with me. It sounds great, So you can save with my code Ron Jackson over there. And what else? A couple more announcements. I'm trying to find all this stuff for you. For you on Instagram, if you want my arrangements and stuff like that, you can't see this. You guys can see this. It's you just go to my website and go to ronjacksonmusic.com, and you can get my printables over there and print out all these arrangements. And they're cheap. They start like $1.49 actually. And you can't really see that, I think, on on YouTube. You can pick up all my arrangements and music and lessons over there. So thank you everybody for watching. I'm about to finish up. I have things to do. And you can watch the playback after this. There's a lot of things I talked about today. The going live and talking and trying to play is really hard work, and answering questions. But, I try to do my best for you guys. And, what's your favorite brand of guitar? Jam Smith is asking me what my favorite guitar is. And it's actually right now it's been D'Angelico. Look at this. Look at this guitar. It's a really great guitar. It plays great. You know, unfortunately, they don't make 6-string guitars, but these are really great guitars. Look at this. It's a really nice guitar. So, I mean, I like to thank them for giving me this guitar. So, this is a really great guitar. You should get your own and check it out. And, you know, I really like Benedettos. So, I'm trying to work out a deal with Benedetto guitar, but they're really, really, really expensive. So, so I'm trying to work out a deal with them to get a guitar, a 7-string guitar, though, just so you know. So, I don't need another 6-string guitar. So I have this. I'm using my D'Angelico, the top of the line D'Angelico, but I want to get a Benedetto eventually on 7-string. But I really love this Eastman guitar as well. For 7-string, this is a really a carved wood guitar. So it's a great guitar too. So everybody, thank you very much. So please follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. If you're not subscribing on YouTube, subscribe please. You know, go to my store. You know, help me out. Pick up some music. If you want to donate, go to Ron Jackson Music. You can pay me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music as well. And thanks a lot, everybody. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to get off the line. I got to do a few things right now. Okay, we'll talk, okay? Everybody, and have a great day. And we'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. I'm trying to go live here. And it's going to be a little different today because I don't have my screen on YouTube the same like I usually do. It's going to be kind of a weird background, but it's okay. And I'm going to be doing something a little different on Instagram. I'm going to be playing a little bit closer because people like watching me closer. You know, I've had those kind of remarks. So if you have any questions, please ask them, you know. What's up, everybody? On YouTube, how's it going? I'm going to go live on Instagram, too, now, just for fun. And I've been, hey, everybody from Chicago. Hey, actually, I want to put a word out to everybody. First, I'm transmitting to through Instagram and YouTube, you know, and I get a lot more engagement on YouTube for some reason. Just so you know. And just letting you know, everybody who's watching me in the States, if you know, I'm going to be doing a tour next year in March. Okay, and you can send me a message if you want at ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. I'm doing a tour in March, and I'm already booking dates next year, March and April. And I'm already going to be playing in Wisconsin and in Kansas. So if you know some places for me to play out there, let me know. Okay? I'm putting the word out there because you'd be surprised. In Chicago, okay, in that area, you know, Illinois, anywhere. How to practice arpeggios. Okay. So let me just say, hey, Jazz Story. Is that John's story? How's it going? I love your playing over there, you know, for acoustic guitar. So you know what? I mean, someone already asked me about arpeggios on YouTube. So you know, I'm playing my 7-string guitar. So if you practice arpeggios, you can practice in so many different ways. So you know, I'm taking questions today for you guys on Instagram. Just to let you know, everybody on Instagram, I'm going live, and Instagram's asking me to ask you, you know, if you want to donate badges to me to help support my page, and I appreciate it. You know, I'll give you a big shout out if you do here on Instagram and on YouTube. You can donate $1, you know, 99 cents, $1.99, or $4.99 for 1 or 2 or 3 of hearts to help me and my channel. And Instagram, you know, is encouraging me to go live, and you know, on YouTube I need to do that too. So let me stop talking, and I'll play you something right now. Oh, someone's asking to do polka dots and moonbeams. I haven't done that in a while. Let me try that. Hey, thank you for the badge on Instagram. I don't know who that is, but let me angle the camera a little bit lower so you can see me better. Thank you. Who is that? Let me see. Let me see the badge. Thank you, Mando. Mix this. Thank you for buying the badge for me to help support my channel here on Instagram. I appreciate you. Let me adjust the camera. Now, I'm going to take some questions. I see some questions here on YouTube. Let me see. I want to see what's going on here. Love you. Try to keep up with that bass string on the middle of your rhythm playing. Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard to play with that seventh string, just so you guys know. And I haven't been playing much. I've been doing a lot of work, like booking and just other stuff that has nothing to do with music. And it's kind of a drag. I'm doing a lot of stuff with social media, and it's like not easy, guys. And let me say hi to John. John's a great guitar player out of LA. I'm planning to go back over there in that area next year to perform with my band, unless I get something else, of course. Let me see some of the questions here. Do you ever play with distortion? Yes, I do. Actually, it's really funny. I actually had a recording. The Fool on a Hill is asking me on Instagram if I've ever played with distortion. Yes, I do play with distortion. Actually, my pedals are hidden back here, but yes, I have a distortion pedal and all kinds of pedals. Look, I'll show you. I mean, I have one lying over here right now, like a Boss compressor pedal, and I use and I have a bunch of pedals actually from Seymour Duncan that I use, and I actually was demoing them last week, and I had to do a filming with a friend of mine. We're doing like a film for like a grant we got that's going to be shown all over the country. His name is Greg Lewis Organ Monk, just in case you guys don't know him. And, we're going to have this film that's going to be released all over the country. So check it out. It's a great band. It's all original music. It's called The Breathe Suite. It's about all the people that were, black people of color that were killed by the police. It's sweet that he got a grant for a few years ago, and then we did some video for them. It's going to be great. It has like all these different angles, camera angles from the top of the organ, on the Leslie, all kinds of stuff. I need to get a noise gate pedal, actually. A lot of my pedals are from Seymour Duncan, just in case guys don't know. Let me show you this. Let me show you my pedal board, guys. Since people are asking about my pedal board, I have one right here. And let me show you what it looks like, guys. You're welcome. If you guys take your requests, on Instagram, someone actually gave me. I'm going to answer your question right now about what's my favorite song key, but if you like my requests on YouTube, you can actually give me a donation if you like at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. You're welcome. And Polka Dots and Movements is one of my favorite ballads. So if you like to donate, because you can't donate with badges because you're not on Instagram, YouTube, but I'm actually transmitting. So go to Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal if you enjoyed that. And we'll talk more about announcements like that too. Thank you, guys. So now, let me show you my pedals real quick, everybody. It's in my bag here. I use a Pedal Train pedal board here. See this? And take a lot of the pedals I got from Seymour Duncan. And Seymour Duncan's one of my endorsers, everybody. So they actually have great, yeah, it's a lot of work, man. They have great pedals. Look at the pedals in this pedal board, everybody. Take a look at this. Oh, let me try to put this. It's too much. Look at this pedal board. Let me put this down. So this is what I used for my session the other day. Everybody, take a look at these pedals. So these are great pedals, everybody. We'll talk more about other things. So look, I have this is a pickup booster by Seymour Duncan. So you guys can look at that. Take a look at that. Then I have the Palladium, which is a gain stage. It's amazing. I use that on this filming. Then I have the Dirty D distortion. This is all Seymour Duncan pedals right here. And these were like, I'm an endorser for them, so they give me pedals, basically. There's a lot of money worth of pedals here. So I love using the Boss Octaver, and look at that, yeah. Okay, and then I use a volume pedal, Boss volume pedal, FV50. It's a great volume pedal. Yeah, how's it going? And then I have the Dark Sun. I use the delay function of this. It's a reverb and delay, but I like to use the reverb on my amp, actually, which is my Fender Tone Master. amp back here, okay? It's a great amp, and I use the delay function. Now I'm working on using the loop pedal, you know, the Boss loop pedal. It's a great thing, and I like using this thing. It's a tremolo, so you can make it sound like a helicopter, the guitar, all kinds of cool things. And this is a Catalina, which is these are Seymour Duncan pedals too. This is a Catalina, which is basically a chorus pedal. Oh, these are really cool pedals, guys. So I do use effects sometimes, you know. Usually when I'm doing my jazz stuff, I play clean because, you know, I like to play clean. And also I like to use the amp effects. I like to use my Fender Deluxe Reverb with the vibrato. The vibrato sounds really great on this amp. Okay, so let me get back to playing a little bit. So these are the pedals, guys. Check them out. Go support Seymour Duncan. They're a great company. I use all their pickups on all my guitars and their pedals. And Seymour is actually a good friend of mine. He's a really cool dude. He's actually from Jersey, but he lives in you know, way out in California near the beach. He does well, that guy. Really great guy. Really great guy. And you know, and I have the Seymour Benedetto pickup. They make them for Benedetto guitars, but they're licensed. So Benedetto actually supposedly pays for the pedal for that stuff. Okay. So now let me continue. Let me ask some questions. Play Red House from Jim. Red House. That's a blues, isn't it? See if I can do that. Are there very affordable amps that you can recommend for jazz? I mean, there are affordable amps, but I tell you guys, the best amps I've been using recently are the Fender Tone Masters. They're like the Fender Twin Reverb, or you know, they're like the tube amps, but they simulate the tubes, and they're great amps. I just bought a couple of them, but they're expensive. They're like $1,000, you know, list approximately. You can get them on sale at Guitar Center sometime if you go to the store directly. And that's what I'm using right now, and I changed the pickup. I use Celestion. I endorse Celestion speakers, so I changed all my speakers in the amps because these amps cannot handle you know, the power of the amp. So these speakers are here are Celestion creambacks, but I got the Celestion Neo 250, which is 250 watt speaker, put in this amp, and it sounds great. I almost thought I blew that out the other day on this recording, but I was using distortion with Octaver, which is kind of crazy. And I didn't realize it. But anyway, yo Ron, yo John, what's going on? Great to see you, John. So let me say hi. Let me say something. Look at these comments now on YouTube too. Let me see all the messages. You're from the Manila. Oh, cool. How long have you been playing? I've been playing since I was a kid. Creating ways to use the whole tone scale. Okay, so someone's asking about the whole tone scale, everybody. So let me get back to talking, and I'll answer your questions too on Instagram too. So if I use whole tone, I like doing these. I do this a lot in whole tone. So here's a whole tone scale. That's a great question. So I like to do things like this. Half step below each, like I'm doing a third. You can play up the scale like this. Then you can go like this in arpeggio. Now you can mix them up going backwards and forwards. You could go. And it's kind of easy to play the whole tone is arpeggios like this. You know, I'm using that like a sweep picking when I'm doing that. Now that's really great for, you know, for playing cool licks that sound really cool, hip, but they're not like really hard to play. See what I'm doing? So I'm doing whole tone licks like that, but also like I like doing whole tone licks like this. Like that, or like this with chromatics in between. They're easy to play on the guitar because they're like symmetrical. See what I'm doing? So those are kind of cool licks I like to use with whole tone, everybody. See that? And I could do this. I like this whole tone like chord like this shape, and I go down and hold it. I'm practicing right now, everybody. Actually, so I like to practice these things. Okay, so that's a great question. I forgot. I'm sorry I couldn't see who actually asked that question, but I love using whole tone. Now let me see. There's a question up here that someone was asking me. What's my favorite song key? So my favorite song key just really depends, everybody. So when I'm playing a song, the guitar, it's great to have those open strings. So sometimes I like to use the key of D or A. You have all the open strings. Someone's asking about George Benson, so I'll get to you in a minute. So I have those open strings because I like to use harmonics a lot too. So you can play A. I like the D, key of D, because of E is a good key too because you get those harmonics. So I love using open string harmonics with open string chords, and stuff like that. That's one of my favorite keys is, like, the guitar keys, like E, A, and I like the open string harmonic. You can do things like that with the harmonic. So you can do really cool things with harmonics with open strings too, like that. Okay, so I like exploring different things like that. I wish I had more time to practice in general to work on this stuff. So, but thank you everybody for watching on YouTube. Is it very normal and apparent on acoustic? Yeah. You're right. Yeah. So let me answer some questions here on Instagram too now. A bunch of people have been watching on and off on Instagram. So I'm gonna play a song now before people get bored, because sometimes people just want to hear. Thank you. I'm trying my best, Larry. Larry the bass. I sound great. I'm trying. You know what? I didn't touch the guitar yesterday. I was doing so much business, and then I ended up not playing the guitar, unfortunately. And I'd like to thank Max. Thank you all. My student, Umir, is watching. And Umir switched to 7-string guitar because of me. I'm proud of him. This is a 7-string, guys. So just in case you guys, I want to let you guys know, if you're in the New York area, tomorrow night I'm playing in Harlem, New York, okay? So if you're watching, come to Harlem. It's for free gig. Okay, come watch me tomorrow night with a singer named Hanka. And it's going to be a great band, guitar trio with a vocalist. So come by if you're in New York. Okay? And it starts from 7 to 11 p.m. It's Patrick's Place in Harlem. Okay? And this might be backwards for you guys on Instagram. Okay? And it's on 51st Street and Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard. So you can find me on YouTube, on Instagram. And you just find it. You can find me everywhere. You can find out where I'm playing tomorrow night. And for people who are watching in the Midwest, let me know some clubs. Send me a message, ron@ronjacksonmusic.com, or anybody out there. And I want to know, I need some venues to play out in Iowa, in Wisconsin, Kansas. I'm playing in that area next year. So bring me out there if you know of any places, okay? Let me answer some questions here. Oh, hi, Charmaine. Charmaine Music is watching. Thank you. A bunch of people are watching on and off here on Instagram. I appreciate you guys. And let me answer. What's a great ballad lines? What are some great ballad lines on, for example, on Stella by Starlight? Okay, let me answer that question. So if I'm doing Stella, let's play that song right now. So if I'm just now, I'm gonna be doing lines with Stella. I'll do minor 2/5 lines like this. That's a 2/5 line, minor 2/5. These are 2/5 licks. Now I'll play up the scale. Now I'll be doing Lydian dominant here. Arpeggios. Now hold. Now that was a minor 2/5 lick, everybody. Now when I get to the G7, now I could do altered if I want to. I could do whole tone. People do a lot of whole tone here. I like this lick. That's a whole tone lick. C minor. Now I could use on the A♭7 on this. Okay, so I was just doing a little bit of Stella because someone was asking about that. So thank you for answering that question, William Kaufman. So let me continue now. I'm going to answer some more questions on Instagram, on YouTube, because I've been neglecting you guys. I'm sorry. Now, if you guys are enjoying this show on Instagram, just so you know, you can donate actually to my badges, because Instagram is asking me to let you guys know about my badges to help support me. So you can donate to my badges. Someone already bought a badge. I thank them a lot. You can buy a badge for 99 cents or $1.99 or $4.99, 1 or 2 or 3 hearts. And on YouTube, you can just donate if you want to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. Okay, at Ron Jackson Music, and or Ron Jackson Guitar, either one. Okay, thank you guys. So let me see. Let me answer some questions now on YouTube because I'm neglecting you guys. I'm sorry. Let me go now to live chat and see what some people are saying. Amazing. Thank you. How can I use the circle of fifths when I'm improvising? Well, when I'm improvising on circle and fifths, it usually is through a song with circle of fifths. Okay, so I'll go like this. So I mean, there's different ways to practice that lick. I mean, I have a bunch of licks for the circle of fifth type of thing. So if I'm playing like a typical progression on rhythm changes, sometimes a reharmonization on rhythm changes, which is I got rhythm, is like I got rhythm, I got, you know that song. A typical reharmonization on that one is going from the F sharp dominant. It's a turnaround, we call it. It goes to circle of fifths, F sharp to B, to E, to A, to D, to G, to C, to B flat. So I like to use a lick like this. I have different kind of licks that worked out. So that's a lick. I like this one too. So those are licks I worked out. They're actually cycle licks that I like to work on. So you got to practice these things yourself, everybody, if you want to do these kind of licks over chord changes. So I'll just do like an F sharp. So I mean, I use that a lot. I'll go. They have to end somewhere too, these cycle of fifth licks, okay? So you can practice them like symmetrically like this. It's hard to do. Etc. etc. So I'm just practicing them to different keys and trying to get them under my fingers without thinking about it, okay? Let's see if you can play the bebop. What's that? Let me see. Someone's testing me now. Let's hear you play, if you can play bebop head at 240 with a metronome set at 30. What's that? Okay, cancel. That's a great question. Someone's asking me some crazy questions about bebop playing with the metronome at these weird intervals and stuff like that. Maybe I could do it, maybe not. But remember, I'll tell you a story, guys. So I was, when I was at Berkeley, I saw a workshop with Joe Pass. I was actually watching some videos with him last night, and people would ask him the craziest questions, like, "Could you play giant steps?" Like to be doing like that kind of crazy stuff. Like this guy was just asking me. I don't know who this guy's name is. About some bebop stuff. I don't know. So Joe Pass, you know what he was saying? You know what he said to everybody? And I have the same answer. I don't have anything to prove to anybody. So he said that he said that to everybody. He just said, I don't have anything to prove, guys. I'm here to give a workshop. He can play. So, I mean, and I can play whatever. It doesn't make a difference. So I'll show you things I can do, and there's things I can't do, and I admit it. And just so you know, just so you guys know that Joe Pass was an incredible guitar player, but people used to ask him crazy, stupid questions. Play giant steps, or play 370 or whatever. He would just go whatever. So he has nothing to prove. So I have nothing to prove. Why are you guys watching me then? If I have not, if I have something to prove, you guys obviously like what I'm doing. So so anyway, whatever. So I'll answer your questions if I can. Now, so that was a good question. Let me answer this question. Reza, what's the difference between half diminished and minor six chords? Actually, the minor six chord and the half diminished chord, which is called actually minor 7 flat 5, are the same exact chord. Now, there's a real pain in the butt, these chords. I still have a problem with them because there's so many ways you can think about them. So E minor 7 flat 5 or E half diminished is the same as a G minor 6 chord. Different inversion. Okay? So these are all the same chord. This is G minor 6 or E minor 7 flat 5. It's just an inversion. Okay. Watch it. So these are all the inversions on the 5th string root. I'm playing a 7-string guitar, so you guys know. So you should know all your inversions. You should know all these, okay? All your 6-string roots, 5th-string roots, okay? All your inversions. So they're exactly the same chord, just so you guys know, okay? Great question. Let me see. What's the best patch chords for use? I don't know what that means. What are the best patch chords or passing chords? Is that what you mean? Now, how do you understand how to combine the chords? That's a good question. When you combine chords, I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but so that means if I'm going through it from one chord to another, or passing chords. I don't know what you guys. I don't know why. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, there I am. Good. So look at this. Someone just bought this book. They said on Instagram. I mean on YouTube. Sorry. So look at this. This is a great book. If you want to learn how to sight read, take a look at this. It's a great book for sight reading on the guitar. It just teaches you all the positions. Okay, but this book, it teaches you how to play positions, all the scales and everything. But the thing is, everybody, you need to read just more music, more than music out of this book. You need to get just read everything. Read bass clef, read violin music, read flute music, read all kinds of stuff to get into sight reading. Okay, because that's how you really get into sight reading, is by just sight reading. You got to practice your sight reading just like you practice your scales, practice everything else, okay? Yeah, I think I lost you guys on YouTube for everybody. Everybody got off, but now they're coming back on again. So, so just practicing, everything you possibly can. I read all kinds of crazy stuff. Let me see if I can show you. I just read anything. I have a bunch of books behind the screen here. But, sight reading books, anything, And I try to read stuff, don't read all the jazz riddles. I have all these fake books. You can try to read bass clef. Try to read bass clef. These bass lines on bass clef. Slash chords. Just try to read anything you can, everybody. This is Doors by Mike Nog. So there's all kinds of, all these crazy chords you can try to read. And these are good exercises. A lot of these books have great things to read. We just learn by ear. Someone just made a comment. Can you learn by ear? Yeah, you should learn by ear too. Both. Guitar players always are I'll tell you, everybody, this is real. What happens if you put some music in front of a guitar player? They stop. And you don't want to be like that. You want to be very well-rounded as a guitar player, I think. You should be able to read. You should have good ears. You should be able to read tabs. I don't like reading tabs. Actually, I read tabs worse than anything else. So I read sheet music, I read guitar chords, everything. You should be a well-rounded guitar player in general, especially if you want to become a pro guitar player. Oh, you're welcome. So let me stop talking for a minute. Yeah, great. Let me play another song right now for you guys. Ymir's there. How you doing, Ymir? He's on YouTube too. My guitar student Ymir is on YouTube and on Instagram watching me. I appreciate you, Ymir. So let me go. How do you transition from blues to jazz and jazzy songs? You know how you transition? Start playing jazz. That's all. Learn easy jazz songs. I have some videos on YouTube, shorts, and on my TikTok, all at Ron Jackson Music, and teaches you some, tells you some basic songs. Learn some blues jazz songs, for example, like this. So that's a very common jazz blues, but the changes are different, in blues, jazz blues. We make it more complicated, Hey, oh, yeah. Whatever you, some quarter voicings. I can see quarter voicings. Yeah, great. So I was just playing those in fourths. That's very, easy to play on guitar. So, great question, everybody. So I'm going to go on for a little bit longer. And, I thank you for all the questions and great, and stuff like that. Let me see what else there is. What other option, what people are saying on YouTube right now. And let me keep playing, everybody, because everybody's gonna get bored if I keep don't play. Can you please talk about slash chords? So yeah, someone's asking me about slash chords. Okay, so I saw some slash chords in here. Slash chords are basically like two chords over one. Okay, look at this. These are slash chords right here. Endangered Species by I think it's Wayne Shorter. I think it's a Wayne Shorter song. Yeah, let me look. Yeah, Wayne Shorter and somebody else. So look at these slash chords. Now, so like someone says G over A. Okay, then the next chord is A over B. So that means, to me, that means G over A is a G chord with an A in the bass. Now, an A over a B is an A triad. It could be any triad with a B in the bass. Now, to me, look at this. G over A is actually, to me, it could also be called an A sus9. And a A over B is a B sus9. Then it has F major 7 over a B. So look, F major 7 flat 5 over B. So watch this. Okay. Now that's weird. Now what kind of chord is that? So those are slash chords. Now that chord, to me, is almost like I try to translate this to something else when it's a slash chord, so it can make it easier for me to play. So an F major 7 flat 5 with a B in the bass is really more like a B, a half diminished scale, or a B minor 7 flat 5. Maybe he wanted that chord like that for the sound, but to me, if I was playing over it, I would play just like a B low scale. So here, so when there's a G over A, then how do you play over that stuff? To me, a G over A is actually an A suspended chord, so I'll use E Dorian. A B over A over B, I would use an F Dorian scale too. Or it's a dominant scale. Okay, a B dominant. So that's how you go over the slash chords. That's a great question. So slash chords can be scary looking even for me, because they look complicated, but sometimes also, the chord on top could be just like just a bass note. So I'm doing it's a chord on top with a bass note. Sometimes I'll write two chords on top. That can be difficult too. Like one chord could be like a G, then one chord on the bottom could be like an A minor or something crazy. So that's even more difficult. And that happens actually, that exists too as well. So that's a great question. Let me see if there's any questions actually on Instagram. Now, thank everybody, for all the questions, and please share my page with everybody, and follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. I appreciate you guys. I'm almost at 28,000 subscribers now on YouTube, and I'm still at below 25,000 on Instagram, unfortunately, still. So, so please share my page. And if, I'm letting you guys know I'm going to be touring the Midwest in March. So I'd like to know if there's any venues I can play at in Kansas, if you're in that area, Wisconsin, Iowa. I'm working on that today. In the next couple of weeks, I'm starting to book a tour of the Midwest and going west into Hawaii. I already have 4 dates on my tour next year, so keep an eye. Just so you guys know, if you enjoy what I'm doing, also, I have a gig coming up this weekend, and also I have a workshop, a jazz improv workshop on Lively. Now, this is backwards on Instagram, I'm sorry. But it's on July 18th. Go to lively.com. Okay, and I'm doing a workshop that's, my first workshop went really well, so we're doing another one on July 18th. So you can go to my website and check that out too. Okay? And you can it transmits all over the world. So 2 p.m. on Sunday, July 18th, Eastern Standard Time. I had people from all over the world attending that. Oh, cool. You're going to be in Los Angeles? Great. I'll be in Los Angeles in January. If the NAMM show is happening, which I think it will, okay, I'll be there. I did my tour last year of California, I didn't play in LA, but I played in Northern California. So, you know, uh, send me a message, everybody, if you need me to come play in your area. Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. You got that? Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay? So, also, if you're enjoying this, also, I'm having a gig tomorrow night in New York City with this great singer named Hanka. Come to Harlem at Patrick's Place tomorrow night, Saturday, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. It's free. Okay? You just have to eat and drink something, though, of course. Okay? So if there's any questions, let me know. I'm going to play you one more song. I'm getting tired now. I'm getting tired and hungry. So I appreciate you guys watching and supporting my page. If you're enjoying this, also you can donate $1 or more on my at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. And so that's Venmo, PayPal, Cash App for you guys here, and backwards for Instagram. Or you can just give me a badge on Instagram if you'd like. Okay, thank you. NAMM, I'm going to NAMM. Yeah, I go to NAMM every year. That's how I got all this gear. I have a lot of endorsers from going to NAMM. Okay, we're there with oh, cool, great, that's great. Oh, someone's doing a 50-city tour. Wow, that's amazing. So let me play one more song, everybody, before I finish up. I couldn't answer everybody's questions. Let me see what other questions there are. I'm trying to answer everybody's questions, but let me see if there's any other ones that I missed. Sorry. Oh yeah, Jimi Hendrix never learned sight reading. Yeah. Oh, that's a great thing. Anonymous. I love Jimi Hendrix. You know what? I'm not knocking people who don't read. Actually, I'm just saying, it doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt you to learn how to read. But Eddie Van Halen was one of my heroes too, and he didn't read either. So I don't knock people who can't read, because if you can play, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm trying to say. As long as you can play your instrument and do what you want to do, reading has nothing to do with anything. So that's a great point. I'm not knocking people who can't read. I'm just thinking, I think that people who don't read have this thing about not reading, and I don't have anything against that. I learned how to, I didn't know how to read till later myself, until I went to Berkeley, and then I started doing Broadway stuff here in New York. So I think it's important to know how to read if you can. But some people, unless you're going to have amazing ears, it's hard to learn a lot of stuff if you can't read too. So nothing wrong with that. There's some great players out there like Steve Vai. He's like a monster reader and a monster writer, and it's good to know everything. And I know how to play with my ears too, and all kinds of stuff too. So it's important to know how to do everything. That's all. Let me see. Let me play everybody, and then I got to go get some lunch. I'm getting hungry from doing this. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I went live for you, and it was really fun. And let me just play you one more song. Let me see. Whoa! What's the strangest technique I've ever learned? Oh, that's a funny question. I don't know, actually. Strangest technique? I don't know if I learned any strange techniques, but maybe I did today when I was playing. But thank you, everybody, for watching. That's a good question, but I don't know. So, thank you for watching. Please follow me everywhere. And, we'll talk soon, everybody. And I appreciate you guys, following me and subscribing and everything. And I hope you learned some new things today. I tried to answer questions I could. I got a lot of questions happening all the time. And I'm trying to talk and play. So, imagine you trying to do this. So, thanks, everybody, for watching. I appreciate you guys. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? Have a great day. Send me an email if you know what you want me to come in your neighborhood, Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. And I appreciate you guys, too. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Let me say bye-bye to YouTube first. You're welcome. You don't have to call me Mr. Jackson. Just call me Ron. Thanks, Ron. You're welcome. Yeah. I was late. Oh, sorry. No problem, man. Next time. You can watch the playback, though. It's okay. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you guys soon, okay? Watch the playback. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir.
Thank you everybody for watching my video, and if you enjoyed it, please subscribe and also turn on notifications. And if you really love my video, please support me by joining my Patreon and become a patron. That way you can get some cool lessons, some live lessons as well, cool perks, and you're going to have a great time in watching my videos as well. So please support me there, and I hope to see you on Patreon. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson, and what was I gonna do? Yeah, I'm editing this actually at the same time. I'm going live right now, doing a practice session in front of you, and this is hard to do, to practice in front of people. Um, so I'm trying something different today. It's my second time practicing in front of people. I'm going to be setting up for TikTok right now too, so they can watch me practice as well. And show you how I practice. Like, I haven't touched the guitar all day. I was running around doing a bit of stuff, and so that's how it goes. You know how it goes. Um, Let me just make a little note here for you guys. Where's my live stream? I can't find it right now. Here it is. So I'm actually live right now, and it's a practice session, and I'm going to be practicing my 7-string guitar a little bit. If you have any questions and you start watching this, let me know. Okay. I sent a chat. Hey, hello, Keon. How's it going, man? I'm going to look up there because my computer's down here, and I keep looking down. So I'm going to do a little practice session. But before I do that, I'm going to actually get people on TikTok right now. So let me see. Let me go to TikTok right now and add people. I'm going to go live on TikTok as well. So I'm going live there. I'm going to say practice session. I'm going to adjust the phone for me. Hold on. Trying to add a title. Practice session. Number 2. I'm going to do number 2. I don't know how much I can actually write on this thing, but let me see. So I'm going to go live there. So let me do that right now. Go live. I have a bunch of people on TikTok too. Hey, Melvin, this is my first time. Your first time for what? So, guys and girls, everybody who's watching, I'm doing a live session right now, and I'm actually gonna do some warm ups and practice in front of you. TikTok and I'm on live on TikTok and actually YouTube right now, not on Instagram. So if there's any questions, let me know. Um, so we're trying to adjust the panels here and stuff, but this looks good to me. I mean, you gotta make some adjustments. Sorry, there's about 16 people watching now on YouTube. So I mean, what I usually do when I warm up, right now, I've been working on. I always practice things, and actually, I always practice things that I don't know how to do. So, for example, like right now, I've been working a lot on these crazy arpeggios that I learned from a student. Like I'm gonna warm up right now. Um, I'm on my 7 string, so I like to pick up the 7 string and actually do some things like that I can't do. So like one thing I can't do is like this arpeggio that's like it's like a 3-octave arpeggio. Okay, so this is a 7-string guitar. If you have any questions, so I haven't touched this thing all day. Okay, so one thing I can do right now is warm up with a scale like let's say a C major. Now, when the 7 string is completely different to play it, so I'm going to play like. See, I don't know this as well. Now, I tuned the 7 string to a low A, not like a typical B, like a lot of rock stars do and stuff. Then when they tune down to a 7 string, they do it tune to a low A. So I'm actually tuned to a low. I mean, they're tuned to a low B. So I'm tuned to a low A. So I'm still trying to get used to it. So that note, A, B, C is the same note here. So the thing is, so if I played up the scale like this, up the neck, it's exactly the same note. So it's the C major scale I'm actually playing right here. Okay, and this is actually, I'm not used to doing this. So when I practice, so just so everybody knows, you should practice things you can't do well. Never practice things you know how to do really well. So I'm just getting warmed up right now. So I'm doing a little practice session. So I'm going to practice the C major scale like with the 7 strings. I use a 7-string guitar usually now. And I'm trying to incorporate the 7 string more as a melodic tool instead of just playing it as a bass note. See what I did? See that? That's tricky. I'm not used to doing that. Now that's really tricky on a 7-string guitar because I've never really done it that way. If there's any questions, hey, Steely Dan's there. What's your thought of Lenny Bro? Oh man, Lenny Bro's one of the masters. He did this stuff. Those are some octave harmonics. He was great at that stuff. Now, if you have any questions, let me know. Thank you, Steely. I never met Steely Dan before in person. Let me see. There's some questions here. Any John Mayer? Oh, this is from TikTok. People on TikTok are saying hi right now, too. Ron, what are the absolute basics that someone who wants to learn jazz guitar should know? Well, when you're playing jazz, everybody, these are things I always do. I practice my scales. Okay, so you should know all your C major scales. So let's do a little warm up here. So I mean, you should know all your scales. So you should know all the 3 scales in all the modes, the melodic minor in all the modes, and the harmonic minor in all the modes. Those are the 3 basic scales you should know. And there's some other scales too, of course, more fancy ones. So what I usually do is I'll practice. I mean, I don't really practice the major scale that much anymore. I've been practicing the melodic minor. So you have to know all the modes with that first. Okay, and so let's say I'm playing. Say I'll play F melodic minor. So I'm warming up right now. So I haven't touched the guitar, and unfortunately, before I play it, so see how I'm playing up and down the neck. Now I can play the scale all the way up and like this. We call it second. So I'm trying to use the 7/6. I'm trying to use the 7/6 much more now in my solo. So I'm trying to throw that in there when I'm actually playing. Let me adjust the phone a little bit for TikTok here so you can see my neck better. So that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, and then now what I'm trying to do now is be able to play the melodic minor scale, just playing it up and down like that in seconds. I'm gonna go. Now you notice I don't stay in the same position. I play all the way up and down the neck. Now you should get fluent playing up and down the neck. You should be able to play on 1 string, any scale. Because when you're taking your solo in jazz, you should be able to play your scales up and down the neck like this. Okay, etc. So I'm playing, those are thirds, but you can actually do much more than that. You can actually go, you can do arpeggios like this, thirds. See, I can go up the neck like this. You should know the neck like this. Or across the neck. These are different scale patterns. I mean, these are actually arpeggios of thirds going up the scale. You should know the names of these too. So I'm just in F minor. So the fourth one would be F minor. So I'm trying to memorize these things myself. I don't know them as well. So should I play them all the time? But I can get even deeper with it. So this is a minor arpeggio. A minor. This is augmented. So that's F minor, G minor. A augmented. Then B flat major. Then C major. Then D diminished. Then E diminished. Then F minor. So those are like basic arpeggios in the key of F melodic minor. So I've been working on memorizing these things and also trying to play them up and down the neck, like let's say in closed position on the guitar. Now you can play just thirds like this. See? I'm playing them up in thirds now, like that. This is an F melodic minor. Okay, now we haven't even talked about the modes yet, so I've been working on all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I work on. Amir, Umir. I always call him Emir. It's Umir. One of my students. Happy Tuesday, Umir. One of my students studying with me. Just in case you guys, if you're having a great time and you're learning a lot, during this practice session, I'm gonna, if you want to donate $1 or more, I don't know if you can see this actually. Can you see this actually, guys? Yes, it's backwards on. I gotta put this one up. Let me see. Let me show you this. If you want to donate $1 more, you just go to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music and Venmo and Cash App. You can actually see that here, like this. And TikTok and Instagram. I mean TikTok and YouTube. If you want to donate $1 more, you're enjoying this lesson, okay? So this is like a live lesson about me practicing. So if there's any questions, please let me know. Is playing Steely jam tunes a good start for learning jazz? I don't know, but I mean, Steely jam tunes aren't really jazz tunes, but they're original tunes, though they're modern. Okay, so you know, put it on there. So Steely jam tunes are cool, actually, if you want to learn them. But you know, I think you should learn jazz standards like out of the real book, like this. So, for example, I use the real book. Sorry, my real book's falling apart because I use it too much. You just use the real book, learn tunes out of here. I mean, one of my things to do all the time when I'm practicing is review tunes because I don't play song. There's tunes I don't play for a long time, so I'll go through a song that I haven't played in a while and practice them. Okay. So I mean, so we just talked about the melodic minor and the modes, for example, and I like to know. You have to know all the major modes, of course, and then the harmonic minor modes too, and how to play that scale. I've been using that scale a lot because we use that a lot in jazz. So let me see. I see a bunch of messages here on TikTok. Thoughts on bebop jazz? I play bebop jazz, of course, too. So I mean, I practice a lot of bebop melodies. So when I'm practicing, guys, I'll do things like I've been working on like tunes I don't know as well. Like I've been working on let me see on what's it called? This tune called Moose to Mooch by Charlie Parker. So I've been practicing that tune a lot. Okay. Because I don't know that tune as well. And bebop tunes are very important when you're practicing jazz. And so I've been working on that, just learning that tune, making sure I know it because I don't know that tune as well. So I'll work on like that real slow, like the bridge. So I'll be is one of the things I like to do is practice different melodies that I don't know. Remember, practice things you don't know. I'm working on Chick Corea tunes like God Imagine. So I'll be practicing those type of things, and just because I don't know these songs as well. Of course, there's some bebop melodies and stuff like that that I do know as well. That like Olio. So that one I know well. I mean, there's a bunch of them I know well, but the ones I know well I don't practice because why should I practice them? Because practicing those don't make any sense. What makes sense is if you practice tunes that you don't know. Okay, so then I always do my practice sessions. So I mean, like right now, I'm practicing a lot of arpeggio type of work too, and picking technique like this, warm ups, sweeping, and things like that. Let me see. There's some questions here. Love your show. Could you talk about your favorite songs? Oh wow. Someone's asking my song really. There's a lot of tunes I like. But I mean it depends. A lot of the songs I like are jazz standards actually, and are pop songs, So I mean, there's so many songs out there that I can't keep up with them. So like my last album, which looks like this actually. Either you can pick it up anywhere. This one, standards and other songs. I did a bunch of pop tunes and stuff that I converted to jazz. So I mean, so that's how I got into like So I like pop tunes a lot. I did a Drake song, and a bunch of stuff like that. But when I'm practicing, I'm always practicing tunes I don't know as well. So there's different things like that I like to do with those kind of tunes. Let me see if there's other questions. Whatever I try to improvise, my soloing is pretty much limited to 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Could you help me out with some exercises? Thank you. Okay, so here's a good exercise, guys and girls, who's ever watching, and also on TikTok. Okay, so when I'm practicing, I mean, if I'm playing like, let's say I'm playing like one of my students, Yumir, was talking about. We were talking about rhythms. So a lot of jazz is actually eighth notes. If I'm taking a solo like this, so that's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So, but sometimes I can go. So what I'm doing is I'm actually doing some triplets and things like that, and I'm doing eighth notes, of course. Those are swing eighth notes too. So there's swing eighth notes and straight eighth notes you can actually practice. But I like to change things up. So if I'm taking it like, let's say I'm playing a line like this, you can go. What I'm doing, I'm just throwing some triplets in there, and you can actually do double time stuff too, like this. So what I'm doing is I'm actually doing 16 notes, and you can do triplets too. 16 note triplets. So I'm only playing on D minor right now, but I'm actually switching up rhythms. You can do triplets. So you have to think about the rhythms you're actually playing too. So just don't play random notes. Think about the rhythms. The rhythm is actually the most important thing. So I'm just switching between eighth notes, 16 notes, and sometimes triplets. Straight triplets. Like you could do quarter note triplets. So I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. You would sing it triplet, triplet, triplet. The playing, and you have to be really conscious of it. So what I like to do actually a lot is like, let me get my metronome out here. I like to use my tempo metronome and play with the metronome, so you really know what your timing is. And it's very important to know your timing. So I'll play with the metronome here. Let me play. So I'll use my metronome. It's very important to use a metronome. Oh, I'm looking at all these questions here. So I'll use my my metronome to really get it together and try to play for people. Let me see if I can answer some questions over here on TikTok a little bit. Can you play the intro of what's this? Octopus what? Garden? I don't even know that's sometimes you guys send me stuff, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I'd have to know what that song really is. Let me see. There's a bunch of people that joined on TikTok. Let me see if there's any cool questions that you can ask me. You should you play should you play some bachata? Or that would be bachata. One of my students plays bachata. I don't really know no bachata too well, but I like to. That's Dominican, isn't it? Do you know? Do you know Pat Metheny? I met Pat Metheny. I hardly hear people talk about him. Oh man, Pat Metheny was one of my main influences when that's one of the main reasons I started playing jazz guitar. I used to see him in high school, and I've met him a couple of times. Like I used to teach the National Summer Guitar Workshop, and he used to go and do a workshop until they went bankrupt. Those guys. That was like 15 years ago. They went bankrupt, National Summer Guitar Workshop, but that was a really cool thing. They used to have all the great guitar players. I used to be one of the teachers, and I used to be in Connecticut. So yeah, Pat Metheny is a great influence. You know, Pat Metheny was like a child prodigy. He played exactly like Wes Montgomery when he came out. You know, but when he started when he was in high school, but then he decided to be himself, and so he started really getting it together. So anyway, so we don't have any problem with the background here. But no one really cares. They're into the music. So how do you memorize all the standards? I have a tendency to forget chords and melody easily. Oh, that's true too. You know, everybody. So when I'm learning a standard, and I haven't played a standard in a long time, I'll forget it. That's kind of normal. So if you don't play, you lose it, you lose it. I mean, you don't use it, you lose it. You know that kind of saying. So you could actually, I gotta move a stand out of here because the production manager is trying to help me here. So yes, oh man, thanks everybody for on YouTube for watching because I'm trying to get more people to watch me do lives, and get more stuff out to you guys instead of talking about like all these my performances and all these little shorts I do and everything. So what I do is when you to memorize a tune, you have to get in your head. So when I'm learning a new tune, I have some new tunes that I'm actually learning. I got to think about them. There's a bunch that I don't know that I've always wanted to learn. Like if I forget a song, I'll start. First, you have to have the melody in your head, so you don't forget it. Like this song, like let's pick a song right now. Let's pick a song I haven't played. Like I haven't done the Days of Wine and Roses in a long time, so I would go. So I know what the melody says. I haven't played that in a while. So now I just played that melody like that, and I haven't played that in a long time. But if I'm going to play like a solo guitar kind of thing, I would actually just go. I would actually try to throw chords in there like this. So you have to really know how to play chord melody and memorize these tunes and play the melody everywhere. So you should play about. So I would go or down lower. See, what I do was I transpose it down an octave because I don't know how to do it in octaves like that down. So I mean, you practice the melodies, you have to really know them inside out because you know what? Everyone matters what the melody sounds like. So they'll be the first to tell you played that wrong, and the melody is actually the most important part of a song. So I practice these melodies, and if I know the song well enough, I'll transpose them to different keys. So let me see this questions here. Dorian flat 2. Can you play using Dorian flat 2? Someone asked me that question. Oh, you said Dorian flat 2 is this. Here's a Dorian scale, like a D Dorian. So that scale. What scale is it? That's actually that comes from what melodic. You can use that scale. I'm just trying to figure out what the scale is there, because there's a Dorian natural 9 is very common. Oh, actually, Locain natural 9 is a very common one, but Dorian flat 9 I use sometimes in my playing. Okay. Now let me see. Let me answer some questions here on TikTok. Now, guys, if you're enjoying this and you're learning a lot about my practice and how to practice sessions today, I'm doing an open practice session. I'm actually accepting donations. If you want to go to my PayPal, it's at Ron Jackson Music, and Venmo and Cash App. It's also on my profile, and on YouTube, you can do the same thing. If you're learning some cool stuff, you could send a donation. That would be really great. Thank you for watching. Let me see some other questions here. Wait, would you do that same as a flat 9. Would you do that flat 2 scale the same as flat 9? The flat 2 scale could be the same. You know, the flat 9, the flat 2 implies dominant 7th. Okay, just so you know. So someone was asking that. So flat 2 what doesn't necessarily mean flat 9. Can you play Here Comes the Sun? That's funny. Let me see how I play that. I haven't played that song in a long time, so I have to look at the music. Now, how do you jump? How do you jump down to the 5th of the lower string so quickly? I find myself getting stuck to the 5th on the lower string quickly. I don't get that. What you mean? Like, I don't understand what you mean by that question exactly. Getting lost. I don't understand that question actually. Try to reword that a different way. Whoever that was. I know that there's some basic theory from being in a band for 6 years. What should I learn to play the first on guitar? So you know what I mean. One good book I like to use, and I've been using this book. This book actually shows you everything, everybody. So you know, I use this William Levitt book, A Modern Method for Guitar. It's backwards, of course. I'm not left-handed, just so you know. So this is the book I use to actually practice. Okay. I'm actually, going through the whole book, and I know most of the first 2 books, but not the 3rd book. But I know most of the stuff. But there's a lot of stuff I don't know. So I'm always learning things that practicing things I don't know. So when I'm actually practicing, I'm just practicing things I don't know. So one of the things I wanted to show you guys today were some of these arpeggios that I learned from a student that I've been working on. Let me pull these out for you. They're really cool arpeggios. So one of those arpeggios is like I'm playing like let's say I'm playing an F major arpeggio. Now I'm playing it on 7-string guitar. Watch this. So I gotta put that low note. Now this adding the 7-string adds that low note, and I play a low A. So that's an A, C, F. So this is F, A, C, F, A, C, F, A, C, F. So that's actually a 3-octave arpeggio. That's one of the things I practice, but I know that one really well, kind of, except for the low notes here. Now, I usually don't practice this fast too, because I gotta practice it slow, so I learn it. So there's another arpeggio I like to do. This is a major arpeggio, okay? And one of the major arpeggios that I don't know as well is this form, like this. Let me get my 6-string out so you can see this a little bit, because I've been confusing it with my 7-string. So my 6-string guitar looks like this. I'll get this out. And if you guys are enjoying what you're learning, I have a new article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine that just came out. Okay, let me see. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong place. I have a new article in the March-April issue. Okay, and this is it's on the harmonic and melodic minor scales. So go check it out. My new article is on page 50. Let me open it up for you. Here I am. Check it out. You can watch me. You can read about. It's a really good article about the harmonic and melodic minors that I need to still work on, guys. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I do know, but in my case, I always feel like I need to get a lot better. So everybody feels that. So there's a lot of cool exercises in here in my new article. So go check it out. And also through the same company, Acoustic Guitar and Hal Leonard, I have a book. If you want to learn about chords, I do great articles here. You just go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and you can actually learn some chords at your fingertips right here in this book. And there's some great writers in here like Adam Levy, who played with a lot of different people. Some great authors, Adam Levy, Sean McGowan, Jane Miller, and Jeffrey Pepper Rogers, who used to be the editor at Acoustic Guitar Magazine. So I'm involved with Acoustic Guitar Magazine for a long time. and I do a lot of writing for them. I've done about 30 articles. So now here's my 6-string guitar. So the 6-string guitar is really easy to play for me now compared to 7-string because the 7-string is really hard. Sometimes I get lost just because I'm trying to do that 7-string in here. So this is like butter. I usually use a lighter pick because the strings here are much smaller. Okay. Now, before I keep going, I want to see if there's any questions here. Hey, I love your stuff on your show. Show me some medium advanced picking techniques to build string speed, please. Okay. So you know what? So when I'm warming up, I like to do this exercise. The trill exercise like this. Okay, it's a really good exercise to warm up with. And I use the George Benson picking technique, so I'm going sideways. But if it's only on a flat wound string. So I really haven't warmed up today, so I just started doing this. I'm supposed to be a practice session. So I'll go to this string. It's a tremolo. I go as fast as I can. And I do loud and soft. Loud. See how I keep my string the pick really close to the string? Yeah, these are Eastman guitars, just so you provide those. And I go across, and I actually play more to the side like this, not straight when I'm using a flat one. I use the George Benson picking technique, but some people have it really angled like that. I don't play that angled, actually. I kind of do it like almost straight, but not quite. So that gives me speed. So, I did a TikTok recently, and I have to actually do a long form video for YouTube. It's on economy picking. So I do a lot of alternate picking. So one of the ways you can get faster picking is do alternate picking. So you should pick down and up or up and down everywhere. So I'm just picking down and up. I'm just playing BS, you know. I'm just going down and up. So that's very common to play down and up. Alternate picking, okay. So sometimes I'll do alternate picking, but then sometimes to make it smoother, I might do a slide like that, or like this. I won't pick every note. So I started doing economy picking, which I didn't realize I did till someone started asking me on TikTok about explaining economy picking. So I actually do a combination of picking and alternate picking and hammers on pull-offs. Then I'll do sweeping to do certain things. Sweeping is actually when you go in the same direction and hit two adjacent strings. So that's a good exercise I'm just doing right now. I just did a major arpeggio, went down in half steps, and went all the same direction. I went down, up, down, up. And if you want to read about this, I did an article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine in the January issue about sweep picking. So that whole lesson in that article in Acoustic Guitar is all about sweep picking and different exercises. You know, so I do a combination of all those things that equate to economy picking. So I basically just do a combination of what I'll try to do it like a jazz thing. Well, I'm just doing a combination of sweeping, hammer-ons, pull-offs, and alternate picking. So I'm just basically just mixing it all up right now. I mean, I'm just playing gibberish right now, but when I'm actually playing, I actually use those techniques all together to play my solos, you know. Dynamics, yeah, that's advanced, man. Thank you. Legato. Yeah, thank you, Schizoid Man. I like all the names you guys have. There's some wild names on TikTok, guys. I won't say the name sometimes. Love your videos. Do you have any exercise to help me understand octave displacement better? Oh, octave displacement. Okay, hold on. I'm going to answer some questions on TikTok. I can forget you guys. Thank you very much for watching. And, please, before I forget, Please follow me if you don't follow me here at Ron Jackson Music on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Man, there's another place. Okay, a bunch of places. so, what was I gonna say? So octave display. I want to make sure you know. So when I'm playing, I think he means like to find your notes for the different octaves. So I mean that takes time. You have to really know your neck. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm going to pick a harder note, like an A flat, you should know how to play them across. See what I'm doing? And figure out every way. Oh, you can't see the tour. I'm going to try to do it here now. So that gets kind of weird there. There's no fret up there. So you should be able to find your octaves from any position. When I see the octaves, I see the scale too, like the A flat major scale. So I see the octave. You should be able to go up the scale and octave. See what I did? Going down the scale. Okay, so that's how I displace octaves. Thank you for asking that question. Joaquin Ruiz. Okay. Someone's asking if they still have trouble learning a minor scale. Now, this, just so you guys know, I mean, I've been working, I still work. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. I know a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of stuff I don't know because if I knew everything, I'd be a computer, a genius. I'm just kidding. So, what I try to do when I'm actually practicing is practice scales that I don't know. So, if you want to learn the minor scale is basically a major scale with a flat 3. So you should know how to change your scales. I have a video about that already. Change your scales from, the mother of all scales is the major. So let's say where the key. I want to change keys all the time now because you don't want to play singing. The key of G. To make it minor, just lower one note. But if you just lower one note, that makes a G melodic minor. So to make a natural minor, you have to know what notes you change. So remember, minor is just a major scale with a flat 3. Now there's a ton of different minor scales, all kinds of minor scales, So any scale with a flat 3. So this so for the key of G, I can do it like a G natural minor. Okay, then I could G harmonic minor. Now all these scales. Play them. What's the word? Play them everywhere you can possibly can. There's the G. So what happens is you have to know what's change. So you have to know your intervals. You have to know the number system. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, back to 8, which is the octave, is the scale. But then you have to know how to change that to natural minor, which is 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 6, flat 7, 1. Then melodic minor is 1, flat 2, 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Okay, now depending on the key, there's different sharps and flats. So you have to know all that stuff. There's a lot involved with music, with theory and all that other stuff to scales. So there's a lot of stuff. So with minor scales, there's a ton of them. You have to work on that. Learn the natural minor. In rock, most musicians use Aeolian actually, which is cool, and it's a great, great scale. So in jazz, we use all kinds of scales. Let me see. Let me look at this. Let me look at some TikTok questions here. Let me say hi to some people. Everybody, please follow me if you're enjoying this. How do you choose chord positions for a song? Oh, okay. So, I mean, guys, let's say I'm playing a jazz song. Let me pick any jazz song. Okay, I've been working on Got a Match by Chick Corea. So the chords go. So, I mean, it's basically D Major 7. So when I'm playing the chord progression, I try to do the chord progression every possible way. Now, this is a really great exercise I learned from Ted Dunbar, a great guitar teacher who taught a lot of great guitar players. So I'll play like this. So I just did it that way, then I would do it here. Then I'll go. So then I would play here. Then I'll go. Then I'll go. So I'm playing every possible finger I can do it. See how many plays I play that same question, that same progression? This is Gotta Match by Chick Corea. Now I'll do it here. I'll go. So you see how many ways I play that progression? That's how you really learn how to play progressions all over the neck. You got to be able to play every possible fingering, and then what you do is whenever you're playing, you'll be able to play it anywhere. So I just did the same progression everywhere on possible way on the neck. And you have to really know your guitar neck and your chords just like that when you're playing. It takes a lot of practice, guys, and it really kicks your butt. But there's so much. The guitars, like well, I see a lot of guitar players. I can tell if you know your neck, because they just basically play in the same area. But you got to be able to play all over the neck and really don't get lost. So of course, you can miss notes here and there. That's normal. If you're playing, it's okay, but you should not really be able to get lost whenever you're playing through chords. So when I'm doing jazz, you have to really know your neck, because this chord's going everywhere, and I have to be able when I'm playing to find on the neck where I'm at without getting lost and know what the chord sounds like. Now let me see some other questions here. Man, there's a ton of messages here, man. Woo! Let me see. Cool. You're so kind to help people out like this. Oh, you're welcome, guys. And if you're, like I said before, someone said I'm too kind to help people like this, but also, it's tough times. If you would like to if you like the content, please donate $1 or more to Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, at Cash App, and PayPal. If you're enjoying this and you're learning a lot of cool stuff, in my impromptu practice session. So I'm not really practicing right now. I'm just showing you how to practice. But I appreciate you guys helping me. And please follow me. That's the most important thing. Share and follow me as well. Share it to your friends. Tell them about me. I want to thank YouTube, guys. You guys at YouTube are great. I got to 11,000 subscribers now in about 3 months. I appreciate it. And YouTube, Instagram and TikTok, almost 25,000. And I appreciate you guys. Let me see. Someone's asking me, does that guitar have low action? This one kind of. My second string has pretty high action. That was playing a minute ago. Now, legato. Do you have any exercises that help understand octave? Okay, someone asked that question. Do you usually play minor scales with a sharp 7? So someone's asking me, I play a minor scale with a sharp 7 sometimes. It just depends. I like to actually, when I'm playing Dorian, I don't play sharp 7, it's a flat 7. So some playing Miles Davis, so what? So that's a Dorian scale. I'm just playing Dorian. There's no major 7 there or sharp 7. But I'll do that to reharmonize. So I'll go, and I'll start using passing tones and all kinds of stuff instead of all Dorian. So I started doing the sharp 7th, well, the raised 7th there, and made it to a harmonic minor scale. So I'm just reharmonizing. Remember, jazz musicians reharmonize all the time. So I feel like making a sharp 7 in the solo, I'll do that. I'll keep it natural 7. Or I'll keep it real straight. I'll do reharmonizations like minor thirds like that up, etc. So yes, I'll raise the 7 sometime. I'm playing blues and I'm just getting to jazz. So when I improvise, let's say over G7, do you play dominant arpeggio or know the notes of the Mixolydian scale? So guys, okay, just so you know, when I'm playing a blues, I do all kinds of stuff. Okay, so that's from Future Lights. Future Lights, I like that name. So on YouTube. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing a blues in B flat. So if I'm playing a B flat chord, so I'll play like the minor pentatonic chords. Now that you should know all 5 fingerings of that. So I don't practice. So what I'm doing is I don't practice that scale because I know it too well. I'll practice harder scales. Okay, so don't practice things that you know already. So when I'm playing, I'll do an arpeggio sometimes. That's one of the things I would do. And I'll do like the dominant scale. See, I'm just making sure that I can play it over the. Yeah, so what I did was like I mixed up the scales right now. Okay, so I did like a dominant arpeggio. I did a minor pentatonic on a blues on a B flat 7 chord. I did the dominant scale. Then also I could do the dominant bebop. I like to use that. So we haven't got to that stuff too much today. So there's a passing tone between. So if I'm playing the dominant bebop scale, the dominant scale, I'll put no extra note. I'll put a passing tone between the 1 and flat 7 we call it. So I like to do that too. So that's another scale I would use. Then I get really fancy. Also doing altered scales and all kinds of and everything like that, you know. So sorry. Am I Lennon Landau? You had a question. So he had a question. He's making all kinds of comments here. Okay. So anyway, so so I'm trying to practice in front of you guys, and there's a lot of questions. But so I mean, I hope you're learning a lot of new stuff today. Let me see what's on TikTok because I have a lot of fans on TikTok who learn a lot of stuff from me. Cool, you're kind to help. Let me see. Let me keep going here. How do you choose chord position? I got that question already. I'm just trying to see who else is up here. Learn major pentatonic, major pentatonic. So everybody, Lydian, Mixolydian, and all that stuff. So when you're doing pentatonic scales, major and minor are related, just so you know. Okay. So I and then you can superimpose like Lydian scales can be made into pentatonic. Any scale can be made into pentatonic scale. Actually, you're gonna find the like the pentatonic scales within within the scales. So some common ones are like let's say I'm playing let's say I'm playing a A major 7. So this is like a pentatonic scale. So I can mix up little. So I'm actually playing a major pentatonic, a type of pentatonic on a major 7th chord, a major 7 where I can get the 9, the 7, the 13, or the 6, the 5, the 3, the 9. It looks like F minor, kind of like so you can have your own pentatonic scales superimposing them and using them in your soloing. A really cool thing to use actually in your soloing. Okay. Questions here. How do you find the best chord positions for a song? I already answered that question. There's a bunch of new questions here too. Oh, no, there's people that joined. So everybody, I appreciate you guys watching. I'm gonna probably finish up in a few minutes because I've been up for an hour. I'm just trying to see if there's any questions. So I'm just, whenever you practice, and I know there's a lot of questions for me to answer. Practice things you don't know how to do. That's the most important thing. Now I learned, I've studied. I went to Berklee College. I've had a lot of great guitar teachers. If you want to learn how to play really and get your practice together, you study with somebody. And I forgot to tell you, if you're enjoying this, I also have a Patreon account, and where you can actually study with me. You can actually get like $3 lessons and less. Let me see if I have that with me. Oh, here it is. So I have a Patreon account. I'm starting to get a lot of patrons. So if you want to get some of these lessons written out that you see on TikTok and Instagram everywhere, and YouTube, go here, sign up for $3. Can you see that? Patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. You can go $3 a month. You get at least one lesson a month written out, and you get a bunch of other stuff. I'm doing a workshop actually on YouTube again this weekend. That's going to be private to my members and students. So my students get like free workshops all the time like this. And I'm trying to do this right now for YouTube because I'm starting to get a lot of followers, and I appreciate you guys. And on TikTok, I don't go live on TikTok as much as I should. So I'm live on TikTok right now, and I appreciate you guys. I have so many great fans over there. Cool. You're so kind. Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking at the new messages here. So let me see what else is here. Yeah. So there's a bunch of questions here. I answered a lot already. Oh yeah. So someone's asking about playing faster. So when I'm playing fast, when you play fast, you just got to learn how to what's the word? Build up speed. And the best way to build up speed is use a metronome. I can't find my phone right now, but I'm trying to find my phone with the metronome, but it's over here somewhere. Anyway, so what I would do is, use a metronome to build up speed. I can find my phone. So look, I use a metronome to see how fast I can play. So when you start playing, like let's say at 150, that's pretty fast. So, well, that's 300. So I'll play, that's 150 half note. So I'll take that. If you can hear this, that's pretty loud. So I'll start playing along like this. I might have to play a little. So what I'm playing is I'm playing at 150. The half note is on 2 and 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 4. So what you gotta do is, to be able to play that fast, I actually, I've been practicing for a long time these tempos, and you have to build up. You have to start really slow. So I'm at 150 right now, half note. And that's like 300. It could be faster. I played people where people played faster, but I build up the speed. I'll play like blues, whatever tune you're playing, jazz tune, whatever, and I would like just start speeding it up one increment at a time. 100, 102, 103, and keep going until you're like at 150. So let me put it at 160 this time, see if I can play. So if I played at 160, that's pretty damn fast. I'll do that. So that's the 2 and 4. But I'm gonna play 1 and 3 this time. So that's pretty fast, actually. 160, that's 320. So I mean, I like to practice those type of things really fast. But I mean, to be able to play that fast, you have to be relaxed. So what I'm doing right now is I'm pretty relaxed, even though I haven't warmed up that much. But usually you have to warm up to get to that tempo to play fast. So that's how you learn how to play fast. You have to build up the speed and be relaxed. You got to lock in with the metronome. Metronome really is a good thing to judge how to play faster. Okay. So thank you, everybody. It's about almost 5 o'clock here Eastern Standard Time in New York. I appreciate you watching, man. So everybody's like, someone just asked one last question about the different modes. I actually have videos about that. So just look on my YouTube about the different modes of the major scale. I'm going to be doing soon, when I have time, all the modes of the melodic minor and the harmonic minor and how you use them in jazz. I'm going to do a long form video in YouTube probably, because in TikTok the 1 minute format is too short for this. Okay. And let me see if there's any other questions here before I go, because I got to take a break. I'm tired from talking. Hey man, can you do what's this Ren and Stimpy theme? I don't know that, man. Sorry. I mean, you know what? I want to take notes later, or send me a direct message about how to do some of these things. DM me some questions that you have, or make comments on my video here. I'm going to leave this up after. Okay, on TikTok you can't leave the videos up, but if there's any questions, please DM me on TikTok after the show. If you want to give some gifts, that would be great too. But it was really fun. I want to show you one more time. You enjoyed this. Oh no, someone else wanted, but I don't know that theme. So guys, if you enjoyed the show, please donate more. If you learn a lot of cool things at my Venmo, Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and PayPal. And I really appreciate you guys. Or you can give me gifts on TikTok. And I'll be doing these live streams again when I practice. Probably in a day or two. So this is practice session number 2. And thank you very much. I'm going to have these these comments here later. And if you have any other questions, please let me know. Okay, have a great day, TikTok, everybody. I can't answer all these questions. I'm going to try to practice by myself next, and I'm gonna put a new post on TikTok today probably too. And I already put a post on YouTube. So thank you, YouTube, for all the 11,000 followers plus now, and everybody on TikTok. Get me to 25,000. Get me to 30,000. Okay, let me see. Let me say bye. Let me say bye before I say bye to everybody on YouTube. I'm just gonna check out some of the questions I had here on my chat. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna just I'm screenshotting some of this. So I'm gonna shot some of these comments to see what people were saying here on YouTube. TikTok. I'll see you guys soon. Okay. I would say, let me. I just see a few more things. Okay, everybody. I'll see you guys soon. Thanks for all the gifts and everything. There were some questions here. Okay. Can you play these chords in order? D, G, and A. D, G, and A. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry I couldn't answer the question. Please show that guy. Play these 3 chords in order. D, G, and A. Okay, that's answered your question. Now I can play that so many different ways. D, D, G, A, D, G, A, D, G, A. So you should be able to play those so many different ways. Those are really basic chords. You should know how to play them in bar chords. Now let me see. Let me get off this. I'm just making a screenshot of all the questions. Yeah. I'm just making some screenshots of all the comments that you guys made, to see if there's anything I want to show you guys later. I appreciate you guys. I got a lot of comments today on YouTube too. So let me say bye to everybody and thank you guys. Have a great day, and we'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. I'm about to say bye on TikTok and now. Okay. Oh wow, I had a lot of viewers on TikTok. And now let me see. Everybody on YouTube, you can watch this after. Okay, I'm gonna have the playback right after this. Okay. So thank you, everybody. It was really fun, and I'll see you guys. Bye bye on YouTube. Bye bye. Jackson. I don't know what's happening with my link. It's not working, and it looks correct. So I'm actually going live public now. So sorry about that, guys. It was kind of weird. I was like, I went live, for my unlisted account on Patreon, and what happened was no one was seeing me, but it was the correct link. I could see it was the correct link, but no one could get on. So. Hey, Umir. Sorry, I always say your name incorrectly. I'm sorry about that, Umir. I just it's such a bad habit. But my great student Umir is going to be is on the show, and I'm going to actually just take questions from people today about anything, any kind of subject on the guitar. I'm going to start off with playing a tune. Just so you know, guys, some of my other students that are that are supposed to be tuned in, I sent an email to. I need to send them. I just need to send them. I don't know if I can even do that now. the correct link, but if they just go to my YouTube channel, they'll see I'm live. Okay, and you guys can ask any question. Okay, good, Dionysios. Where do you live, Dionysios? Uh, in Greece or in America? I have no idea. But let me start by playing a song that I was trying to play earlier. Solo guitar. It's called Del Sasser. And then you can ask me questions about anything you want today. Let me do it on my 7th stream. guys, this is a public Patreon live event just because I couldn't figure out how to why my link wasn't working to do this unlisted lesson today. But so everybody, this is a public lesson, and my goal today is just to take any questions that you have. Yeah, so you know what, that Count Basie ending, Umir, is actually not correct. I heard the correct ending is this one. Like, let me see. So if I'm in the key of F, it would be like this. So that's the correct ending for the Count Basie ending. Okay. So it's like and you gotta play this note. You gotta play this note. You gotta play those notes there. Keep the 6 down there. So that's the correct Count Basie ending, okay? So that last song was called Del Sasser by Sam Jones. I've never really played it as a solo guitar piece. It's kind of like a big band song, okay? And if you look at the music, you know, it's not that easy. This is actually backwards, guys. But that's what Del Sasser looks like. And you know, that's it's a great song. So I was just kind of do solo guitar with that. It's kind of it's not a complicated arrangement if you're playing in a band by yourself. It is. So I'm planning to do that on my show tomorrow night on Sunday Evening Jazz, and do it solo guitar like that because it's one of my favorite songs. Okay. Now, does anybody have any questions so far? Because this is about yes, I'm taking questions today. Yes. So I'm taking questions. I'm gonna make that taking questions. Any question you want. You know, so I'm going to put that in the chat right now. And if you have any questions, please let me know about picking, soloing, practicing, anything you want. Okay. And this was supposed to be a Patreon sponsored live event. You know, only for unlisted. So so Emir, I think that's how you say it. Emery, sorry. Demixi, okay, has a question about tritone substitutions. So you know what? I actually have a long YouTube video about that already posted, but I could talk to you about that now if you want. Let me fill this out first. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to put my Patreon link so you guys have that. Is that correct? Okay. So that's my Patreon link, guys, for this this live event. So tritone substitution is basically the tritone is actually taking the octave and dividing it in half. So let's say I'm playing a C major scale. I'm gonna take my other guitar so you guys can see better because this is a 7-string. Some people can't see this guitar too easily. So let me get my 6-string Eastman out here. Okay. Make sure I'm in tune. So the tritone is actually, if I'm playing a C major scale, okay, I'm gonna go to the F sharp and divide the octave into exactly a sharp 4 or flat 5 over. So that's a tritone. C to F sharp, okay? Then C to F sharp, etc. Okay. Now what's unique about that is, let's say I'm playing in the key of C. Okay, the C major scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Now the 5/7 chord of this key of C is the G7. That's 8 notes away. I mean, 5 notes away from the C, sorry. Okay, so that note is a 5 away. And now, if you play the G7 chord, okay, you get the 1, 3, 5, flat 7, okay. Now, the 3 and 7 are the actually the tritone in that chord, Okay, we call that the tritone because that's actually a flat 5 away from this note. It cuts the octave exactly in half. So that's our tritone, okay? Just so you know. So the tritone is the F and the B, okay, on the G7 chord. Now, when we resolve that, those two notes resolve to the C chord. Now, dominant 7 chords are really strong. They resolve to the next chord usually, like this. F to E and B to C. Now, that's a really strong cadence, okay? Now, the reason why it's called tritone substitution, because I'm using a bass note here of a G and ending on C. Now, that tritone is what we call the flat 7 and the 3, okay? And that is also common with the D flat 7 chord. This is that note. Now, in the D flat 7 chord, that the F becomes, which is the flat 7 on the C, okay? That becomes the third instead of the flat 7 on the G. So that's a third of D flat, and the B is actually the C flat in the D flat 7 chord. Okay, and that's the flat 7 of the D flat 7 chord. So it's actually the same exact notes. Okay, so G and D flat have the same tritone. So when you do a substitution, you're actually substituting the bass, which is G to D flat, and you're resolving. You see that? Okay, see that? So that's a tritone substitution. You can play that anywhere. I would end it like this. So I did a G7 like this and ended on the F chord. I did a G7 to C, or D flat 7, which is a tritone substitution. So you can do that in any key. So the key of F would be C7 to F. So I could do C7, G flat, same chord, same tritone. Okay, so the guitar sounds very distorted. Oh, maybe it's too loud. Sorry about that, Tony. Let me turn it down a little bit. How about now? I'm gonna play softer. Sorry. Is that better? So now I'm actually doing the tritone substitution like that. So that's a very common progression. And just so you know, when you're doing tritone substitution, you can use different scales. So if I'm playing a G7 like this, let me get a different kind of pick here, a lighter pick too for this guitar. So the scale you would use let's say you're doing a C7 to F, C7 to C, G7 to C, like that. So the scale you would use on these G7 is a mixed Lydian or dominant scale. Now, when you get to if you do the tritone substitution, you would have to use a different scale. You have to use a Lydian dominant or a dominant 7 with a raised 4. So this is a D flat 7 scale with a raised 4. So the chord tones are 1, 2, 3, sharp 4 or flat 5, 5, 6, flat 7 to 1. You have to change the scale to play the Lydian. To play the tritone substitution, the chord that you're playing on. And that's based on the melodic minor scale. This is a lot of stuff to learn in like a few minutes, but it's very common, this kind of stuff. Yeah, so sorry, I have a new camera, and the mic is probably stronger, so my guitar might be a little distorted. So I'll turn down a little bit. Okay, good. So that makes sense. Thank you. You're welcome, Emery. How would you implement triads and arpeggios in a song like Autumn Leaves? Oh, that's funny. I'm working on that with my student right now. Who's I don't know if he's watching, but I'm actually I hope he's watching. One of my students is going to watch right now. Let me just check one thing. I got a text because I had a problem trying to get online. Um, anyway, there's something weird with YouTube because someone just sent me a text saying that I streamed 1 day ago, but I haven't streamed a day ago. So this is kind of weird. Anyway, so hopefully people are watching. Oh, there's Sean. Great. Hey, Sean, my students here. So I want to ask a question about how do you do arpeggios in a song like in on Autumn Leaves? That's Dionysios. Okay. No. You're talking about chords, Dionysios, or arpeggios, literally arpeggios. So let's think about that for a second. So I'm working on a song right now with my student Sean, who's up here listening, watching right now. You could do an arpeggio like this. Now, if I'm playing a song like Autumn Leaves, and I'll play the melody. See? So when I'm doing these arpeggios, yes. So you're talking about solos, okay, or chords. Now arpeggios, I'm going to do. If I do an arpeggio working on the song, I would go like this. You can go like this. You can first do the triad, which is. Now I'm doing this in low register, but you should have to be able to play that everywhere. The D7. These are just triads, everybody. So that's 3 notes only. Going through the chord changes, you see. Every possible. So I'm only doing triads right now. Every possible way. You can play through the changes just like that. Okay, and then play triads first, then arpeggios. So triads and arpeggios are basically the same thing, but it depends how you play them, okay? A triad can be played like this or like this. So you could do the triad and then the arpeggio. Now that's a really simplified version because in Autumn Leaves, actually, the chords are 7th chords, so you have longer chords. So I'm going. So you can do 7th chords. I mean, it's hard to do it on a guitar like this, to play them like straight like this. So you have to use closed voicings. No, these are really simple voicings I'm playing right now. But if I'm soloing, you can use triads or you can use 7th chords. You can go through the whole song like this. Now, when you're practicing these kind of exercises, everybody, you need to be able to play these fingerings different ways. So here's like an A minor 7 arpeggio. I'm playing Autumn Leaves in the key of E minor. So the first chord is A minor 7 to D7 to G major 7 to C major 7, etc. So the first chord is A minor 7. So you should be able to do the arpeggio like this. Okay, that's one way. I can play it like this too. In the same octave. See how many ways I play that? Because that's how you really learn how to play the guitar neck, all over the guitar neck. You do it on one string. Oh, sorry. See how many ways I play that? You can even play it on the same string. That's how you really learn your guitar neck. And then I would transpose it up an octave. Well, I'll do it here. See how many ways I just played that? And someone said, Mr. Jackson, play some giant stats for us. You guys are funny. I'll tell you a story. I was taking a workshop with the great Joe Pass years ago when I was in college. and there were like 100 guitar players in the room. And you know what people were saying to him? They were saying, "Mr. Jackson, Mr. Pass, could you play Giant Steps?" And like Mr. Joe Pass said, "You know what? I'm not here to prove anything." I was just laughing my butt off. That was pretty funny, man. Oh yeah. So Dionysios. Oh yeah. So you're in a different key than me. So he's doing Autumn Leaves in the key of G minor. So yeah. So that's the key of G minor. So you just do the same key. You have to do this in every key. So this is Autumn Leaves in the key of G minor. So in a different key. So if you know a song really well, everybody, you have to be able to transpose the song, on the fly. That means like just this key. So I was doing E minor, but now I had to go to G minor because that's the key Dionysios does it in. So if you do the arpeggios, Dionysios, you have to do it in this key too. And then as everywhere. So I just basically just played the arpeggios through that song, okay? And hey, David from Montreal, how you doing? So that's how you actually play through changes. I'm taking questions today in my workshop. It's public because somehow my private link couldn't work for my special guests. So sorry about that, guys. Now, Adam, someone asked me to play some Giant Steps for us. Let me play a little bit. So you can do that way. So that's a little Giant Steps for you. Okay. So Adam, how would you turn these triads into phrases that you would typically hear when improvising? So, okay, that's a good question. So let's say I'm playing through Autumn Leaves, everybody, or Giant Steps. I'm just kidding. So I would actually do this. I would actually, you gotta have to learn how to play different devices in jazz. So one thing I would do if I'm doing an arpeggio, let's say I'm going C minor to F7 to B flat major 7 in Autumn Leaves. I would actually do things. I would do more than just the arpeggio. I could actually do half steps. Now what happens is I'm playing real simple right now, but I would actually start doing passing tones and approach notes like this. I did an approach note. So I'm actually playing a half step below. But it still sounds like an exercise, doesn't it? So what we have to learn with jazz, you have to start learning jazz lines. So, I mean, I can't just play like a half step below or just an arpeggio. I would go like something like this. So what I'm doing is I'm doing a bunch of different things. Like I'll play the note up in thirds or something, or maybe do a passing tone, which is really important in jazz. So I'm passing. I'll be playing between the whole steps. So now I'm starting to use really jazz phrasing. What I'm doing is I'm actually combining the arpeggios with passing tones, thirds, all kinds of different techniques. But I learned all this from learning solos and playing many gigs and using trial and error. So trial and error is basically you're experimenting with different you know, different techniques that you learn from playing on gigs. So I mean, I'll try different scales. I mean, there's so many things you can actually do with jazz, but I use passing tones instead. So if I'm playing on C minor, I can use a Dorian scale, and I have lines that I have worked out too. That means these are lines that I practiced for years and years and years, and I play them. Now, those are things I kind of know from playing for a long time that I know work. So I'm just doing an arpeggio. This is actually a type of 2-5 lick we call it. This is a 2-5 progression, C minor 7 to F7. So I'm actually doing, there's a lot of these licks called a 2-5 lick. You probably heard of it. I'll go. So this is like a type of 2-5 lick that I have worked out in my solo. And I can play it slow. Or I can go. So I'll play it fast. You have to have it worked out at different tempos. You could throw them all in, actually, and just fit them in. You know, I mean, it's just a lot of practice and trial and error. So that's how I approach different arpeggios. Let me see what some of these questions are. There's a lot of questions coming up here. Oh, Ellen's watching. Hey, Ellen. And Alon from Amsalah, Israel. Hi from Israel. Okay, let me see. So let me ask you some questions. So I answered Adam's question. Burke, Mr. Jackson, I have one small question. How can I improve my transcribing by ear? Where should I start? Okay, Barak, Bayaki. You guys have some really difficult names today. What is this? So when you're transcribing, you know, when you do, for a person, first pick a song that, you know, that might have some music so you can figure out at least what the chords are. But if you don't have any chords, you have to, one of the best things to do is actually try to find the note, find the key that you're playing in. Now, if you're doing it by ear, you know, I'm using my computer, unfortunately, today, but I would try to show you. Let me get my phone here. Like, let me get my phone. Let's say I pick a song, any song, like off. Let me just pick any random song right now, guys, and live from you. That let's pick a pop song. Now you could be a jazz song too. Let's say you're trying to transcribe something like a solo. So let me go to YouTube right now and pick like let me see. Let me pick John Coltrane or somebody. I don't know. John Coltrane. So I'm going to try to show you how I start transcribing using my guitar. So John Coltrane, I'll just pick one solo from him, something like anything. I don't want to pick something too easy. None of his stuff is easy, but let's say I pick a song. So I try to find the key I'm in first. You got to do that. You got to find the right note. Okay, so they're playing. Let's pick like John Coltrane, something else, like a song list here. Blue Train. So this is a typical jazz song. So let's say. So he starts his solo off. So I know this is a blues in B flat. So it's in B flat, E flat. So you got to find the right key. So when he starts taking a solo, you got to find the right note that he's playing at the very beginning. Okay, and so that's taking off music. Let me see if I can start the beginning of this. Okay. So he doesn't look good. So there's a lot of licks I know from hearing them. So that lick he just played right now. Let me see if I can go back a little bit. I know it's an E flat 7 chord, so I know what scale he's playing. So that note. So I know that's a second. So you have to know your intervals as well. You know, I mean, I'm trying to cram this into like a few minutes. But this is like a lot of practice, actually, learning how to transcribe. So you got to be able to hear intervals and be able to find them on your instrument if you don't have perfect pitch. And then the whole different story is to be able to write this down. See, I know how to write these things down too. I used to transcribe a lot when I was at Berkeley. So he starts off with like the second of the chord. And you can hear him play that note right now. Let me play it. Do da do do do. You try to sing back. He just did that in his solo, John Coltrane. And you have to pick out every note and try to find them on your instrument and make sure you're in tune and try to find chords, songs with the chords you already know. So at least you know how to find, you could try to find the scale and the key you're in. Now, and just takes a lot of practice and trial and error. Now, none of this stuff is easy. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of hours of practice, and I need to do this stuff still too and practice. So transcribing is a whole world. So you could either write it down or play it back like Wes Montgomery did all of Charlie Christian solos, and Pat Metheny did of all Wes Montgomery solos when he was a kid. So I heard, and so you could actually do that yourself, but you have to. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. Now let me see here. Let me keep going here. Have you ever heard of Maurice Williams and the Zodiacs? I don't know these guys. Sorry. One former member sang at my wedding. Okay, great. I don't know these guys, David. Where are you from, bro? I'm a lefty player. Oh, sorry about that. I'm not a lefty player. Just so you know, I think that YouTube is transmitting me the other way. It should be. I'm a righty, so this is wrong here. So, so just in case you guys, are kind of confused about this, I'm a righty. Okay, so I'm in New York. Okay, so David, just so you know, so let me go down to these questions here. I've been to Montreal, but I've never played at the festival though. I've played up there before, but not at a festival. I played up there with Jay's Blood Ulmer and some other people. I can play rock and some blues. I'm trying to learn some jazz. Cool. You're welcome, Adam. So my last name means a person with a huge beard. Okay. Yeah. Also, Adam asked me if you're transcribing, is slowing down cheating? No. Because if what's really interesting is it's hard to hear the notes when it's going by fast. So it's okay to slow it down. Actually, at the time when I was trying to learn how to transcribe, you couldn't do that. When you slowed it down, everything slowed down, the pitch, everything. But now with digital technology, you can actually slow things down and not even notice that, not even change the pitch. So let me get some water here. So that's a great question. You can do that. Now, hey, Ron, what's your best tip to be able to play? This is from Bert Clifton. What's the best tip to be able to play an interesting improvisation with major modes and not just make it sound like it's up and down the scale? Okay, yeah. So what I was explaining before, let's say let's go to a different key. Let's go to A flat. So if I'm playing an A flat major scale, let's say, because there's 6-7 modes in the major scale. Let's just say you're playing just a major scale. You can do different things. You can run up the scale in seconds. That's just one note at a time. Then you can do thirds. Then you can do thirds as arpeggios. And backwards, etc. You know what I mean? And then you can do sevens. That's 4 notes in thirds. Now you can do this in any mode. And then you could do, there's all kinds of things you could do. You can start using approach notes. Now, I have a bunch of videos on YouTube here with all these different techniques, and one thing you could actually do is you can play approach notes. And approach notes, basically, you approach a chord tone with a note, like half step below or half step above. or 2 steps from below, or 2 steps from above. So if I want to play a half step sequence, I can go up the scale like this. And I'm starting with the first note only, and I'm doing thirds instead. Now I'm just going up, just one note. I could do 2 notes. I mean, you could do so many different things with your imagination too. You just don't have to listen to what I'm saying. You can do the half steps and make up your own half steps. You can go backwards. I could do triads and do that. Now, I mean, we talked about running up and down the scale. Also, you can use fourths, fifths, sixths, sevenths, etc. Go up and down the neck, every key, every possible fingering. Also, what we start using in jazz is a lot of what we call bebop scales. So we use passing tones between the whole steps. Remember the major scale? Let's go to the key of F now. If I played it on one string, between this note and this note is actually a note in between. So we could do passing tones in between. Now the half step, then whole step, whole step. So I'm doing passing tones in between. So when I'm taking solos, I use those scales a lot. I'll go like. And I'm using passing tones and half steps and approach notes, okay? So there's so many techniques you can use to actually not just run your scales up and down. Okay, someone's saying, nice guitar. Yeah, this is actually Eastman TV T49D/V amber guitar that I got from Eastman directly. Now, if you're interested in these kind of guitars, you can actually go to my. I actually have a store on Amazon. I'm an Amazon influencer, and you can check out my guitars on the store there. Where is that? I can't find the sheet right now. Oh, it's this one. You can go to my Amazon store and check out my guitars there. Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and check out my store. And I have a bunch of guitars. There's Eastman guitars, all kinds of stuff. I have to update the store actually. And so let me see this. Let me see this on the question. I'm taking questions today, guys, everybody, and let me know. Yeah, I'm in New York City. It's not cherry red, guys. It's like this is similar to an ES-175, a Gibson. Okay, just so you guys know. Let me see. Any other questions that you want to? Maurice Williams wrote "Little Darlin'." Oh wow, okay, cool. Okay, so Dionysios asks, can you explain the 2/5 and what the meaning behind it? Okay, so the 2/5. So let's say you're in the key of G this time. So the one chord, or the one chord in this case is a 1 major 7, a G major 7. Then the 6 is E minor 7, and the 2 is A minor 7 to the 5/7. In this case, so it's A minor 7 to D7. Okay. So this is called the 2/5 right here, because that's the in the scale. It's the second degree. So it's 1, 2, A minor in this key. 3, 4, 5 is the D7. So 2/5s are very common chords because they resolve. They can resolve back to the 1, or they can just stay there. So what we do is we usually do these 2/5 phrases. So they can be arpeggios that do the chord like this: A minor arpeggio, A minor 7 arpeggio, to D7 arpeggio. And now if I'm going 2/5 and it goes back to 1, I'd have to resolve that lick. So that's called a 2/5 lick. So that's a lick that you would use on these kind of progressions like this. This is a really basic lick too. I'm only playing like arpeggios. And you know, and they go every 2 beats. 1, 2, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3. Now that's a great lick. If you don't know how to play over that chord progression, you could just play that everywhere. Every fingering. So I'm just experimenting how to play that lick. So that's called a 2-5 lick, and that's a very common phrase to see in jazz, to play in jazz. So when I'm playing, I'll go like everywhere. I have a bunch of these 2-5 licks. Oh, this one. See, I just did a bunch of the 2-5 licks. Now, 2-5 licks are very important because if you're playing through a song, the song will have a lot of 2-5 chord progressions in them. You know, let's say this. I mean, you know, like I Got Rhythm has a lot of 2-5s. So I'm doing D minor 7, D minor 7, G7, C minor 7. So I'll just run a lick like that, like this. Etc. You know, it's just a really easy lick to get through the changes, and that's used on a 2-5 progression. So I'll mix those licks up like this. So I'm just doing a bunch of 2-5 licks through that quick progression like this. So that's what the 2-5 is. So okay, any other questions, people? Let me see. I see some more lessons. I see some more questions. Oh, so someone's asking about 7-string comping. Can you play Take 5? Okay, there's a few questions here. Similar guitar to a Gretsch. Yeah. So let me take a little sip of my coffee. So what gauge strings do I use? So this is actually this guitar. You know, can't really take heavy strings, so I have 12s on here. You know, it depends on the guitar. I have my 7-string. I have, just so you guys are always scared when I say this, I have 14s on top. I call that the man string. So these are 14. So when I play that guitar, I use a thinner pick. On this one, I use a heavy pick because the strings are heavier. So these are 14 on top and 79 for the 7-string. Okay. And I can bend these. So I can bend these strings too, actually. So, you know, I'm actually used to playing heavier strings than lighter ones. The lighter ones are too light to me. And my action has to be a little bit higher because, you know, guitars aren't meant to be played with low action, actually, and really thin strings. You're supposed to have heavier strings. One of my guitar teachers, one of my mentors, you know, who passed away about 10 years ago, named Alvin Sparks, he suggested that I switch from 13s to 14s, you know, and people like George Benson use those kind of heavier strings. You know, you don't because when you play thinner strings, you sacrifice sound. Okay, so it's important to you know, be able to do that. You know, to be able to switch between those kinds of sounds. So let me go to the next one. Play Take 5. Oh yeah. Okay, I haven't played that in a long time. Now, Now the sound of this neck pickup is amazing. Oh, thank you. Hold on. Oh yeah, these are Seymour Duncan pickups. I actually have an endorsement with Seymour Duncan. So this is a Benedetto 7-string pickup that's made by Seymour Duncan. And these come stock on here, but I actually have a Seymour Duncan endorsement, and I have a ton of their pickups on all my guitars. So this is a great sounding pickup. These cost about $200, I think. And these probably 150. I'm not quite sure. I didn't pay for them. But they're great pickups. Okay. Oh, now someone has questions about finger picking. Oh, 7-string comping, before I forget. Adam asked about any 7-string comping. Are there any shell voicings you would like to use? So, Adam, the best thing to do is if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I'm gonna write this in right now. It's on my page here. I have like a couple lessons that cost $2, etc. That have different that have typical voicings. But when you're doing 7-string, I'm using a low A, so because that's the way George Van Epps and I studied with Bucky Pizzarelli. That's how George Van Epps tuned his guitar. So I have some exercises that cost a couple dollars on my website that are downloadable printables, and all the basic open string chords like this, like a C with a low C, A minor. Now when you're using a 7-string, I like to make sure I use the 7-string as much as I can in the voicing. I'll go like this. So that's a common voicing for a C bar chord, 3rd fret. A form, it's a cage system like this. C minor, major 7th, minor 7, minor 6, minor 7 flat 5s, diminished. See that? So these are very common chords like that with the 7-string, and you can use them as bass notes too. Like, let's say I'm playing a C F chord, and I want to play like a low note, like a. I could do little things like that. Put the inversions on the 7-string. So I have a bunch of those exercises and comping things on my website if you want to learn more about that. Okay, on the 7-string. If you want to study with me too as well. Now finger picking. Finger picking is really good. Let's say, I just released a video last night, a live video about finger, picking styles. So I use a bunch of picking styles. I use alternate picking, so which is down and up, and I use a George Benson picking technique where I'm kind of slightly turning my wrist up this way. Okay, so you can pick the string straight like this, or slightly up like this at an angle, or this angle, more like Pat Metheny does and some other people I know. So I go like this, okay, and I pick up the up angle. Okay, now I like to use hybrid picking, which is I use my pick and my fingers, so, especially when I'm comping or doing some kind of like bossa nova rhythm. Or when I'm walking a bass line. So, and I'm also doing tapping with my fingers. So then when I do fingerstyle, one good way to learn fingerstyle guitar playing is study classical. I used to study classical guitar. Little exercises. I'm using my 7-string right now. Now, when I do fingerstyle, There's all kinds of exercises in these classical books, different. I mean, so you have to practice these exercises and then learn how to use them in songs. There's tons of ways to actually fingerstyle guitar pick, and that's just classical. And you could do like little, more like Chet Atkins kind of stuff like I do. So that's more fingerstyle playing. Like there's a Travis picking style and all that kind of stuff that I need to be more familiar with myself. I need to practice. So there's all kinds of stuff you can do with finger picking. And you can do, if you're doing classical, you use your nails. So that's a whole different world too. And flamenco and all that other stuff. One of my good friends who's a great flamenco guitar player, he super glues his fingernails so they don't break and all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's a whole different world that I don't want to get into because too much effort to keep your nails up. Let me see some other questions here. Have you ever played any metal music? I played a little bit of metal music, and I love that stuff actually. But I've never really tried to use it. I like the progressive rock guys like Toshi Nabatsu. He's a bad dude. Now, I'm trying to get people to play 7-string. So if you want to learn about 7-string, let me know. Also, if you want to get the chords, someone's reminding me about something here. Let me get this book. I have this book right here that I saw on my website that is through my Acoustic Guitar magazine. I write for them, and it's called Chords at Your Fingertips. It's all Hal Leonard. And you can pick up that book on my website at www.ronjacksonmusic. I'll send you an autographed copy. And all kinds of stuff about chords, about bass lines that I did in here. There's some great writers in here too that did the book with me. That are in there too. Like Adam Levy and Sean McGowan. It's a really great book, and it comes with audio and everything, and you can learn how to play all kinds of bass lines and chords and stuff. Now let me see. The man string. Yep. Yeah, the man string, guys. Oh, someone's asking me, well, Biryani from Pakistan. Yes. Biryani. Now let me see. Someone just asked me, DNS said, have you played 13? I used to play 13s. I actually have a pack here. So the strings I use right now are these, guys. These are jazz tapes. You see they're 13, and they're 14 to 79 for my guitar, for my 7-string. Then when I deal with Elixir, and Elixir, these are the 7-string light. These are 10s. I use them on my solid body 7-string PRS. I have the 11s actually too, and I have these other strings too. Let me see. I use the George Benson ones from Tomastic. I have a deal with these guys too. I have an endorsement with Tomastic, and they give me the George Benson ones. Now the George Benson strings are great. These are flat wounds. These are 14 on top. The man string. and these are pretty thick strings, but this is what George uses. That's why he has that great sound. He has those nice thick strings. So these are 14 to 55 flat wounds. Nickel flat wound, it says. They're great strings, but I use them on, that's just for my 6-string guitar. But I don't have a big 6-string box like I used to. I used to have a big Gibson L5, but I don't have one now. I sold it. But I use primarily a 7th string like this. So those are the strings I use. Let me see. Now, let me see. There's some other questions here. Let me keep going down here. You're welcome. Alon. That's what this workshop's about. If you really enjoy what I'm doing, please definitely let me show you a couple of my signs here before I finish. This is a Patreon only workshop, and let me show you my little sign here. So this is sponsored by my Patreon account. If you like this, please definitely join my Patreon account, which is at www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and you get lessons like that. For $3 a month, you get like one lesson, and for $9, you get like 3 or 4 lessons a month for free, and you get the workshops and stuff like that, and all kinds of other cool things. And Here's the thing. If you some of the stuff I talk about, the picking exercises, chords, all of that's on my website, and it's sold on as sheet music for a couple of dollars. If you want to pick up those things, it's all on here on the link. I'm going to put that at the end. Okay. Now, polishing strings. So someone's asking me, play some nice old American blues for us. Okay, someone asked me to play some nice old American blues. Let me see. Let me try something. Oh, too many jazz licks. So that's a little bit of blues. Now, yeah, so some arpeggios with sweeping licks. Oh, sure. So like you could do things like this. You could do things like that. Sweeping arpeggio licks like this. Or the. So I'm doing a half step below these arpeggios. Someone was asking about doing sweeping arpeggios with approach notes. With an approach note below, you go like this. I'll take like a B minor arpeggio and go down the scale in the key of let's do the key of D. Change the keys up. So I can go like this. G. I'll go from the G down the scale like this. I can go like this. So I'm going half step below. So I gotta do it slow. See what I'm doing? I'm trying to play in the same string and go up and down the neck. Now you can try to go across too, like this. So I'm doing half step. So I'm going sweeping up and sweeping back down. Etc. So that's the type of sweeping lick you can do. What do you think of John Mayer? My first chord I learned by watching was E minor, A minor, G. Played it for 3 hours. Okay, that's great to know. So, everybody, I was answering a lot of questions here. So just so you know, thank you for watching. This was actually a Patreon only video that was supposed to be for only my patrons. But someone's asking about what in the wee small hour morning, John Mayer, Dave Letterman, most underrated performance. Okay, that's great to know, Durya. So can you do some Chuck Berry things? Oh yeah, of course I can. I used to play Chuck Berry. Let me see. So yes, I can play some Chuck Berry. I can play a lot of stuff, but I just play mostly. When I get paid to do other stuff, I'll play it. But most of the stuff I do my jazz stuff. And if you guys are enjoying this, please definitely follow me everywhere. Follow me on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, um, Twitter. I mean, I'm everywhere. Facebook. It's Ron Jackson Music is my tag. Please play some John Mayer if you know. I don't know any John Mayer tunes, unfortunately. Um, sorry. I should learn his stuff. I love John Mayer. Wes Montgomery thing to give us a kick. Oh, Wes Montgomery. They call me Les Montgomery, guys. Also, guys, if you're enjoying the show, I mean, I'll have this on my YouTube. But if you want to donate $1 or more, that would be great. To my PayPal, Ron Jackson Music. If you want to give a small donation for what you saw today, at Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, and Zelle is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. So if you're enjoying this and you learn a lot of cool tips, please send a donation. Thank you. And I'll put that in my comments after. So let me see. Oh, you're making a Patreon. That's great. Great. It's a great thing. I'm getting a bunch of patrons now. I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate you guys watching. And so I'm going to put this on my comments right now. And then I'm going to play you one more song, guys. We're going to play a little Wes Montgomery. I got to go and eat lunch now. So I'm going to send you this little comment here. So my PayPal, Venmo, Cash App is Ron Jackson Music. So you have that. So let me play you a little bit of Wes Montgomery. Someone wanted to play something like that. Let me try it on my 7 string. This should be interesting. 7 string. Okay. So everybody, thank you very much for watching. So that was my Patreon only live lesson that I had to make public because we had a problem with the link. So thank you for watching. Thank you, Deborah, for sending something on PayPal, at Ron Jackson Music. And remember to please follow me if you want to donate or anything, or join my Patreon or pick up my books. My latest album is right here. I'm about to record another album soon. And, you can pick that up on my website too, Ron Jackson Music. at www.ronjacksonmusic.com. And this was a great record. It had great reviews on Downbeat, and I had I was featured in Jazz Times with this album, Standards and Other Songs. I'm going to be doing another album very soon. And, so please follow me. Everything's on my website. If you want to get sheet music or if you want to study with me. Thank you for watching, everybody, and let's keep in touch. And you can watch this live stream after it's going to be replaying. And and someone said play some fast arpeggios. Let me see. I'll play some fast arpeggios real quick on the 7th string. Oh, let me see. Watch this. Now a fast arpeggio. I'll do this. I'll do a sweep picking thing. Hold on, real quick. I got to eat too. Let me see. So a real fast one I could do is like this one. Okay, that's crazy. Do you have any printed lessons you want to learn on your own? Oh, yes. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have printed lessons over there. ronjacksonmusic.com. Let me write that in. ronjacksonmusic.com, and go under the store, and you can get printed lessons if you want to learn anything about that. Okay, about some of these things I'm showing you right now. 40 ounces of polyphony. There's so many songs I need to learn. Drew Roof. I can never say your name. Everybody has hard names today. Sweep picking is crazy. I've been working on sweep picking. I still need to work on that stuff. But we can talk more about that. I need to practice. It's kind of weird on the 7th string. So I'm actually just doing a lot of sweeping stuff. Oh, Drew, thank you. I was transcribing your song, Mr. Evans. I was trying to figure out some of the theory behind it. Oh, wow, thank you. Kobe was transcribing something off one of these albums right here. I got this album right here. He was transcribing something off my Dream I Had record. And that song was dedicated. The song he's talking about is called To Mr. Evans. And that song, I've got a, if you want to email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, I could talk to you about the harmony. It's been a while since I've looked at that song. It's been a while. I wrote that song quite a while ago. So that's a great little song. And it was actually some of the harmonies that Bill Evans used in his piano playing, because he was one of my first heroes when I started getting to jazz when I was at Berkeley when I was about 18 years old. So, we could talk more about that later. But that's a great question. Thank you, Drew. I'll check that out. There's so many things to check out. I'm going to screenshot some of these comments and questions. And, I don't know if I got to everybody, but I tried to get to everybody as possibly can. So thank you, everybody. Is there any last questions before I leave? Because I'm going to take some screenshots right now. Yeah, send an email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Okay. Yes. No problem. I'm overloaded now. I'm so hungry now after talking to you guys for all this time. I've been on here for over an hour now. And, again, thank you. Thanks for for watching. Please support me. Support artists who are stuck inside right now until the pandemic's over. And, and follow me everywhere. Share my stuff with all your friends. Okay. Tell your friends to go to my website, check out my music, join my Patreon, and send a donation at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. And that's it, and I appreciate you guys. And, I hope I'm helping you somehow. I got to practice the stuff I'm showing you too, because I need to practice. I still have a lot of work to do, and I feel like I don't practice enough these days. So I'm going to be working on a new album, everybody, and you can look on the link here. Miss Biker Chick just put up like my printables for some of my lessons. I started posting all that stuff. It's available on Instagram and Facebook and on my website. It kind of cross posts all that stuff. So there's a lot of stuff. The most important thing, it's great to watch me do these videos, but the best thing to do is have a real teacher, like I've had. Always have a real teacher to show you what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong and what you can improve. And also, always record yourself, because the recording yourself, videotaping, or you're recording in the studio or at home, the tape never lies. So when you listen to yourself back, you can hear everything that's wrong, right, and where you can improve. Okay. So thank you very much for watching me. Let's keep in touch, and I really appreciate you guys. And I'll be doing more lives. I'll be doing live, 2 or 3 or 4 times a week on YouTube, particularly, because I need to do that more. Are you learning right now, taking lessons, Ron? Oh, yeah. So just so you guys know, yes, I'm taking lessons with a drummer. So about rhythms. Okay, so he's having me sing, tapping my foot in different ways, singing each beat, and subdividing them into 1 and 2 and 3 and, or 1 and 2 and 3, or 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and while I'm playing. So I'm really trying to get my rhythm together, which I feel like I need to work on the most. So there's a lot of stuff to work on, man. It's never ending. So keep in touch. Tomorrow night I have my show called Sunday Evening Jazz on Instagram. That's live, and I have a couple of great special guests. No, I'm not. Tomorrow night, sorry, it's solo 7-string guitar on Sunday Evening Jazz. So check me out on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. And if you have any questions, please email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And you could reach me on Instagram everywhere at the same places. Okay, and we'll see you guys soon. Okay, thank you, and have a great day. And no problem, guys. It was really fun. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. So everybody asks me, how do you do chord melody? For example, there's so many ways to do chord melody. The most important thing to know is how the melody works against the chords. So the song I just played for you was called Love Walked In, and the melody is basically chord tones or arpeggio notes. So all I did was arpeggiate the chord. So that's one technique of chord melody in jazz, arpeggios. Little warm up.
What's that? I'm coming from the other fork. I live on the North Fork, yeah. Yes, indeed. So I take the ferry boat.
Known as the other fork. Ferry?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
You know, to drive around is like an hour and 15, 20 minutes each way. So, take the ferry. It costs a couple ducats, but it's okay. It's a nice, you know.
This is one of my favorite songs. One, two, three, four. Thank you. One of my favorite songs.
right, all right. How about it for the band? How about Mr. Jackson? Beautiful, beautiful.
Hey, I'm going live right now. Hello, hey everybody. It's Ron Jackson, and actually I'm getting ready to. I see two people already up here. I'm just gonna adjust the camera and make sure everything's get ready to go. And let me get my music out. But you know, we have 5 minutes before the live stream starts, so I'm just testing the mic to see, because I'm actually going to be using a mic, a new setup today with a better camera and a better sensitive mic. I'll put some more light on here to see if you can see me good. I'm going to be using my GoPro as well to go live. Let me say something here for everybody. So if you have any questions, you know, please ask me. Please send in chat. Okay. Let me put the GoPro on here. So I met a lot of you on Instagram, and I'm going to be going on in about a few minutes. I'm just testing everything. I'll be filming. If you need any music, need tabs, etc. The music, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I see two people up here already. I'd like to thank all my guests and everybody from Instagram, all the new people I'm meeting. Let me get that out here. We just test out this guitar. I'm going to be using two guitars today because some people don't understand. I play 7-string guitar too, and a lot of people don't understand the 7-string. So I'm going to make sure I play that a lot. Let me move the camera back a little bit so you can see me better. So I'm using a mic and I'm using my amp, my Bulgaria. I just got a new Celestion speaker. So now you can actually hear the amp now. So you see me play this a lot on videos. Okay. I'm going to turn the amp up a little bit. So I'm using a different mic. So we're going to be going over melodic minor today, just so you know. This guitar that you see me play is actually a cool guitar that I got. I'm going to adjust the camera a little bit more, move it back a little bit. Uh-oh, let me fix this. I'm still haven't quite started yet. I'm just going to move the camera back a little bit and tilt it forward a little bit so you can see the guitar. I have a new camera, and I want to make sure you see me really well. Oops. Hold on, let me turn this a little bit and turn it down. Okay. And put this down a little bit. I hit something by accident here. So make sure you can see me good. Oh, that's much better. So let me put this back on. So I see people up here already, and thanks for watching. So we're going to be going over the melodic minor today. So I like to use a melodic minor for certain things. For a lot of things, actually. And it's an advanced jazz scale. But if you have any other questions, please send it through Instagram chat. Okay? And so you're going to hear the guitar acoustically. and through my amp. Listen to this. This is the guitar acoustic. Because I'm actually speaking through the same mic. So let me give you an example of how to use the melodic minor. So I'm going to be playing like an improvisational solo. And I'm going to throw some melodic minor in there so you could see how it's actually used in jazz or in general. Okay, let me see. So what I'm doing basically right now is I'm actually just doing a 1-6-2-5 in E flat, okay? And I'm just changing everything into melodic minor. Now, everybody asks me, why melodic minor? They have a hard enough time with a major scale. You should know your major scale really well before you get into melodic minor, okay? And to get into melodic minor, the first thing you should know is all your major scales and every key and every possible fingering. So I actually have these exercises, 8 fingerings. I'm going to write this out for you. 8 fingerings of the major scale. In C, okay? And you should know that all over the fingerboard. You should know that all over the fingerboard already. So, like the C major scale is like, the major scale is the mother of all scales. So you should be able to play it all over the neck. All the way up across. Everywhere, you know. I mean, see. So I'm playing it everywhere, but the point is, you should know that already before you get into playing melodic minor scale, because the melodic minor scale is basically a C major scale with a lower third. So I'm just going to take the same scale. I'm just going to lower the third note, C, D to E flat, which is 1, 2, flat, 3, 4, etc. Etc. You know, I'm playing every possible finger. Not only the key of C, that should be much easier than going to, let's say, D, A flat. Okay, so what I'm doing is I went to A flat melodic minor. So you should know the A flat major scale. You should know all the possible, all the accidentals for those keys. You should definitely know all that stuff really well. Okay, and then so the point is to really know every possible fingering, and then let me see who else is up here. There's some other people checking in soon here. Okay, so the next part is getting to the next level of learning how to play the melodic minor scale. So just so you know, this is weird, but I know people on my Patreon account that they melodic minor actually won the the contest, because I was going to talk about harmonic minor, melodic minor, and sweep picking. Now, I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and actually in the March-April issue, I'm going to be I'm actually writing a weekly workout on melodic minor and harmonic minor. So it's good that we're going over this, and then you can go to the article, or you can get information from me directly about these scales. So the hard part about the melodic minor is not to play it up the scale. Okay, it is to actually to know how to use it and when to use it. I mean, it's just a scale. Now, a lot of people play jazz, and they want to learn how to play jazz, but jazz is a language you have to learn, and then you have to learn lines. Then you have to take these scales and learn how to actually play them in a way where it sounds musical. Okay, so first you should learn how to play these scales like I'm doing, up the scale, every possible way. See how many ways I played that same line? That's how you really master the guitar. I mean, that's another whole subject. How many ways did I play that? I'm only in the key of C, so you can play the same line with different fingerings in the same register on guitar. That's another thing you have to learn how to master. Now, the next thing to do is learn about in melodic minor, the chords in melodic minor. So the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to go up the scale. You can follow with me too if you can play. If you have a guitar, you should be practicing like this, not just looking at me. Because you know what? One thing I learned when I was at Berkeley is, in general, even with students I teach, is that you don't practice. You don't practice your theory or anything. You play it on your instrument. So I call it practicing your theory, practical. It's really practical if you take your theory and all this stuff I'm learning and try to actually play it on the guitar. It does you no good, to know it if you can't even play it. That's how I look at it, So you have to apply this. I call it applying your theory, applicable theory or practical theory. So the next thing to do, let me get something to drink here, is to go up the scale in thirds. So I'm going to skip a note. Go to C, to E flat, okay? And we're going to go up the scale just like that. Now you should be able to do that in melodic minor, any scale. Skipping every 3 notes. Now you notice I'm not playing in the same position. I can stay on the same string. Etc. Okay, you should be able to play everything in thirds, every possible finger in every position. It's going to take you hours to learn, but that's how you really master your instrument. Now, the next thing we're going to do with the melodic minor, okay, you should be able to do everything in thirds up the scale, okay? So, you got to also be conscious about the intervals when you're going up these scales to know about these, because we're going to be making chords. So this is a minor third, flat 3, minor third, major third, diminished, major, major, diminished, diminished. Okay, now we're going to go up in thirds. Like this, 3 notes at a time. So we're going to make actually triads now. So the thing that's going to be hard for you to learn now is you got to learn what the diatonic triads are in melodic minor. Now, just so you know, I forgot to mention this. Please send some questions if you have any, please. I don't see anybody sending any questions yet. Send the questions on chat right here that I have. The chat is open. It's live. And let me check something, make sure everything's saying is okay. Yeah, the chat is live. So please, please send a chat if you can. Okay. Let me see this. Just making sure that that it's up. Okay. Please ask me some questions so we can interact. So I'm going to go up the scale right now, and it's going to be the first chord is going to be actually C minor, then D minor. Okay, D minor triad, and then it's going to be augmented. Okay, then major, and then diminished, then minor again. So this is a C minor. Now, the reason why I didn't say the chord symbols is because you're going to have to do this in any key. So, you have to know the intervals without the names of the chords, because you should be able to play this in every key, So if I did an A flat minor, okay, that would be minor, and then, okay, and then minor again. Okay, then augmented, so it's going to be A flat minor, B flat minor, then C flat augmented, okay, etc. So in the key of C, it's easier for everybody in general. So we're going to go, it's going to be C minor, D minor, E augmented, F major, G major, A diminished, B diminished, C minor. So I'm only doing it in that position, but you should be able to play that everywhere. See what I did? I changed position. Etc. Now, so we just did the arpeggio, okay, up the scale. You should memorize this sequence, minor, minor, augmented, major, major, diminished, diminished, okay, going up the scale. Now, the next thing you have to do is be able to play these as chords. So, on the guitar, it's fairly simple. We're going to actually play it as thirds, because thirds are easy to play across 3 strings on the guitar in general. So we're going to go C minor. So for people who joined us, this is the melodic minor. We're going to go C minor, D minor, E augmented, F, G. These are triads when I say that, okay, just major triads. And then A diminished, then B diminished, then C. Okay, you should be able to play that up and down there. See what I did? Any possible fingering. See that? Keep going up the neck. See what I did? Okay, so those are all the triads for melodic minor. Now, these are very important when you want to write and play and be able to play these keys right now. Remember, for people who just came in, that you have to know your major modes and all the triads as well, okay? And we might get into harmonic minor today, but it might be a little bit too much for everybody. But if you can read about that in my next article on Acoustic Guitar Magazine coming up soon. And so the next thing we're going to do is actually work on the 7th chords going up, okay? So we're going to actually take the arpeggio. Now remember, to be able to play arpeggios everywhere. In thirds, we're going to put up another arpeggio, okay? We're going to go, we're going to put an extra note in there, okay? And go up the scale. This gets tricky. Oops, made a mistake there. So that's actually C, minor major 7. Okay, now this gets to a whole different level. Now, D minor 7, then E minor major 7, then F7, then G7. Now we're going to get to A minor 7, flat 5, and then B minor 7 flat. Then C minor major 7th again. So you should be able to play that all in position, for example. Let's start here. Give myself a challenge. Now do it here. Any possible fingering. You see that? Then go up. Then So you have to be able to play that. Now that's just going up the scale. You should be able to do the same things you do in major now. You have to be able to go. So that's tricky to do, actually, to do a pattern like that in melodic minor. So I'm going up in thirds, up one chord, then going backwards. So I'm going up to C melodic minor, and then backwards on the D minor, then going up on the E major, E flat major, 7 sharp 5. Okay, then backwards on the F dominant. Now I hope I'm not getting too many people right with this. Okay, so those are the arpeggios. Now you're gonna have to learn the chords as chords. The best way to play that is to use a drop 2 voicing, because we can't play the chords. I can myself. You can play them in thirds. Watch this. You have to do a lot of stretching. Okay. Then I'm doing G dominant, minor major. Now, I knew a guitar player here in New York City who was actually from St. Petersburg, Russia. He'd always play his chords like that. He'd be playing chords like that. I'd be like, oh, I would have pain watching him. So you can actually play the guitar in thirds like that, but it's much harder than a piano. Okay, that's an F7 chord if you want to play it like that. Okay. Now this guitar is a little easier physically for me to play than my 7-string guitar, which I'll show you in a minute if you have any questions about that. Now, are there any questions? Please send me something. Everybody, I know you're watching, but you got to send me a question if you have any questions about this. If it's way over your head, just let me know. I'll also be taking questions about anything else, picking, technique, anything you want. I just woke up, so I'm still getting used to teaching this early. Okay, so another way to play this is to use a drop 2. So, well, actually raise. I'm going to raise the second. Okay, this is a drop 2 voicing right now. I'm going to play the C minor major 7 like this instead. It's easier. Okay, and then I'm going to go C minor major 7 like this, then D minor 7, excuse me, E flat major 7 sharp 5, or augmented they call it. F7, you can do it that way. G7, A minor 7 flat 5, B minor 7 flat 5, then C minor major 7. Okay, so that's another thing. Oh, there's all the chats, man. They're all coming up right now. Why are they delayed like that? Jerry. Okay, cool. So, okay, fellow Berkeley alumni is here too. I have a guitar in hand. Good. Jerry, what's a good way to mix melodic minor and blues licks with blues licks? Interesting. Oh, interesting. That's a great question. So Jerry has a question. How do you mix melodic minor with blues licks? So let's say, okay, let's play blues in B flat. Just a different key because I'm always in C for most of my students. So if we're playing a blues, like, okay, one good way to mix melodic minor is to make the blues scale like a B flat melodic minor. I mean a B flat, minor pentatonic scale. Okay, and then I could actually make that into an altered chord. So we didn't get to this part yet. The uses for the melodic minor. I've just been showing you the scale, but I use melodic minor for different improvisational settings. So for example, if I'm playing over a B flat dominant chord or any chord, now that implies going to an E flat. It's like a 5/7 of the E flat. So I might use altered. So if I'm, instead of playing like just a regular blues scale with passing tones, little notes in between. Let me turn that a little bit. I'll I'll start using B melodic minor, which makes altered. So basically, it would imply a B flat 7 with a flat 9 and a natural 13, or a sharp 9. Okay, of those variations, or sharp 11. That's another one. Sharp 11, flat 9 with a sharp 9, etc. So I'm going to play B melodic minor starting on the 7th degree. So that means B, C sharp, D, E, okay, F sharp, A flat to B flat. So that's the same scale, but I'm starting on the 7th degree. So I'm going to go from the 7th degree of that melodic minor, which is actually A sharp or B flat. So we'll go. So that's a B melodic minor, but starting on the 7th degree to play over that scale. So that's called altered. I think another name for that is called superloquial. So that's how I put it in the blues. So I'd make that into an altered chord. You hear modern players do that all the time, like John Scofield, you know. So you got to know how to use that sparingly. Okay, so that's a good question. Oh, Ragul, hey, Ragul, I like that name. From Iceland, I saw that. What's a good way to play a mixed melodic? Okay, another thing you can do on blues actually is if you're playing a dominant 7th chord, let's go to a different key. Let's go to G. I want to change keys because I'm sick of playing different keys. So G. So you're playing a blues. Now remember, on a blues, you can actually use also mixolydian. Okay. Now what I like to do to use melodic minor, I like to raise the 4. So it goes G, A, B, C, D. Okay, that's mixolydian, but I'm going to raise the 4. So that implies a G7 with a flat 5 or sharp 11, 13, etc. Okay, and that actually comes from a D melodic minor, but you're starting on the G instead. Okay, so what I did was I just raised the 4. So it's called the Lydian dominant, that scale. Okay, so let me write these scales down. So you have the altered scale, altered scale. Okay, I'm writing these down for you guys so you can see them. Okay, and then you have the Lydian dominant, we call it, or mixolydian flat 5 or sharp 4, Lydian dominant. Now you have to know what these are before you have to know what the dominant is. The dominant is the same thing as actually a mixolydian scale. You have to know your major modes before you get to this stuff because this is advanced. And we haven't even talked about harmonic minor yet. Okay, so Lydian dominant is called, it's like a Lydian scale with a flat 7, you can call that, or you can call it a dominant scale with a sharp 4. So hard for me to follow. It would be helpful to have tab exercises you just showed. I've got some, but surely will not be able to reproduce from memory. Yeah, I'll get that to you, Dave. Dave is actually, let me tell this. Thanks, Dave. So Dave was asking you about memorizing this. Yeah, this is on my Patreon account, everybody. And I gave some. I'll send that to you. I'll send him some stuff to you. Now Dave is actually a Patreon, so he gets lessons from me, free because he pays a monthly fee. So so you know, I'm going to be selling these lessons about melodic minor, etc., for $1.99 or more. So just DM me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com to get the physical copy if you're not a Patreon. So let me see. There's some other questions. So I'll get that to you, Dave, when I get a chance. Okay, some lessons, and I'll try to put it on Patreon actually. So are these things in tabs? Yeah, Amura. Yeah, these are in tabs, and I sell these things in tabs. So for $1.99. So I sell these. You see, I'm gonna write these down. Sell these for $1.99 and up. Okay, and up on tabs. In tabs. Now, everybody, guitar players, just so you know, you should know these things by heart, okay? And you should learn how to read. Not use tabs. A lot of guitar players are using tabs these days, and those are one of the basic things I want guitar players to get out of is learning how to use tabs. You should know you should know where your notes are, and then tabs do you no good if you don't know what it even sounds like. So that's the problem with tabs that I have. I'm a real I don't want to say traditionalist, but a modern guitar player knows how to read anything. I can read tabs, but also I can read notes without any tabs. And so this is a good way to do that. Let me see. This is another question. In E flat augmented seventh, in E flat with an augmented seventh. Oh no. So Jerry's asking if the E flat augmented it's an E flat major augmented seventh. I'm playing. Okay. So that's actually a minor major seventh. Is a minor chord actually. So here's a minor major seventh on an E flat right now. E flat minor major seventh. Okay, so you have the 1, flat 3, 5, and major 7. Okay, so before we get into that, you should know how to change your chords into jazz chords. I call them. I have these things on TikTok at Ron Jackson Music as well, and I have a lot of these 1-minute lessons. So you should be able to change your chord like a regular major chord. Let's say an E flat major. We're talking about. You should be able to lower this note in this A form chord, which is comes from the open A string chord. You move it up, okay, and they call it the cage system. And I lower this note to make it a major 7. Okay. So I lower the E to D, then I lower the D to D flat, which makes dominant 7th, and then I lower the D flat to a C, which makes a 6th chord, okay? So it sounds like it's something in the way you move. That sounds like something, that song. But anyway, so this is an E flat major 7, okay? Now all I did with that chord is the 3rd degree of melodic minor is actually raising the 5. So you have to know your chord scale. You have to know the names of the notes of the chord you're playing. So I'm playing an E flat, which is the 1, a B flat, which is the 5, the D, which is a 7, and this is the 3rd, which is the G. And I have to raise the 5 1 fret. So that's an E flat major 7 with a sharp 5, we call it, okay? E flat minor major 7 is actually 1, 5, major 7 with a flat 3. So it's actually a type of if I played it major, it would sound like that would be a major 7, and a minor major 7 is a minor chord with a major 7. So those are the two different kinds of chords. So you have to know how to voice your chords and how to change notes to make them minor, major, etc. Okay, Jerry, let me go down the street. Let me go down the list. Jerry has a question. Or is the 1 chord the same as a flat 3 chord? No. Oh, because Jeremy. Sorry, I'm sorry, Jeremy. I keep saying your name wrong. Jeremy. We're in melodic minor, so it's a little different. Okay. So C melodic minor has a different set of chords than major. So you have to really know your major. So in melodic minor, the flat 3 chord is not like related like in the same way. Okay. So I would have to think of that as E flat Lydian augmented scale, and then it doesn't work that way because we're in melodic minor now, so we're not thinking in major. So the intervals are different. So it's not the 1 chord and it's the flat 3 chord. No, I'm sorry about that. It's melodic minor and the chords fall differently. Okay, let me see. Now there's another question. Is Lydian dominant for non-diatonic only? Oh, so Reggie asked me about Lydian dominant. So let's say I'm playing an A blues now. We're playing. I'm playing a blues in A, I could throw in and raise. I could throw in an A Lydian dominant, raise the 4, which is a mixed Lydian scale or dominant scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 flat, 7, 1, and then raise the 4. So I could do that if I'm a jazz musician. So I like to alter things. We call it reharmonization. So I actually changed the 4 to a sharp 4 to make it more interesting in my solo. Now, also, when you're playing a jazz standard rule is, I mean, you can always break the rules too in jazz. Standard rule is to play a Lydian dominant or a mixed Lydian or dominant scale with a sharp 4 if it's not a chord in the key. So if I'm in the key of C, everybody knows in the key of C, the 5 chord is a G. Now, if I play the chord in the key of C, then I'm soloing, and then the chord shows up as a B flat in there. So that's a non-diatonic dominant 7th chord now. Non-diatonic means it's not in the key of C. Only dominant 7th chord in the key of C is G7. Okay? I usually would play a dominant chord with a sharp 4 or Lydian dominant, which comes from melodic minor. Now, this is over the head for a lot of people. This is kind of advanced, but this is a technique we use in jazz. So usually a non-diatonic dominant 7th chord, you would play a Lydian dominant, which is from the melodic minor. So a B flat dominant chord, okay. The Lydian dominant is actually F melodic minor. You hear that? Do, re, mi, fa, sol. Now remember, the melodic minor scale is a major scale with a flat 3. Now in jazz, we play up and down. Up. In classical, they go back down. Oh, sorry. They lower the 7th and the 6th down. So that's 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. So you can apply that to any key. That's why we have degrees like that. Okay. Oh, Jeremy, contact me I see Jeremy's question. I'm going to go down the list here. Yeah, contact me to get these tabs, okay? My PayPal is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com and Venmo is Ron Jackson Music. I'll put that all at the end, okay? I'll purchase that thing. Oh, Ron Girls will purchase that too. No problem. Ditto. Thank you, Dave. So it makes much more sense. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. So if you want to purchase these, I'll give you my PayPal, which is at Ron Jackson Music. It's my email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I'm going to keep going here. I want to take other questions about my 7-string. I'm going to pull that out in a second at gmail.com. I'm writing this down. Sorry, guys. .com, PayPal. Or Venmo. Venmo, Cash App, and at Ron Jackson Music. So, okay, now let me get into the 7-string. So let me put the other guitar away. So, because I like to play 7-string. So people, if people have any questions, let me know. Hold on, let me look here. Let me put this over here. So we were talking about melodic minor, and also the major scale modes. You should know these by heart, okay? So I pull out my 7-string guitar. If you have any questions about this, while we're going here, I'm going to go for another like 15, 20 more minutes. Please let me know. Oh, I dropped my tuner. So, and also the equipment I use and everything that I broadcast with, people like to know about this kind of stuff because they might want to do that one day. Okay, so I'm going to tune this up real quick. So I'll play you a song, and if you have any questions about the 7-string, I don't want to talk all the time. I want people to be interested, and and I really appreciate you guys on Instagram. Everybody that started following me, and my Instagram's really taken off. And if you want to learn more lessons, go to my TikTok as well. They're only 1 minute lessons. Remember, videos only help you so much. You go to my TikTok, and it's Ron Jackson Music. I have a lot of 1 minute videos that actually I cross post onto my Patreon and everything else, and Instagram, and I have lessons there for 1 minute. But about all this type of stuff. Okay, so watch this. So here's a 7-string guitar. So this is a 7-string guitar, everybody. So I'm trying to get more people to get into this instrument. My late guitar teacher, Bucky Pizzarelli, who passed away from COVID earlier this year, played 7-string guitar and got me into it. Now, 7-string guitar is used a lot in rock and progressive rock music, and we tune in jazz with a low A. Okay, now usually in progressive rock and other styles of music, they tune to a low B, and in Brazilian music, they tune to a low C. So I have a standard tuning guitar right here: E, A, D, G, B, E. Elephants are darn good banana eaters for those kids out there. Okay, and and I have a low A note here, and it's really great for learning, playing really low chord. Okay, it's a really great sound to have, and you can play piano music and all kinds of other stuff. So if you want to get into 7-string, let me know, and it's all on my Patreon too. I have 7-string lessons for both people, really basic stuff to get you into it, and then I'm starting to introduce chords and introduce ways of playing melodies and solos on your bass string. I'm playing something really basic there with the bass lines, actually, and using the bass string as a solo instrument. As a solo line kind of approach to it. Now, when I'm most 7-string guitar players don't use a 7-string for soloing, so I'm trying to incorporate that more in my playing. It's great for accompaniment and other things like that. Okay. Oh yeah, Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's sorry to hear Bucky. Bucky was a legend, man. He was 94, and he died on April 1st, right when COVID was coming out. And when that happened, man, it was really devastating because 2 days later, I heard from Frank Vignola, the great guitar player. We were on an acoustic guitar live event on Facebook, and he told me that he died on there too. So he died. His wife died 2 days later, unfortunately, and I didn't know that. Jeremy, I use these Labella black strings. So let me show you guys. Here's what they look like. I got a pack back here somewhere. These strings are special strings that Bucky told me about. Let me get them right now, so you can see. I don't have that ready. Look at this. So look at this. Oh, look at this. So these are Labella jazz tapes, okay? So they're actually black flat wound strings in between, So the first two strings, the E and the B, are just regular, non-wound strings, thin strings. Then the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth string are wound with nylon tape. These were called labella jazz tapes. Bucky called them labella blacks. So they're black nylon tape wound strings. You can get them from Labella. They're kind of expensive, but I have an endorsement with these guys, so it's a little bit better deal. And the seventh string is actually a round wound string. It's a bass string, okay? It's actually, you can put this on, it's a thin bass string. So look at this. So you can hear the difference too. Listen to this. So if I'm playing this, now that's kind of weird because everything's acoustic. My mic's picking up my amp. So listen to this. You hear the scratching from the guitar from that too. If I scratch sideways, I play the George Benson picking technique. So on the round wound string, it doesn't work too well. You have to hit straight. But the rest of the strings are round wound. Hear the difference? So it's a 7-string round wound. Yeah, these are awesome. Yeah, they're good strings. You play 7-string, Jeremy, I guess. Yes? I guess so. If you play 7-string, let me know. I mean, I'm looking to help other guitar, have other people study 7-string with me to get the word out, especially in jazz. Okay. Now, let me so this is a 7-string guitar, so I wanted to show you guys that a little bit during the live lesson here. Now, let me get back to the melodic minor and see what the uses are. I'm going to, remember to review your major modes, etc., before you get to melodic minor, okay? It's a very important scale. So I want to show you a couple of different ways I use melodic minor in my soloing. So let me get back to my 6th string here. So when I'm playing melodic minor, hold on. So let me take the strap off here. So let's say I'm playing like a song like My Shining Hour. So when I'm on the E flat major 7, now that's when I like to use melodic minor. So like I like to go on a major 7th chord. When I'm a jazz musician, I can actually play like a regular major scale on this E flat major. I like to raise the 4th to make it Lydian. Etc. Then I like to raise the 5 as well. That's when you get to melodic minor. So when you're playing, remember you should know how to change your scales, any major scale to any scale you want. So if I want to make a major scale into a Lydian, I just raise the 4. If I want to make it into a Lydian with a sharp 5 or augmented, we call Lydian augmented, I'll go raise the 5. Now, the augmented is this, okay? We went over this E flat major. In this key, it's E flat major 7 with a sharp 5. Remember that major 7 with a raised 5. That's the chord. Okay, you should be able to play it everywhere. Okay, now that scale actually comes from C, melodic minor. But I'm starting on the E flat, okay? So you have to learn how to start the scale on the E flat, but sometimes it's easier to find the melodic minor when you're playing these just because they're so difficult from the root for most people, even for me sometimes. So what I did was, this is kind of easier because I know how to raise a 4 and a 5 on a major scale. Now, another way I like to use melodic minor is on a minor 7 flat 5. Let's take a different key. Let's say we're going to F minor. So G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat. Now, on the G minor 7 flat 5, it's a Locrian scale usually, a minor 7 flat 5. So you should know how to play a Locrian scale. Locrian scale is kind of easy to play. The note you're playing, the root, let's say you play G minor 7 flat 5. The root is the 7th degree of the major scale. Okay, so remember, in the key of in any key, the chord scales are, Ionian, which is major, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixolydian, which is dominant, Aeolian, which is natural minor, and the 7th degree is Locrian. So you could take a Locrian scale like a G minor flat 5. That G is the 7th degree of A flat. So A flat major scale. Now the G minor 7 flat 5 is the 7th chord of the A flat major scale. So it's A flat major, B flat minor, C minor, and this is all diatonic major chords. D flat major 7, E flat 7, F minor 7, G minor 7, flat 5 to A flat major 7. So that scale is Locrian. My point out about using melodic minor is this. I like to use this scale called the Locrian natural 9, which you raise the 2nd degree and make it an A instead. So that scale is actually, in this key, is a B flat melodic minor starting on the 6th degree. So it's B flat melodic minor. So I like to use that scale. So if I'm doing like in jazz, I don't know how many people are advanced in jazz here. When I'm doing a minor 2/5, so I'm going G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat 9. Okay, and then I'm going to either major or minor, ending on the, so G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat 9 to F minor, for example. I could use on the G minor 7 flat 5, I could use a G Locrian natural 9. When I get to the C 7 flat 9, I could use a C altered, which is a D flat melodic minor, and then use, I can use a melodic minor on F minor, F melodic minor. So that's very common to use melodic minor on like a minor 2/5 progression, which is minor 7 flat 5 to dominant 7 flat 9, 2 minor 7 flat 5, 5 7 flat 9 to 1 minor 7. Okay, that's a 2/5. So remember that. I'm going to write this out for you guys anyway. I have some lessons about this already, advanced. So that's a very common use of the melodic minor, okay, in a jazz, for example. So we talked about a few different things. We talked about the melodic minor used on a major 7th, okay, in raising the 4th and 5th. Okay, that's a type of melodic minor, which is what they call it, a Lydian augmented. Then you can use it on a dominant 7th, like any dominant 7th chord, and raise the 4. That makes a Lydian dominant. That's the 4th degree of the melodic minor. We talked about altered, which is the 7th degree. Okay, and then we use a Locrian natural 9, which is actually the 6th degree of the melodic minor. So, and these are used on different kinds of chords. Let me see if there's any other questions. I see some. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Okay, I will have to give me. I said that's awesome, Jeremy. For rock and metal, but never approached it for jazz. Oh, cool. So, Jeremy, you play rock and metal. Cool. I'll check you out. Cool. Now, so we can. So we went into. Let's just review real quick. So remember to know your melodic minor scale in thirds and know the triads. Okay. So it's 1 minor, 2 minor, 3 flat 3 augmented. These are just your triads. 4 major, 5 major, 6 diminished, 6 diminished. Just the triads. Now the other triads are the 7th chords are the minor major 7. I'm looking this up, just making sure I'm not doing it wrong. Minor major 7, then minor 7, then major 7 with a sharp 5, then dominant 7, minor 7 flat 5, then minor 7 flat 5, then minor major 7. So those are all the the modes of the melodic minor and the chords of the melodic minor, and we went over 4 of the modes, and we didn't go over all the melodic minor modes. I'll have those written out, and you can purchase those from me if you want tabs, okay, about this lesson today. And if you don't know about the major, I have the major scales too for $1.99, all the 8 fingerings, and you can get that, okay? So for $1.99 to me, through me, and you can also join my Patreon where you get that stuff for free for as little as $3 a month. So my Patreon, just in case, is www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and if you have any more questions, let me know. You can just send me an email directly at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. For anything, and also this is going to be a live playback on this on YouTube. So if you have the link, you can watch this, and in about a month or so, I'll release it to the general public. Okay, but this is a private video for all my Patreon fans. This is for my Patreon fans and people who are invited that won my live lesson contest on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. I'm glad you guys who've been on Instagram are being really great. And my Instagram is really taking off. Also, my TikTok and my Facebook and my YouTube, they're all really taking off right now, thanks to your help, guys. So please follow me, as well as my Twitter. So please follow me on all those channels if you don't share it to your friends. Follow me at YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, all at Ron Jackson Music, okay? All at Ron Jackson Music. And, so we did a melodic minor today, and if there's any other questions, send me an email or direct message me on any platform. And thanks for watching, and everybody have a great day. And I'm going to go take a break and maybe record some more videos for all my channels and stuff today. Okay, thank you, everybody, for watching, and it was really fun. And you had some great questions, and I really appreciate you guys. And, it was a great session today. And, you can watch this replay after all this. After I'm done, you can watch the replay. And if there's anything you want to check out and just go over and make sure about, just do that. Okay. Have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hey, how's everybody doing? So I'm live now, and I see one person on there so far. I don't know who that is, but I wanted to talk about subjects about sight reading and ear training and all that stuff. So please, send me some questions if you're watching right now. I see 4 people up there. Wow, that's a lot of people. That's great. Um, so just to get started, um, you should know how to read all kinds of different things. What's hard about the guitar is reading itself. So, like, this is the book I like to use for sight reading. It's a Modern Method for Guitar by William Levitt. A lot of my students use it. It's when I studied at Berkeley, um, you know, um, this is the book that they use for performance majors. So it just teaches you basically, how to read notation, which is very, very important for playing. But it doesn't teach you with tabs, like which you should know how to do too. But there's a problem with tablature. Um, so what happens is it actually tabs. I'm actually hearing an echo. This is kind of weird, but the tabs make make you yeah, with tabs you actually have to know the music. So that's the problem with tablature. So I'll show you something. Here's a lesson that I wrote. Um, it's a lesson I wrote that's and what it is that it has chord, and then you have tabs on the bottom. So that's okay because the thing is when you have tabs, the, you need to it tells you where to put your fingers, which is fine because on the guitar you need to know where to place your fingers because you can play the same thing so many different ways. So it's good to have tabs for that, but there's indicators in this book right here where to put your fingers. It tells you what strings, etc., and what position. So you don't need tabs if you know how to really know how to read music. So this is a great book for learning how to read because it teaches you how to play positions and everything. The William Levitt book. It's called A Modern Method for Guitar. Also, you should be able to read in lead sheet form. Like in a real book like this. You see? Everything's mirror image here, but so you should be able to read chord symbols and just single line notes. And that's really hard to do actually too. I mean, you have to memorize what chords are, like a G major 7. When I started learning how to read, it was really hard to do that. Does anybody have any questions so far? Okay. So guitar music starts to get hard when you start learning how to look at chords like this. This is even hard for me. This is a Brazilian book Latin book that I've been using, and it's not easy. And even rhythms. So the hardest part of playing music is rhythms and the chords. Actually, I think. So let me show you one more thing that is hard to read on guitar. Hold on. So this is a book by Barney Kessel. It's a rare book. So I don't know how I got this book, but he talks about how guitar players can read should be able to read in different situations. This book's called The Guitars. It's a rare book. I looked it up. So someone gave it to me. It's a very valuable book. So he told me the most important thing. This he said reading music. Um, he talked about one thing that was really interesting that I about and it's like when you're looking at piano music. Like piano music is really hard for a guitar player, so you got to be able to read in bass clef and the notation above that on the treble clef. So he said that you should be able to like extract parts from the piano parts, like the bottom note. You should be able to read all this stuff here. And I always thought that piano music was hard. I used to be really good at it and extract the music, but so you have to be able to read the treble clef, and the bass clef together. So like so this is A, C, E, G, A, C. So these things you have to practice, and actually, it's a good thing for you to do as far as reading is concerned. Does anybody have any questions so far about this? If you're watching this, definitely do me a favor and send me a message on the YouTube chat. Okay, right here. Let me see. I'm gonna write this in. If you're subscribed or whatever on YouTube, you should be able to send me a message. Send me a message. I'm sending you one now. Okay. So I'm going to take out my guitar. Now, the next thing I want to talk about soon, if you don't have any questions, is ear training. So let's take a song. I'm going to put the speaker on for a minute. I'm going to try to play you. You should be able to hear cadences and things like that when you're actually learning about ear training, and also you should know basic solfege. So if you're playing, one of the first things I learned when I was learning to do ear training is you should be able to sing your major scales and sing the syllables. So you should sing do re mi fa sol la ti do. That's very important. Oh hey Reggie, hi. Can you hear me okay, Reggie? Respond please. There's something weird with my computer right now. Okay, good. Do you have any questions, Reggie? Let me see. Questions. I hear like my voice talking like a few seconds after. So just to be really clear, to start to getting into ear training, you should know your solfege, like do re mi fa sol la ti do, which is your major scale, and because you're gonna have to figure out how to hear intervals. Like you should know your intervals, all your major intervals. Like let's say one, the major second, and the major third, the perfect fourth, perfect fifth, the major sixth, and the major seventh. That's very, very common intervals you should be able to hear. Now, these things you should hear because you hear them in chord progressions a lot, like 1 4 5 1, which is like a 1 4 5 1 progression. Different cadences like that: 1 to 5, 1 to 5. So if I'm playing a song, I'm going to put something on my phone. I think like a like a like a pop song. You should be able to pick up these cadences when you hear a pop song. So that gets into taking off music by ear. Let me see something. Okay, now you're hearing me. Okay, there's something wrong with the settings here because I'm hearing an echo. I'm going to try to fix that real quick, everybody. I don't want to end the live stream. Hold on 1 second. It's picking up the Oh, let me do this. I know what to do. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to input is should be the Let me try this again. Okay. Okay, I'm trying this again. Put them use this. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to have to use my I hear an echo, but it's okay. It's back on now, so so anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be using the I'm going to use the speaker. Now so so you should be able to hear cadences. So let's take a song like a pop song. I'm going to put something on my phone. I'm going to pick a random pop song. And the first thing you do when you want to take off songs is, ear training is part of ear training is actually taking off songs off of let me take like a pop song. Let me go to YouTube. I'm going to put it through my speaker on my phone, and then so it could show you just a random example. Top 10 pop songs. Okay, so let me pick one song here. Billboard Top 100. Let me play something. So I'm going to play a song right now and see if we can figure it out real quick. So this is a random song. So what I try to find out first is no, okay. So I just stopped. I said, mm, oh, the first. So Anton, it's in the key of E. This I can tell already. So what I try to do is I try to figure out what key we're in first, and if I'm in. So that's actually the melody started off with. Okay, that's how it started. So that's in the key of E. What you have to try to do when you're trying to establish the song, you have to actually try to figure out what key you're in and try to find what scale you're in. So this is a major key. So the first chord. So what I'm trying to do is only three or four chords here. So let me move this up forward a little bit. So if you have a hard time, you could actually slow down the song too. So it goes. So it starts off with a C sharp minor, and then it goes to A. C sharp minor is the sixth chord, goes to A, and this song is actually called what is it? Dynamite Official, BTS. It's BTS, the famous Korean pop band. And it goes C minor. So I hear those cadences pretty easily, and I can find them fast on the guitar. And sometimes when I'm listening to music, I could actually, I try to figure out, if I don't want to if I don't just want to enjoy the music, I want to be very technical about it. I could actually just listen and figure out what chord progressions there are and by ear. Now this takes a lot of experience in ear training, so you have to learn about cadences. You have to learn about intervals. You should know all your types of intervals. So this song starts off like that. So it's just three chords so far. So I'll play along with it so you can get an idea. Here it goes. So it's basically C sharp, F sharp, C sharp minor, F sharp minor, the B suspended to E. And the hard part of these songs I always find is not learning the song, is the form. So and also the arrangement, of course, because it's the song might be easy with chords, but there's a whole arrangement that makes the song unique. So and also the hard part is learning the melody to these songs. So if you're taking stuff off like pop songs, it's a whole different thing. But another thing that's a different level is learning how to take these songs off and writing down each melody, or writing down each rhythm. That's a whole different different ball game. So it's important to be able to do both. And what I usually do is this takes a lot of ear training. So ear training is very important, and so you have to learn how to write down what you actually hear on a staff, and that's really that's a whole different skill. And I learned that when I was at Berkeley too. In transcription class, solo transcription class, and that in that solo transcription class, they give you one note, and you sit down at a desk, and they play it for you. and you have to know your intervals between notes, be able to write down the melody solo. That was really hard, man. I remember doing this on 19 or 20, and I was already an advanced ear training class, and that was really hard. Reggie's asking me, would you write rhythm first, then the melody? Uh, um, no, what I would usually do when I used to first transcribe, I used to try to find the notes first, then write the rhythm. So let me write that down. Write notes first, and then rhythm, then rhythm. You can put the rhythms to the notes after. So if I'm using, I don't have my, I'm actually talking to my computer right now, and I can't show you Sibelius because I don't have it on my other computer. But when I transcribe, um, I'll take a note. Let's say I'll write a note down first, like this. I'll put the note here, and then I'll figure out later that's a dotted quarter note. Okay, but you have to be able to count rhythms and feel rhythms too. Now that's a whole different skill. Let me send this message to you. So to transcribe, you actually have to know how to hear how long a rhythm is. So let's try to do an example. Let's look at a jazz solo. Let's look at a Sonny Rollins solo. Um, Sonny Rollins. Let me look for Sonny Rollins. He has a lot of hard rhythms, Sonny Rollins, actually. So let me see. Let me just pick a song from him. So he's playing. There will never be another year, another you here. See, jazz rhythmically, most of the stuff he's playing is eighth notes in jazz. So in jazz, there's a lot of rhythmic, rhythm. But Sonny Rollins will probably start playing off the time in a minute. Ba-doo-ba-ya, ba-doo-ba-da-ba. So how would you write that? One ba-doo-ba-ya, ba-doo-ba-da-da. So I just figured that what he played that he was playing on E flat major, the E flat major scale. I mean, his line was based on that. That's the first chord of Sun. So that rhythm is like you got to figure out where's he playing that at. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, ba do ba. So that's the and of one ba do ba. So here's another thing that's really important to know when you're actually transcribing. You have to learn how to conduct because that's really helpful to me. So when he's playing, I'm going 1. So you have to learn all your basic conducting patterns, like 1, 2, 3, 4. And it really helps you find the beat, especially when you're transcribing. We're trying to figure out what where he's playing that rhythm. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, ba do be ya bo do be da do. I mean, he's playing it like that. So it's like now you can see the rhythm. It's 1, 2, and then when you get to the in the air before you hit the second beat, he's hitting the eighth note in the air. So it's like 1 and 2. So 1 boo do beta do. So it's going 1 eighth note, then 2 eighth notes on the second beat, 2 eighth notes on the third beat, and so it's like 1 ba do beta do. Then there's a rest on 4, and then he's playing on the beat 1 now. 1 ba do beta bo double da do. I mean that's basically what he did. I mean I'm doing this really fast, but let me see. Move back a little bit. Oh shoot. Let me see where he's at here. Let me play that. He's doing a lot of rhythms there. You see that? See? That's the thing he just played. Ba-doo-ba-ya-bo, doo-ba-da-bo. I love his rhythms. So basically that's the rhythm I just told you. So I would have to write that out on a piece of music paper. I don't have that with me in front of me. Some notation paper, but that would be the eighth note, and that's like a E flat. Let me show you my guitar. So he's actually playing, and I'm in the same register he's playing. So you should actually know if you're transcribing what notes you're actually playing over the chord. So he's on the E flat. You should know the chord you're playing over if you're doing ear training or transcribing solos. And he's actually just playing the root to the sixth, root, third, sixth, fifth. And he's playing the fourth. And he's actually approaching the third back to the root. That's a cool lick. I mean, I just learned something new right there from him. And so when you're actually transcribing solos like this, you have to figure out each detail. Now, there's a difference between transcribing and actually taking off melodies. So what I usually do is I transcribe, and I could either transcribe if I want to, write it out for to have it etched in stone, which takes hours actually to get it right, especially like a solo like Sonny Rollins or John Coltrane, anything that's really complicated. It could be even like some rock solos. Or you could just do everything by ear, which right now I tend to do that more now because I don't have time to be writing out transcriptions. I have too many other things to write out. I did that when I was much younger, but if you're learning how to play jazz, it's important to be able to be able to transcribe, write these things down. It helps your reading, and also do it by ear. So you should be able to play these things by ear and memorize them by ear. Because at the end, you're not going to be looking at music when you're taking a solo. You're going to be, or you're playing in a band, in a rock band. You don't want to have music in front of you. Like when you ever see a rock band perform, like Bruce Springsteen. I have a friend that played with Bruce Springsteen for years, and he used to have me come on gigs. When I used to do his gigs, he said, music is a turnoff to people in the audience because they can't groove with you if you have music in front of you. And he was right because he plays with Bruce Springsteen. They don't have music in front of them. They know the music. They're playing a concert with 50,000 people. You don't have music in front of you trying to figure out what song you're playing. You should have this stuff memorized. So you should know how to do these things by ear and memorize these things too, rhythms, and that's how you get into solos. So ear training is very important. Also, sight reading. Be able to even write this out. You have to be able to read a little bit. Pretty good. I mean, not particularly. I mean, learning on the guitar is kind of hard. One of the things that I wanted to show you today was, let's say that lick I just showed you. That lick he just played, I could play it here. See, I did it that way. That's another way of doing it. Same register. That's hard. I just played it that way. See that? I just did it this way. There's 3 ways. I can do it here. To me, that lick is like an E flat chord to F minor for a second. Outline the F minor, and then you can do it here. and then that's just in the same register. If I did an octave lower. So that's, these are different things you can do on the guitar. See how many ways I just played that? So when you're learning how to read and transcribe and all this other stuff on the guitar, you could play that same lick so many ways. So what I usually try to do is I try to work out all this stuff with with fingerings, and that's very important when you're playing these kind of solos and melodies that you're taking off. You're gonna find the best fingering. And like when you play, when you're learning a saxophone solo, its saxophone has certain fingerings that are more adept for the saxophone, but not for the guitar. So you have to kind of figure out how to play that on the guitar. Whereas, I had friends who like told me like who played trumpet, said, "Well, man, I was learning a guitar solo the other day, and it's really hard to play on trumpet." So you got to figure out those kind of fingerings. Does anybody have any questions? Please send me a question. I see a couple of people are watching. Any questions? I'd like to hear from you guys. And there's only a couple of people watching today, but I know some people are out of town, and you could watch this later. On the link if you want to watch my live stream. So I'm going to probably do another class about taking things off. But so one important thing is first like I taught. Let's review a little bit. You have to know solfege a little bit. You should know your do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, dos. Oh, let me see. Oh, really? Horn players seem to be playing fast. I don't think that's true anymore. Their guitar players can play fast. I don't think that's true though. Particularly, Reggie's saying that horn players seem to always play faster than guitar players. I'm sure about that. Guitar players can play pretty fast too. I think it's easier to play the horn because they can take a breath and they move their fingers and it's more legato. The guitar has to actually pick or attack each note somehow. You have to be able to attack each note. But you have to be able to play. I think speed is something that you can develop on any instrument. You just have to figure out you just have to practice and get the technique together. But horns can actually blow through, and piano too. Piano plays fast too. I think every instrument you can play fast. You just got to get your chops together and practice. I mean, George Benson could play just like a piano player, but you have to build up speed and get the right technique. Like I couldn't get any speed. If you want to talk about getting speed, I couldn't get any speed. I used to use those really small Jim Dunlop picks, and I studied with Rodney Jones for a while. Well, actually, it just took 1 or 2 lessons, and he showed me this George Benson picking technique, and I got made me switch the pick to this, and I played my pick sideways, so I got more speed. Like this, you see? So now I was able to get speed, but it's not only your picking. Your left hand has to be able to coordinate with your right hand. So I use a lot of legato. I mean, I kind of approach it more like a saxophone player. I don't actually pick every note like Pat Martino does. He actually goes every note. He really picks every note, but I kind of actually use legato, which is like I mix up legato, which is like hammer-ons and pull-offs with my left hand. So I'm mixing them up. I'm actually using hammer-ons, that kind of, or pull-offs. Those different types of phrasing with my left hand. So I'm not only picking every note. Also, I do. I'm actually writing a new article for Acoustic Guitar Magazine that's coming out. It's going to be about sweep picking. So you could do things with your pick too that make you play faster, like sweeping. So you don't have to. So because if you skip across the string, you can play real fast. It's a real fast arpeggio, or those type of things help you play faster as well. You know, so I mean, you could actually play with horn players. You can learn their solos. You can play them on guitar. I see people do it all the time. It's just a different technique. You have to be able to figure out how to. I mean, when I learn these really hard melodies, sometimes um, that like I was working on this song called "Got a Match" by Chick Corea, and that was a really hard song to play fast on the guitar because they play it so fast. When I was learning that one, I couldn't. I had to figure out the right fingering. So sometimes knowing the right fingering or figuring out the right fingering helps you play these melodies and solos much faster. Okay, and in that song, I was lazy. Um, Usually, I'll learn a song by ear if I have time, but I usually just now just look at the sheet music just because to save time because I can read too. So I think it's very important, everybody, to know to be able to play so many different ways. You should be able to read music, transcribe music, hear music, and you know you know write down the music. Do every possible way. Know how to read tabs. You should know all these different techniques because they're all useful tools. Especially if you want to be a professional musician. But I know musicians who are great musicians who like I have a lot of friends. When I used to do Broadway a lot, they were telling me that they know how to read music, but they don't know any songs. They can't improvise. But that's what they do. They play parts, and that's good too. They play the crap out of those parts. And but they're like I don't know I don't know how you put it. Like they're like these it's art. It's an art to be able to play those shows really well and do them every night, play the same part, and be able to do sessions like that. But it's not to me. I mean, but they're not. They admit they're not creative. That they don't know how to. They don't know any songs. They don't know how to take a solo. It's another skill that that brings you to. I mean, I don't know if it's a different level, but um. So I mean, I like the control of what's the word of reading music and playing a part. It's actually a skill and a discipline. I like the discipline. That's the word I want to say. It's a discipline to actually play parts to a show, a Broadway show, and learning a part. When I was subbing a lot, that's what I was doing mostly, and sometimes I get my own off Broadway show or whatever. Um, I mean, it was hard to like. You have to basically play like the dude that's playing the show and play all these parts, and you have to read, and you have to be able to follow a conductor, and play with the band and be able to play all these different instruments. Like I wouldn't be playing like just like a guitar. I'd be playing like banjos and whatever. Electric guitar, acoustic, a classical, switch, pedals. So it's like a real job when you do those shows. They pay a lot of money. You know, I mean, a guitar chair on a Broadway show is like $100,000 a year, but it's like, it's a lot of, it's like a real job, and it's only a couple hours a day, so you have all day to do things. But it's a really stressful environment. But but I like the control of the show because you're playing these parts and you have to be meticulous and and play it right every night because I guess they would use canned music if they could. That means like pre-recorded music, but it's not the same thing as having a live band. And actually, producers on Broadway have been trying to eliminate musicians to save money because it costs a lot of money to have a musician on stage. Because they're not only paying your salary, they're paying your pension, your health benefits, and your vacation and all that stuff. It's like a real job. So anyway, it's a good skill to read. It's a good skill to transcribe and hear things and take things off records, memorize them. It's also another skill to we haven't talked about, which is my big thing on Patreon is learning how to improvise. So we'll talk more about that in another live lesson. I'm going to put that as a subject, but playing changes is like a whole big subject we can talk about. Um, and that's the holy grail of jazz itself, and that people really need to learn and get together. And so, is there any other questions before I finish up here? Um, so you should be able to just to review. You should be able to also know different rhythms, um, and count them and see them. And it took me a long time actually, because I was used to playing eighth notes and quarter notes and 16th note. I mean, and think those kind of notes, but it was hard for me to start working on 16th notes. You know, and different kind of time signatures you need to work on. There's a whole big world with reading music, and the best thing to really do is just read music, because I got a lot better when I started doing these Broadway shows, because these are just like real professional music, music that was written for real live, real life shows, not like sitting at home with a real book. And I learned a lot just by doing that, and got my helped my reading a lot, you know. And so the best way to learn how to read music and do this stuff is just to do it, you know, and get into situations where you have to read music. Well, like you get together with the band, which you can't really do right now for now. Get together, go to play a show. If you're just starting out, find an off Broadway show, or an amateur show, just to learn how to read and play parts, because that's a whole different world. Um, and as far as like reading yourself, just get books. Like I have tons of books. I just started looking at this Barney Kessel book I was telling you about, and he has all these reading exercises for guitar and different patterns and just advice that I've never seen. And I was actually working through this book a little bit recently. And different kinds of technique things. And it's good to see different people's opinions and learn different styles. So, if there's any questions, let me know. Send me, a message on Ron Jackson Music at gmail.com. That's Ron Jackson Music at gmail.com. Let me write this down for you guys. Ron Jackson at Gmail. If you have any questions about the workshop today, uh, yeah, send me a message. It says Ron Jackson, and about my live lesson, and I'll see you guys in about a month, and I hope that this helped you out with your sight reading and your ear training. Um, and each subject actually should be a one whole live lesson. So maybe we'll do that next time, is just have one whole subject, okay, instead of having like three different ones in one. But I wanted to give you an overview about all these different things you need to learn. Okay, everybody, have a great day, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. Hey everybody, I'm Ron Jackson, and that was my tune Walk Fast from my brand new album, Standards in My Songs. And you can pick up your copy at ronjacksonmusic.com of vinyl and CD formats. And it's going to be reviewed in the May issue of Vintage Guitar Magazine. So pick up a copy of Vintage Guitar Magazine at vintageguitar.com. And I'll see you guys very soon. Thank you.
See you next time.
Once a year I play that. I have to remember that song. That's a great tune. Mel Torme. Again. So sorry about that, guys. And on Instagram, sorry I'm not talking to you guys right now. I'm going to go live right now. Improvisational tips. Okay. There's a lot of questions here. So, hey everybody, I'm finally back on YouTube, and hopefully you guys can hear me. I hope so. Let me know. Send me a message on YouTube. So let me answer a few questions. What's a good theory book? So a good theory book is the book by Mark Levine called the Jazz Theory Book. I've been using that book for a long time. I still use that book. Okay, so it's a very good book to use for jazz theory. So that was from Procchino. Okay, and let me see. Let me wait to some people here. And I'd like to thank you guys for especially Instagram and TikTok. Thanks for the 25,000 followers. TikTok, I haven't posted in a couple of days because I've been burnt out from the social media stuff, just so you know. And it's a little crazy. So hopefully people on YouTube can see me now. Let me answer a couple more questions, and I'm going to play something. What's your favorite riff? Oh, man, I have so many favorite riffs. That's Sports Short on TikTok. So, I mean, I like these 2/5 licks, you know, like this. Things like that. So what I'm doing is I'm basically doing bebop licks and jazz licks. Okay. And what I'm doing is a 2/5. Someone question, can you circle the fifths and diminished chords and call it jazz? Sure. Someone who asked that question? Ethan, I think. Yeah. Yes, you can, I guess. Okay. That's a funny question. Yes, we can hear. Good, good. So and YouTube they can hear. Now let me ask a question. So I like to use these licks. You know, I have all kinds of licks. I love diminished licks too. So I mean, I was actually practicing today for once because usually I don't practice because I'm always doing too many other things except practicing. So I'm glad to be showing you some licks today. So I like to use diminished licks. So I'm on my 7-string guitar, guys and girls. So let me see if I can move back a little bit so that people can see me better on these cameras that I'm using on YouTube and stuff, and on TikTok. So I'm going to go like this. Like a diminished lick I like to use is, let's say I play over, or, you know, let's say I play over a F7. I like to use diminished licks. See what I'm doing? Now that 7-string gets in the way sometimes. I'm trying to position myself properly. I don't want to play too loud. So that's a great 7-string lick. Okay, so I like using that lick. That's a diminished lick I like to use. That's one of my favorite riffs. Also, I like to do the diminished patterns like. So these are all symmetrical patterns like a. So now that's tricky on the 7-string. Today that lick I have to do this stretch. See, I have to do these weird stretches on the 7-string because I have a low A. Okay, so those are actually cool things you can actually do on the 7-string for diminished licks. Just so you guys know, on Instagram, you can actually Instagram saying, tell my viewers about my badges. So a badge is actually, so you guys know they're watching. If you like what I'm doing, you can actually donate with badges. You know, 1 heart, it pays me 99 cents. 2 hearts pays $1.99, and 3 hearts pays $4.99. So So if you like what I'm doing, please donate to my badge. It's a new thing on Instagram. And also, I have my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App up there at Ron Jackson Music. If you want to donate to that. So thank you. If you want to donate to badges. So let me see. I have a bunch of messages now on TikTok. So someone's asking me, what strings do I use? I use all kinds of strings, but on this guitar, I'm using these jazz tapes. Okay, look at this. These are 14 on top. Okay, people always freak out when I tell them that. So these are 14 to 79. 14 to 79. Okay, those are the jazz tapes I use. So that's a great question. So that's a good answer. I have a bunch of different strings. It depends on the guitar I'm playing. But on this guitar, I'm playing that. I'm going to answer a question now on YouTube. Rank all scales. Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. The major scale is an important one. First, I love diminished. I love augmented because they're all symmetrical. What's this? I like that scale. See, I like using it. So that's an easy scale to play, actually, because it's symmetrical every 2 frets. You can do cool patterns like this. You can do cool licks like that with the whole tone pattern. So that's a cool scale. And of course, I like diminished. I told you guys that earlier. That's a diminished pattern. Okay, so I'm using diminished right now and whole tone. Let me see. Playing Ornithology by Charlie Parker. Thank you, guys. Hey, on TikTok, I just wrote on my title, if you want to, I have a PayPal and Venmo link if you want to donate. It's at Ron Jackson Music, just so you know, okay? So now, Ornithology, that's one actually I know pretty good. Okay, so that's Ornithology a little bit. I might play something for you guys like that. Let me see. People are asking me these funny questions here. Someone's asking me what kind of pickup is on this guitar. So this guitar right here has a Benedetto Seymour Duncan pickup. I endorse these guys. Seymour Duncan is actually a good friend of mine. So these are a couple $100. This is a 7-string guitar pickup. Okay, they make it for Benedetto guitars. Actually, I want to get one of those things, a 7-string one of these days. But this is an Eastman. So this is a Benedetto Seymour Duncan pickup. So I'm a Seymour Duncan user. So most of my guitars have Seymour Duncan pickups on them, and they're really great pickups. Okay. So let me answer another question. Please do diminished 6 scale. Diminished 6. Oh, someone wants to ask about diminished 6 scale. Okay, I have an exercise about this. So when you're playing a lot of minor tunes in jazz, let's say you're playing G minor. Now you go up the scale as a minor bebop scale. It's on the 7th string. So I'm playing that diminished, what he called a diminished 6 scale, but I call it the minor bebop scale, which is the melodic minor with a passing tone between the 6th, 5th, and 6th. So here's a melodic minor in G. Okay, you put the passing tone between there. Now, if you play this in triads, going up, you would actually go like this. So that's the diminished, well, you call it diminished sixth scale, but this is actually the minor bebop. So you get these chords. You get a let's say you get a minor six, diminished, minor six, diminished, all inversions, minor six, diminished. And one song I was working today was this song called Bebop by Dizzy Gillespie. Okay, so that song uses the minor bebop scale. It goes to the diminished. I mean, not all. Some parts it just goes to the B flat there. So it does that basically, and so that's a minor bebop scale, the minor diminished, the diminished sixth scale he was calling. Okay, let me see. Let me ask a question now on TikTok. Flat wound mostly. So I use flat wound and round wound strings just so you know, because it depends on the guitar I'm playing. If I'm playing an acoustic guitar, I tend to use you know, these Tomastic strings. Okay, these are Tomastics, and I use these on you know, on my acoustic guitars. These have actually some flat wound parts to it, but you know, I love round wound strings on my acoustic guitar, so I use these a lot. Okay, so that's something I like to use. Okay, also, yeah. Okay, someone said they love Elixir strings. Well, guess what? I endorse Elixir too. So David May said he likes Elixir strings on YouTube. So I use these too. I use these on my solid body Paul Reed Smith that I have. I got these from them when I won some contests a couple years ago. The Elixir string, you know, like single contest. It was a vinyl contest actually. Actually, I got to put those on my website. I got to get rid of those vinyls. So those are like collector's items. I forgot. I gotta talk to my the person that helps me manage my site to put those up. I forgot about those. So that's why I use Elixir strings. Let me answer a question now on YouTube. Also, guys, on YouTube and Instagram, everybody, you know, if you like what I'm doing, I actually have a. I want to try to show you this if I can find this thing. I have a Patreon site, you know, and here it is. I think, yeah, here. So I don't know about YouTube. I think YouTube is it's backwards, but here I have a Patreon site on Instagram. If you want to join my Patreon, okay, and it's that site right here, okay. And on YouTube, I'm sorry, but I think this is backwards because sometimes I write it backwards for oh, here it is. On YouTube, it's this, okay. So this is my Patreon site, and if you want to join my Patreon, please join my Patreon for less than $3 or more. Okay, I got to get that announcement out of the way. Someone, David May, asked me on YouTube how many guitars are around. I own about 15 at least that I could think of. 15 guitars, different styles, different, you know, like classical, solid bodies, nylon strings, steel strings, 7 strings. Okay, so let me see something here. Let me ask a question on YouTube. Hi, love from Brazil. What kind of pickups on that guitar? Okay, that's a great question. Let me see. I'm on Instagram right now, and just answering a few questions. Let me see if there's any other questions here. People are just waving to me and all kinds of stuff. Let me see. No, there's no questions here. So I'm going to go to TikTok right now. What's the difference between jazz strings and regular strings? Well, I mean, you can play jazz. Okay, I'll give you a hint. So these strings, these strings right here are like jazz bebops. Okay, you call them. If you look at these carefully, These are jazz bebop. I'm on 3 different platforms, everybody. So, so I'm just showing everybody the strings. So these are Tomastics. They're really great strings. And these are round wound, actually. I use these sometimes. I use these on this guitar. My smaller 6-string. Okay, it's more like an ES 175. And these are flat wound. But the reason why we use flat wounds, the reason why I use flat wounds is because I'm using the George Benson. This is a George Benson string. Okay, these are flat wounds, 14 on top. Okay, these are Tomastics. Okay, and when I use these strings, I pick at an angle like this. These are flat wounds too. Okay, so when I pick at an angle, if you have a round wound string, this string is round wound. My 7th string. So if you listen carefully, you hear the scraping. Now, if I hit straight, you don't hear that. So on this guitar, I have to adjust my picking when I get to the 7th string, not to go sideways. So flat wounds are ideal for not having a sound. See here, you hear that scratchy sound there? It's because it's round wound. But that's a great sound. I think it sounds amazing on acoustic guitar. But if you play with an angle like this on acoustic guitar, you're gonna have scratchy sound, which you don't want. So you have to be able to adjust your picking accordingly. So I should do a video about it. So when I'm doing picking, tend to pick an angle like this. Now I have to go straight because you hear that if you don't do that. You hear that different? Okay, let me answer a question on YouTube. Have you worked with underground hip hop artists sampling and hip hop? Not really. I mean, I like to do more of that. I've been hired for sessions and stuff like that, but I don't know if they've been particularly hip hop. I've met some people like that. So, any tips for improvisation? So, if someone's asking me if there's any tips for improvisation, learn tunes and transcribe and learn licks and learn solos from people. That's how you learn the language. And get a good teacher. I teach, for example, and it's very important to be able to learn with the teacher, and they'll help guide you what to practice. I've had a bunch of teachers over the years, and that always helps. Okay, let me see. Let me see these questions. I'm see. How do you get a sound of the whammy bar without having a whammy bar? Oh, there's an effect like that. But you know what? The only way you can do that is by detuning your strings, and then putting them back up. You can go. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that as a guitar. You tune it. You have to tune your guitar back up. You can use your strings as a whammy. Okay. Let me see. Have you played with any famous Canadian musicians? Not really. Canadian. I know a couple Canadian musicians, a bunch of them, but I don't know about famous ones. I'm looking for 7-string elixirs for my acoustic. Do you play any 7-string acoustic? Yes. So someone's asking me if I play 7-string acoustic. Let me get my 7-string acoustic out real quick, since that's a good question. I have one right over here. I have this one. I don't think I can plug it in. That's the problem. Let me show you. So I have a 7-string acoustic right here. This is a steel string. Now this guitar has round wound strings on it. Look. See that? So this is a 7-string. The funny thing is, I never found strings for this thing. So it's a great guitar. Okay, so this is a great guitar. So you get that low B note. I use actually a low A. So I tune my 7-string guitars to a low A note. So this guitar is weird. It's acting weird when I plug it in. So that's why I'm not plugging it in. So I'm using an acoustic right now to demo it for you guys. So these are round wound strings, guys. So that's a 7-string acoustic that I use, okay? It's a really cool guitar. And I don't know what strings to get on this because I have I got this guitar. I don't know anybody that makes 7-string steel strings. If you know, let me know because I like to get them myself. So I usually just put like these bronze masters on here from Tequisto and put a low wound string on the bottom. You see, okay? So that's my 7-string acoustic. Let me get to my 7-string jazz guitar back here. So let me take some more questions. Shredding them pentatonics. Thank you. Play your favorite solo. What guitar am I using? So this is actually a Eastman AR 810 CE 7-string. I can never remember that name. So this is a standard stock Eastman 7-string. Okay, and I changed the pickup to a Benedetto Seymour Duncan pickup. So let me play you guys something. Now, just to remind you guys, I'm having a sale this week. Okay, where is this thing? Oh, I don't know if you guys can see this, but here I'm having a sale all week on my website. All my items on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com are 25% off. I sold a bunch of books up there, and so I have sheet music with lessons and printables and CDs, and my latest book, Chords at Your Fingertips, with a bunch of other great writers. I don't know if you can see this correctly, but I'm having a website sale. This is probably backwards for you guys. Maybe you can see it better like this. No. And it's, use code 25K on ronjacksonmusic.com, and you get 25% off everything on my website, okay? So I'm going to play a song for once right now, and before I keep answering questions. Do you think John Mayer is underrated? John Mayer, I think, is not underrated. John Mayer is very famous and great, and I love him. When he first came out, I saw him on the Grammys years ago. I was like, wow, this guy, man, he could sing and play the guitar and all that crazy stuff, do all this finger picking stuff. He was really great. Let me play you guys something. I'm saying too much because I have to think about something. I'm going to play you a song right now. Someone's asking me what's a good 7-string guitar to start with. Eastmans are good, actually. Now, I mean, if you want to play jazz, it depends. If you want to play rock, there's a lot of them. I'm going to do a little bit. I'm going to play a song for you guys. Okay. Now, hey guys, this is an impromptu live. I'm taking questions. I had to play something that was called "If I Should Lose You." Yeah. Someone's asking me if the root of the chord is the lowest note of the chord. Yeah, that's the bottom note, the bass note. So I'm taking some questions. Let me see. That was from YouTube. Let me see what's on TikTok here. I have so many people up here. Where can I find a guitar course? I'm interested. So if you go to my website, www.ronjacksonmusic.com, I'm having a sale on a bunch of lessons for scales, bebop, all kinds of stuff. So just go there. And this week, since I just got 25,000 followers on Instagram, I'm celebrating 25% off on my website. Use code 25K, and you get 25% off anything. And I have a good book up there. It's sold out, and I'm getting there's a book about it's called Chords at Your Fingertips, and that's coming out. The shipment's coming out this weekend. So if you order that book, get 25% off. It's autographed. Okay. And of course, if you want to get Patreon lessons with me, you can go to my Patreon website, which is right here. We get that for you. And there, you can study with me, and there's lessons up there for $3 a month. You can study with me. Well, actually, you get lessons and you get workshops for free about specific subjects once a month. Okay, and that's a great thing for you guys too. Okay, so let me see. I want to see what else is up here. So, there's some questions. What's a good progression for C major 7? Well, C major 7, I mean, there's all kinds of progressions for C major 7. There's very common ones, you know. So you should know all your diatonic chords in major chords, and there's all kinds of 1 6 2 5s and 1 4 5s and 1 flat 3. So you can go. I'm just doing a bunch of turnarounds. So those are the different types of things you could use actually. Oh, thank you, ESKPTV, for my saying I have a brilliant performance. My hand's kind of hurting me. You know, the 7 string with 14s on top is a lot of work actually. So my hand's like a little stiff from playing, practicing actually. Someone's asking me how old am I? I started playing guitar when I was 11. Look me up on Wikipedia. Actually, someone's asking me that question on Instagram. I'm 56 actually, so you know. Okay, and you can find that online actually. And I've been playing guitar since I was 11. I still practice, and I need to practice more. I don't practice enough. What do you recommend for a classic guitar musician who is interested in jazz? Learn songs, and you know, pick up the guitar. You know, play with people. You know, with your guitar, jam and transcribe and learn guitar solos or whatever kind of solos you want. Okay. Now let me see. I'm trying to see who else is up here. Some more questions. You have any more? Okay. Yeah. So everybody's asking. I heard you people mention Seymour Duncan. So actually, Seymour Duncan, a good friend of mine. He's a really great guy from Jersey, New Jersey. So I used Seymour Duncan pickups for years. I've been endorsed for years. I have all their pedals, and almost all the pedals. I have them in the closet over here, and all kinds of pickups from all my guitars. So Seymour's a really great pickups. I think they're American made. I hope they are. And you know, they're out in Burbank, California. I think. I've never been to the factory, but I should go visit one day. I never do those type of things when I'm out in California, when I'm doing like the NAMM show or touring or whatever. So I mean, they're great guitars. So you should definitely, I mean, great pickups. So you should definitely try them out if you get a chance. Oh, everybody on Instagram, just so you know, Instagram is announcing that I have a badge up there. If you'd like to donate, okay, and you're watching, you know, you can donate a badge right now for 99 cents for 1 heart, or $1.99 for 2, or $4.99 if you like my show or what I'm playing. If I'm answering your questions, just go to my Instagram badge right now and donate. Thank you. And also I have my PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo, and Cash App and all that stuff. So how do you use suspended chords and how do they work? Thank you. Suspended chords are kind of substitutions for a dominant 7. Or so I basically use them. Let's start playing an A suspended. I think of E minor. It's the same scale. So what I'm doing is right this. What I'm doing is when you play a suspended chord, the most important thing is don't play that 3, because you're placing the 3rd of the 7th chord to a 4th. Okay, but people do it. They play that. They play both notes sometimes. It has a cool sound both. So you can do anything you want, but think of the it's just the same. So an A suspended chord gets an A dominant scale. So it's a really cool chord to use. I like that sound. Okay, and someone said hold it lower. Oh, sorry. The guitar. Can't see it. Oh, you can't see my guitar? Okay, I'll put this like this. Okay, good. Okay, YouTube. So some people can't see my guitar. I have a big guitar, so you can't see it. I don't know why. So anyway, the paper. Oh, the paper. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, this paper. Hey guys, this paper was from Instagram. Now, if you want to donate to me on YouTube, I think you can't see this. I had it backwards before. Oh yeah, this is for YouTube. If you want to donate, I think this is right way for you guys. Please donate to my PayPal at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, PayPal and Cash App and Venmo at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I have it on the comments actually. Also on TikTok. So let me see. So that's Ron Jackson Music again. So just in case. And for TikTok and Instagram, it's all Ron Jackson Music if you want to donate, and PayPal and everywhere else. So, okay, now let me answer some more questions over here. Laughing my butt off. I'm always jamming to these on the elevator. Okay. Oh, you love that. So you know what? I'm glad I'm going on live on. Just so you guys know. Okay. Please follow me if you don't already on all these channels. You know, on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Right now, you know, it's all Ron Jackson Music, and I appreciate you guys on Instagram because on YouTube because I haven't been posted in a few days, so that's why I'm going live as well, so I can have some new material to put on YouTube and on TikTok. I haven't posted in a few days. It's the first time since July that I didn't post for a couple of days because I've been kind of burnt out from the social media, and I need to practice. And it's been taking so much time. I'm so involved with so much stuff, and there's so many comments and so many things that I need to practice, guys. But that's the most important thing. You got to practice a little bit every day. So let me see. Oh, can you play breezing? Ah, that's funny. See, okay. So that's a little bit of breezing. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll play a little breezing for you. Let me see. I gotta answer some more questions up here on Instagram now because I'm ignoring you guys. I'm sorry. Let me see the bottom. I gotta go from the bottom up. Top down. I can't remember that. I can never figure out on Instagram where the comments come from the top or from the bottom. Oh, let me see. There's a question here. Can you Oh yes, I already answered that question. What do you think of the constitutes a good jazz solo? To me, okay, so this is a great question, guys and girls, who's ever watching. A good, I know, I can tell when people can play jazz because of the language they use. So when someone's taking a solo, let's say you're playing like in the key of B flat, and you're doing 1-6-2-5. So that's B flat, G minor, C minor, F7. So a good solo would be a bad solo. I don't want to call it bad, but a solo where I think that you're not really playing jazz is like this. You know why? Because you're just running the scale, okay? And so if you're just running the scale, you're not playing jazz. You're just playing a scale. Okay. Now, if you're playing jazz and you're playing a 1-6-2-5, you're actually playing over we call the changes. So you're kind of changing with the chords, we call them. I'm using all kinds of different techniques like chromatic notes, passing tones, arpeggios, reharmonizations. So that's jazz language. So if you're just playing a scale, you're not playing jazz language. Like, so if you're just going, that's a fast scale, but it's not jazz. You know, that's just a fast scale. This is jazz. So I'm playing like jazz there, kind of. You know, I'm just messing around, but I'm playing more jazz language. So I'm just messing around. That's more jazz language, okay? Or putting things like. I'm just messing around. Okay. Can you use sus chords, the progression on seventh chords? Oh, someone's asking me about progression with seventh chords. So I'm using sus chords, and that's from a song called, what was that song? That's a song by Freddie Hubbard. And sus chords can be used like in what we call in sequences like that, up in every two frets, or every the whole steps. What's that song called? I used to do all the time, gigs and stuff when I had gigs. So sus chords can be transposed and it sounds really cool. Let me see questions on TikTok. I don't want to leave you guys out. I'm sorry. Oh, there's some questions up here. Play anthropology. Oh, someone's asking me to play anthropology. How long ago was that question? Let me see if I can play that a little bit. It's weird. Like my positioning on the guitar is weird when I'm playing in this chair. I might put the backing track on. So let me see if I can do that. I have a backing track here, and I don't want to play it too fast. Let me see. Maybe you can hear the backing track. Oh, hold on. Can you hear this? Oh, okay. Cool. I'll play with the backing track. I was just using a backing track, guys. Can you guys see me on YouTube still? Because I had to like cut off into yeah, you still see me good. Yeah, so I was playing. So that was a request from TikTok. A question. Let me get some water here. I'm talking too much. So yeah, that was a request from TikTok. I'm always playing like solo guitar stuff, so it's great to have a backing track once in a while called iReal Pro. So if someone's asking me, "Hi, I'm a classical guitarist. I would like to learn the basics of jazz guitar." Oh, so I think I already answered this question. Basically, you just need to go into learning tunes, solos, and playing with people and getting a good teacher. Okay, I need a jazz school to go to learn jazz. Go to Berkeley. There's a lot of great jazz school. Juilliard, Manhattan School of Music. There's a lot of places. Oh, okay, cool. Let me see. Let me go to TikTok because I haven't answered a question there in a while. Let me see. I'm gonna go look on Instagram too. Oh, Red Clay. That was called. Yeah, thank you, Red Clay. Thanks for the answer. That was a song I played before with the sus chords. So that was Red Clay by Freddie Hubbard. That's right. Took up Jazz Bossa Nova. Okay, I will probably. Yeah, let me try something. Let me see if I can. What could? Okay, now let me answer some questions here. Dave Matthews. Do you do like Dave Matthews funk style? Um, you know, one of my friends plays in Dave Matthews Band. Rashawn Ross, the trumpet player. He's a horn arranger. I love Dave Matthews. He's great. So yes, I love all styles of music. Just because I play jazz a lot doesn't mean I don't play other styles of music. So so yes, Dave Matthews is great. P9 looking pickups. Oh yeah, someone talking about my heck. What kind of guitar is that? Oh, this is an Eastman. Yeah, someone said the guitar doesn't sound like jazz. So when your guitar, you know what? You can make any guitar sound like jazz. Everybody. So that means it's not a jazz is about